was with Erica Costello, which I believe is Jake Paul's girlfriend. Now, I'm not looking or watching or viewing, if you will, this video to try and tear it down, to try and hate on it. I want to ingest it. I want to let it marinate, and then I want to take the message that's at the core of this song and use it to become a better, stronger, more powerful, independent person. What? I mean, if I'm being honest, I'm just watching a few clips of the video so I can have an excuse to roll down to the comments afterwards and read those, because that's always the bread and butter of shit like this. So, if it's not too much to ask, Nigel, could you roll that motherfucking video for me? Thank you so much. What the fuck is wrong with their faces? Oh, that's right. That's just the fisheye lens effect I use in Final Cut to add a little bit of comedic flair to pretty much every single one of my videos. I really hope that doesn't get stale, because I don't have a lot of other tricks up my sleeve. I don't have sleeves on right now.
Our love was hotter than Odessa, bless you. But now it's over, time to clean the mess up. My heart is wide awake and it's a weapon. Plus I'm way better under pressure.
Decent wardrobe choices, plenty of skin, which is a big check mark for this style of pop entertainment, and one kimono, or what looks like a samurai warrior robe that she's... What the fuck is wrong with their faces? Oh, that's right. That's just the fisheye lens effect I use in Final Cut to add a little bit of comedic flair to pretty much every single one of my videos. I really hope that doesn't get stale, because I don't have a lot of other tricks up my sleeve. I don't have sleeves on right now.
Our love was hotter than Odessa, bless you. But now it's over, time to clean the mess up. My heart is wide awake and it's a weapon. Plus I'm way better under pressure.
Decent wardrobe choices, plenty of skin, which is a big check mark for this style of pop entertainment, and one kimono, or what looks like a samurai warrior robe that she's wearing. I don't know, I'm not sure what that is, but I'm gonna allow it. I'm gonna give it a pass. I'm gonna let it pass.
Now it's time to make a little cash and invest it. Independent girl, you better respect it. I think when God made me, he was trying to send a message. And if I ever see him, I will thank him for the blessings.
Lyrics are pretty standard fare, you know, love lost, independence, making a little cash, things like that. I thought maybe we'd read them set to a little dramatic background music, see if we can't get a little more impact out of this. So let's just... There it is, right there. My heart is wide awake, and it's a weapon. Plus, I'm way better under pressure. Now it's time to make a little cash and invest it. Independent girl, you better respect it. I think when God made me, he was trying to send a message. And if I ever see him, I will thank him for the blessings. Amen. So to save you the next 2.5 minutes, the whole video is pretty much these two girls dressed in a couple of suspect outfits, you know, dancing on a couch in an empty room, grinding on each other. Erica Costello, who's Jake Paul's girlfriend, does have a verse in the second half, but it's exactly what you'd expect, so I'm not even going to show a clip of that. If you want to see the original video, by all means, the link will be in the description if you want to. If you like this, if you're into this kind of music. But let's just head right down to the fucking The only reason I made this video is so I could go down to the motherfucking comment section, because YouTube comments are gold. They're gold. They're gold. So let's go ahead and I'm just a bachelor. I'm looking for a partner. I think when God made her, it was an accident. Woof. Tough crowd. I could drown in the amount of makeup and auto-tune Tessa is using. Yeah, I mean, that's an astute observation. She does have a lot of makeup on. I did notice that. It glimmered a little bit. Didn't want to say anything because, I mean, who am I to judge? Do what you want. And the auto-tune use is pretty liberal, but in their defense, liberal auto-tune use is basically all pop music and mumble rap. A lot of popular genres these days rely exclusively on heavy a heavy auto-tune use.
Making fun of kids, highly eloquent. Vice come, all your content is fucking shit.
So, whatever. Who came here just to dislike the video? I did. Yo, Erica is low-key a downgrade from Alyssa laughing till I'm crying emoji. That's, for those of you who aren't in the loop, okay? Alyssa Violet was Jake Paul's ex-girlfriend, I think. And now Erica's his new girlfriend, so they're essentially just insulting his new girlfriend and saying that Alyssa Violet's better. So take that for what it is. Find the difference. Difficult, impossible, hard. And then there's about 65 trash can emojis with this song snuck in the middle. That's kind of funny and kind of clever. I did chuckle at that off camera a second ago when I first saw this one. So Gabriel Mancati, you're getting a thumbs up, my nibba. I'm literally crying. I'm not even joking. The fact that people like this and think it's good, and the fact that this is trending has caused tears to come out of my eyes. I wish I was lying. Side note, I forgot to mention, this was on the trending page. I think it was at about number 20 at the time of me watching this right now. But it did make it to the trending. And this is kind of the general theme of the comment section. It's getting a lot of negative feedback, a lot of criticism, which I think Team 10 is getting used to at this point. And most of it, I mean, a lot of it is due. Some of it, I'm sure, is undue, but they do make an awful lot of content that I think leaves a lot to be desired. It's just this kind of quintessential, lifeless, uninspired content that I think people grow a little tired of, but the shit fucking bangs, whether it's from the hate or from their massive army of preteens. The Team 10 crew certainly knows how to pull the views in, so gotta respect that hustle, but I don't, but who think of them, what? Brooklyn Nelson says, all this hate and I'm over here like, can you shut up? Because if you really don't like her, why are you over here commenting? Why waste your time? Because every time you comment on the video or view this video, it is giving her more money and is letting her go on with her life. She doesn't care if you don't like her, so why are you wasting your time? Why don't you just fuck off? Brooklyn's kind of right. I mean, a lot of the hate, I mean, half of the fucking views and the money they make is probably from people that show up on the videos to dislike or leave a nasty comment. But that is the nature of YouTube, right? Controversial things, controversial topics pull the views. And when content sucks so bad it becomes controversial, here come the motherfucking views. So Brooklyn, valid point, but please use a little punctuation next time. The run-on sentence really took the breath out of me. This is the best song. Heart, 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 heart. Hey, there's a positive comment. Congrats. I didn't know Versace made robes for pigs. Brutal. And even more fucking hilarious is the dude's username is Kill Yourself Jake Paul. So clearly not a Team 10 fan. This would be the type of person in the category of people that shows up just to dislike and leave a nasty comment. I love this song so much, I literally replayed it like 100 times, heart face. Well, Alyssa, I'm sorry to tell you, but God has left your life completely for good. And finally, a comment by my dear friend, Vaginal Protrusion of the Cis-Filled Outer Labia. The best part of this video was reading the poor attempts made by fans to defend their shitty video. True story, Vaginal Protrusion of the Cis-Filled Outer Labia. Well said. Listen, everyone, thank you. That's gonna do it for this video. I appreciate you sticking around, and as always, I'm just trying to have a little bit of a laugh, regardless of content or subject matter. I just love looking at what's popular on the internet and fucking around a little bit. So if you could do me a favor and just travel down to below this video and gently just pull out the shaft of your penis and then just cover the tip with your hand and just take the shaft and gently slap that the like button, just like that, just enough so it turns blue, and then leave a comment. Let me know if you like Tessa Brooks. Do you like the song? Are you a Team 10 fan? I don't really care if you do or not. I'm just curious to know if you, oh my God, like this kind of stuff. It's not for me, but I understand why they do it, because, I mean, this shit gets views, motherfucker. Nigel, what do you think? Do you have any last words, my man?
Tessa Brooks makes better music than you, fat ass.
Fuck you, you fucking loser. He is such a little... Dude. Often heralded as the single greatest and most unique and original series on YouTube, Insufferable Instagram is now almost 20 months old and clocking in at 15 earth-shattering episodes. So today, in lieu of adding a 16th name to the wall of Instagram deplorables, I thought it prudent to offer a callback to some of those who have so valiantly and generously helped me along in my YouTube career by providing me with some of the most steaming hot piles of garbage to make videos about. Do you want to take these last couple lines, dude, or you want me to?
Yeah, no doubt.
All right, man. All right, run it.
You smell like pork fat.
For the love of God. So I implore you to join Nigel and myself as we revisit these legends of internet lore who have had at least 1 year go by since their initial appearance on the show, as we find out if they're still getting after it, or if the it got after them.
Nice one.
On this very special episode of,
Oh, what the fuck?
Insufferable Instagram.
Where are they now?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to a brand new Twice Baked Potato wrapped in sheepskin. Leon Lush here, and I'm so grateful that you joined me. I truly believe we're going to have a lovely time here today, but if you will have him, Leon with a hat is on standby waiting to give us a word about today's video sponsor, ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN is the king of virtual private networks, all right? It's hecka fast, and it gives you a safe internet experience with zero restrictions, allowing you to download and stream content wherever you are. I personally use it not only to keep my data safe, but to circumvent any geo-blocking nonsense. Like HBO Now, for example, is one of my favorite streaming services. I love HBO, but it's only available in the United States. So A, if you're not from the US, you can't watch it unless, of course, you fire up ExpressVPN and connect to a USA server, and you're watching it in minutes. Problem solved. And this is exactly how I watch my favorite show, Game of Thrones, when I'm traveling out of the country. Rest in peace to the Game of Thrones ending. Hulu, Prime Video, YouTube, Netflix, the list goes on, and they're all available to you wherever you are with zero restrictions. By the way, it could not be easier to set up on your phone or your tablet also, protecting your data and booting any nonsense geo restrictions. So take back your internet freedom today and find out how you can get 3 months free by clicking the link in the description box below, expressvpn.com/Leon Lush. Thank you so much to ExpressVPN for sponsoring this video and supporting YouTubers that you and I both love. All right, here we go. Let's roll it from the top.
November 4th, 2017.
With 94,500 followers at the time, Slim Jesus was your classic 114-pound while soaking wet white boy that had attached his entire identity to pictures of himself with money and firearms. Oh, and he also makes music that sounds exactly like you'd expect from someone who looks like this.
I f with savages, you a f boy, you can't hang.
So here we are now, and Slim's got 122K, right? So not the hugest blow up, right? But sometimes slow and steady wins the race. I mean, he is growing, and occasionally the tortoise beats the hare in the marathon, and he stayed true to the mission of money in every single picture, pretty much. The money fan here, although I do have to mention the whole money guns thing, which is really what he was all about.
Money, guns, money, guns, money, guns, money, guns, money, guns, money, guns.
Something must have happened. I don't know if he got grounded or like his mom said, Slim, she called him up and said, Slim, no more guns on Instagram, because everything, looks like everything before November of 2018 was deleted on his Instagram account. This is his earliest one, and there's not a single gun in sight. What's the deal? Okay, see, this picture would be way cooler with a pole in his waist, but nothing. Wow, cool watch, bro. Where's the strap? Let's see what kind of beats he's putting out here. So Slim's about as cookie cutter as it gets when it comes to skinny white SoundCloud rappers, and the one thing that used to give him the edge was how hard that he was. You know what I'm saying? Every picture, it was boom, money racks, boom, Glock in my right hand, just pointing it down your throat, and you're thinking, oh man, better not mess with Slim, don't want to get popped. And now there's no pictures with the 2 2s, you know what I'm saying? There's no pictures with the 4 5s, and it's like Slim just lost his edge. Now he's just this little dude holding a bunch of money that he probably took out of the ATM and then goes and deposits after his Instagram photo shoot so he can pay his bills. You hate to see it.
December 21st, 2017.
With 1.9 million followers at the time, Supreme Patty was on a rapid climb up the new age jackass-style content ladder, squeezing lemons in his eyes, rolling golf carts over, risking his life for clout, and utilizing scantily clad twerking females in his videos that serve no purpose other than to get horny 15-year-old high school boys to click. Patty was serving up the perfect recipe for the Instagram algorithm. So now with 6.6 million Instagram followers, Supreme Patty has clearly been on the grind. Okay, and a little bit of a letdown here, but he privated his account for some reason, and I'm unable to see any of his posts unless I follow, which I did for the sake of trying to see the posts, and you still can. I guess you gotta wait till they approve the request. I was just checking him out last night, doing a little research for this video, and it wasn't privated. I was able to look at all his stuff. An interesting thing to note, not much has changed. Still Supreme Patty doing a bunch of dumb stuff for views. He's got the girls twerking in the videos, but his account recently got terminated, I guess in May.
Well, some of y'all may know, my Instagram got deleted, disabled.
His words, he said that he was taking an Instagram story and accidentally a little bit of his dick slipped on camera and he didn't notice it and posted it anyways, and he got yeeted.
I was taking a video of my face, flipped the camera around, went to get the view, and I posted it without even watching it. And I guess I had my dick in it a little bit, so I got disabled for nudity.
But clearly, since he's a big Instagram star, he got his account back. It's a tragic story, honestly. One second, you're just trying to say good morning to your Instagram followers, and the next thing you know, your Instagram account's deleted because, whoops, my dick was out. What? I mean, if I had a nickel for every time I unknowingly posted an Instagram story with my dick in it, I'd have like 0 cents. How does that even happen? Anyways, I do got to put a little respect on his name because he does show a little bit of humility in this video, which is one of the keys to my heart.
And then, I mean, we started doing the videos and it just kind of blew up. So, changed my life, definitely, you know. So I'm very happy for that. It's nice to be able to like help my family out and support them because we never really had too much. So I want to thank you guys a lot for that. It means a lot.
Can't hate on a man for helping his family out.
January 24th, 2018.
At 508,000 followers at the time, Dan was well known for his anti-authoritarian sled videos, oftentimes dodging security just to find staircases he could sled down, helping create the quote-unquote sled gang moniker he began to call his fan base. If inflicting pain on oneself for the sake of likes and views was modern-day art, well then Dan was the proverbial Picasso of our time. So Dan the Meme Man's an interesting story. Around the time I made that video, he had just really messed up his face. He like broke his jaw, lost a bunch of teeth from doing a video where he slid down this huge set of stone steps and took a real bad spill at the end and just, ugh. Here he goes. Oh, here we go. Oh boy. Oh, this isn't gonna end good. Oh! Anyways, after that, he kind of disappeared for a while, somewhere in the mix. His account got suspended, kind of fell off the face of the earth. He came back with an account called Youngboy Dan, where there was a brief period where he was trying to rebrand himself as a rapper. He actually reached out to me and asked me if I could maybe take down the video or something because he was trying to get rid of his old stuff to rebrand, and that since fell through. And now he has this account called Dan the Meme Man OG, and I don't really know if he's doing a lot of new content. It's just like, it's a handful. It's like 15 posts. A lot of it's like reposts from a while ago, like this one.
Hi, some of you guys think my content is trash. Well, I'll show you trash. Huh?
For those of you wondering, this is why I have brain damage. Still cute though. So that.
Huh?
For those of you wondering, this is why I have brain damage. Still cute though. So that was the caption. This video was posted over 12 weeks ago, and it was a Throwback Thursday. So it doesn't look like he's posting new content right now. The account is 391K, the new account, since his last one got suspended, which is pretty formidable. He's still got a following. He's just not. Maybe the brain damage, like he can't post, like he's got serious brain damage. If he has another head injury, he could die. I don't know, but he still stays active. In fact, completely unrelated to this, and totally random, just yesterday I posted a photo, and Dan actually commented on it. He said, "I'm not homosexual, but look at that sexy beast." So thank you, Dan, for the compliment, and hope you're doing well. Honestly, if you watch this, which I think you may, take care of your brain, buddy. I'm rooting for you.
February 12th, 2018. With 109,000 followers at the time, Joker Gang was quite literally everything weird you've heard about Florida personified into one human being. His face tattoos spoke for themselves, but it was his budding music career and impressive arrest record that really set him apart from the crowd.
So Joker Gang, one of my favorite Florida boys, is now at 115,000 followers, which
is not a whole lot more than he was at over a year ago. So safe to say he's not been on the Instagram grind, but I do believe that his account was suspended for quite some time. I got some DMs back in the day that were like, oh, look who got suspended. And it would make sense because a lot of his posts have been deleted. He probably had to delete like all of his posts with weapons or whatever, and there's just not a whole lot of content since a year ago. But there's a couple ones, this one from 5 days ago actually. Let's see how he's been doing here. Yeah, so safe to say he's been doing pretty well.
March 8th, 2018.
With a modest 29,500 followers at the time, the Gucci Berry was physically the most impressive on this list. I mean, imagine if you took a toothless crackhead, a kiddie pool full of slime, and a 400-pound trash bag full of adipose tissue and microwaved it on high for a week and a half. Open that bitch up and out pops the Gucci Berry. If oddly shaped hicks with horrible tattoos hitting themselves in the nuts is your cup of tea, then you, my friend, are going to be a very big Gucci Berry fan. What can I even say about this legend? He's got to be one of my favorite on the list. Another one that got suspended, big surprise there. I don't know how long ago or how many followers at the time, but since he's recreated an account on his alt and has 490,000 followers. I mean, just look at this top 6 right here. Of course you're gonna follow the Gucci Berry. For Christ's sake, he's hanging out with Lil Skies.
What are you doing, Brian? Well, last night I was out with someone's mature woman, and you know how they get that stench that you just can't get off, even after a couple of showers? Well, Yo Gooch is gonna do it the hard way. Let's see how I get clean today. Now I'm clean.
Oddly shaped man that looks eerily like the Penguin from the original Batman gets hosed down by a pressure washer. Sign me up. This is my kind of content. Just wondering, does anybody know how much he weighs or like a close guess? I'm just wondering because I can't tell if he's really fat or just muffin topping. What kind of comment is that?
I decided today that I needed a snack.
Nope, I know right where that's headed, and you can kindly keep that to yourself. Thank you, Brian. Anyways, tough to dislike the guy. He even reached out when I made the original video, said he watched it, thought it was hilarious. The man knows how to take it in stride, clearly, which I appreciate about people, so, keep up the good work, Gooch.
April 5th, 2018.
With 255,000 followers at the time, 9-year-old Lil Tay was the self-proclaimed youngest flexer in the game, garnering attention through verbose videos of her flexing expensive assets like supercars and mansions that turned out not to be hers, by the way, shocker. The contradicting nature of her age and her aggressive demeanor drew attention internet-wide, ultimately leading to her blow-up that would eventually be her family's downfall. So as of today, Lil Tay's Instagram account now has 2.2 million followers, but she pretty much disappeared off the internet not but a month or two after I made that original video just over a year ago. Now, there were a lot of questions when she initially fell off the face of the earth, but since then, a lot of light has been shed on the situation. I mean, you're talking about a then 9-year-old girl that blew up seemingly overnight, and thinking about the money potential there and coming in a family structure where you have mom and dad separated, you know, both probably seeing dollar signs and both on very different wavelengths, it just became a pretty huge internal family battle for them.
Me and my Billy buzzing on a whole lot of gang shit, and we be moving bricks. I'm only 9 years old, but I be flexing on mama's rent.
Mom thinks she knows what's best to her, bringing her out to LA to meet Lil Pump's manager and blowing her up on Instagram, seeing dollar signs. Dad's thinking, well, my 9-year-old daughter missed a half a year of school. I don't know if this lifestyle is necessarily the best for her. He's probably maybe seeing dollar signs too. Who knows what the internal dynamic there is, but you can just imagine that created a little bit of tension within the family, and God bless her, she's only 9 at the time, right?
My toilet costs more to your rent. Everything in my bathroom costs more to your rent.
Also, there was leaked footage at the time of her brother, who's a little older than her, feeding her lines, which is no surprise there. Her persona was obviously manufactured. I don't think anyone was surprised by that, but I do kind of feel bad that she got caught in the middle of this, you know, shitstorm around this overnight blow up. But there is hope for all you Lil Tay fans, because recently, I believe it was in February, this dude named Rocco Piazza, who's like a 5-year-old star or something, released a music video and Lil Tay was in it. Roll it. So hold on to your shorts, because Lil Tay might be posed to storm back onto the scene like a bat out of hell if mom and dad could just settle their petty differences and decide on who is better suited to make their 11-year-old daughter a social media exploit.
May 9th, 2018.
With 132,000 followers at the time, Lil Skits was on the come up as someone whose only marketable quality was his willingness to be a dickhead for views, breaking and entering, harassing retail workers, and just being a general nuisance to society. He embodied what I consider to be one of the worst side effects of our clout-obsessed generation, being an asshole because it gets views. So fast forward to now, and Lil Skits has 205,000 followers on a new Instagram account.
Shocker.
Because his old one got suspended. Seems to be a running theme amongst this list. So not a whole lot of new content on his Instagram. Honestly, a lot of the stuff is re-uploads from his old account. I think this year he's only uploaded like 7 or 8. No, not even. This year alone, only 6 video clips on his Instagram. I think he's shifted his focus to YouTube. He's got a $1.66 on YouTube now. Things like trying to hit a piñata while blindfolded, gambling in public, social experiment, smoking shisha in public experiment with a huge rack in the thumbnail. Pretty typical YouTube stuff here. So the whole video is just them playing dice in public to a copyrighted song that I'm not going to play. I do have to give him props. So the camera works nice. I feel like the production quality is definitely gone up. If he keeps it up and he keeps the blatant harassment to a minimum, you know what? Good on you, man. I would suggest, however, maybe try using a non-copyrighted song. Then you'd be able to make a few bucks from the video. But you do you, man. If you don't want to take away from the artistry, I understand.
June 27th, 2018.
With 1.1 million followers at the time, Hammy TV was your classic prank versus prank couple pulling off massive Instagram views with their blatantly fake pranks. Now, the secret to their success is apparent when you look at their page, as every thumbnail is usually the couple in some very sexually provocative position, generally highlighting some select female body parts that tend to drive clicks. Now, it's hard to knock them for doing what works, and if we're being honest, I did chuckle at some of their videos, but I digress. Hammy TV still on that Instagram grind, now at 4.4 million followers, still with a catalog full of massively provocative thumbnails, and just pumping them out. I think they've become even more self-aware at this point, where like before it was like you couldn't tell if they were joking, like they knew it was fake and their audience knew it too. Now it's just, you can tell they're doing, it's a skits mostly.
Hey babe, feeling horny?
Oh yes! Oh my god, this is gonna be really it. Ah!
Hey babe, are you horny?
So almost every skit is adult themed at this point, with the majority of their content boiling down to them embarrassing each other in public, I guess, which is, there's an audience for that, so.
Why do you always blame it on me? That's what I don't...
Send a dick pic to my mother!
I didn't know it was your mom!
Jesus, clip your lav mic much. My God. Anyways, I gotta put a little respect on these two just because we live in the same state. We're close, so in case he ever sees me in public, he's ex-military. I don't want him to smoke me in the throat while I'm not looking, so congrats, guys. Keep up the hard work.
August 8th, 2018.
With 283,000 followers at the time, Daddy Longneck was already well on his way to becoming a household name. With a neck longer than a Minnesota winter and limbs like popsicle sticks, he was able to make the stupidest videos ever and still blow up because people had to know why his neck was just so damn long. And in the most unlikely of partnerships, he would later team up with the Gucci Berry to create some of the most visually jarring video experiences in existence. Instagram's perfect yin and yang content duo. So last but definitely not least, another one of my personal favorites, probably because of how close he's become with the Gucci Berry, and together, I mean, the juxtaposition between the two is just outstanding. They are a true Bonnie and Clyde couple.
No, let me show you how to do this.
You kidding me? This is content. I could shut the blinds and lock my doors and spend night and day for the rest of my life working to make my Mona Lisa. And no matter what I churned out, it would not hold a candle to this poetry in motion, this toccata and fugue in D minor if music was for the eyes. just a beautiful and culturally relevant masterpiece. Oh, but Leon, what's toccata and fugue in D minor? What are you talking about? Roll it.
Daddy long neck hair, and this is for the people we're trying to inspire all around the world to not give a fuck about what others gotta say about you. Be yourself. Doesn't matter if you're skinny, fat, or look weird, or even sound different than others. You know, keep on being yourself and never give up.
Nobody can stop us.
Nobody. Lady like a fucking titty.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. That was pretty awesome. I'm gonna let Daddy Longneck hold the W for that one. Well played.
Bro, what the f are y'all doing?
I'm just getting my neck scrubbed.
Oh, how can you compete with that? You can't. You can't compete with that. Daddy Longneck just killing the game right now. I expect big things from him in the future. What a cast of characters. Half of them suspended somewhere along the way. Some of them got their accounts back. Others created other accounts and continued the grind. Some of them thriving, others not so much. And you know what? My tolerance for this type of thing has gone up over the years, probably due to my willingness to immerse myself in it, to make content of my own. My only rule really is, as long as you're not being a blatant, disrespectful dick to other people, or just going out of your way to ruin other people's day or interfere with their day for your own clout and your own means. But other than that, man, I say have a ball. Just want to thank all you guys for supporting me over the years, those that have come back time and time again to watch these insufferable Instagrams. I do have fun making them. I don't know how long I'll continue to do them, because obviously making videos on Instagram you know, is already probably past its shelf life, but occasionally I still have fun doing it. If you knew and you enjoyed the video, it would mean the world if you'd subscribe. Love it when you guys leave comments. I do like to read through those. And one last thing before you go, if you don't mind, just run downstairs, pour yourself a tall 20-ounce glass of ice cold milk, then head to the bathroom, do a handstand on the toilet bowl and give yourself a swirly. Then go back to the kitchen, wrap your hand in 3 layers of tinfoil, and just dragon punch that glass of milk as hard as you can so it spills all over the kitchen floor and the glass shatters all over the place. And you just want to get down, lie on your back in the glass and milk, and do 10 to 12 snow angels, unzip your fly, and you hip thrust that motherfucking like button for me. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you in the next video. Peace. Oh dear Lord, my YouTube's collectible just went live and is that making me sweat? Available in limited quantities for 24 hours. I think it might be time you had your very own Nigel to have your way with. About a month ago, I posted a very special Insufferable Instagram recapping almost all of the previous series subjects to see how they were surviving these days in the unforgiving battle for online relevance. And you guys really seemed to enjoy it, but I made one fatal mistake. I left out the godfather of deplorables, the infamous Boonk Gang. And boy, did you guys let me know it in the comments. Good Christ. Now, in my defense, Boonk wasn't technically part of Insufferable Instagram because I hadn't solidified that as a series at that point. Anyways, enough of the semantics. Here's your flipping Boonk Gang update, jerks. So my initial video about Boonk was published November 25th, 2017, in which I was very critical of him as a person and the tactics he was using to go viral online. Now, I was certainly not alone in this criticism, and to this day, Boonk remains one of the most hated online celebrities I can think of in recent years. But as you and I both know by now, hate can sometimes be a stronger fuel than admiration when it comes to lighting the fire of someone's popularity. So here's a quick recap of why Boonk had become infamous up to the point I published my initial video in November of 2017. Boonk's brazen Instagram videos often showcased him stealing, harassing the working class, and showing a general disrespect to everyone and everything for the sake of his own virality. Initially going viral for a video where he jumped behind a counter at Popeyes and nonchalantly stole a meal for himself, his nothing-to-lose attitude and repeated willingness to embrace criminal behavior on camera would garner him 3.6 million Instagram followers in the short span of just over 6 months. He started trends like the hood slip and slide, coined the popular phrase "Boonk gang, whole lot of gang," you know what I'm saying? And he was responsible for the term "getting boonked" becoming synonymous with getting getting played or stolen from. He was the living embodiment of the worst side of social media fame. Now, the trickle-down effect of Bunk's distasteful behavior and subsequent popularity was evident everywhere online, with kids all over the place trying to forge their own path to stardom using the same disregard for the law and disrespect for basic human sensibilities. And it was that influence on these young kids that probably bothered me the most, to be honest, and at that time, I would have loved nothing more than to see Bunk's existence get deleted off the internet, and if he went skydiving and his parachute didn't open, probably wouldn't have lost a wink of sleep over it. But I like to think I've grown since then, and I want to approach this matter more delicately from a place of human empathy instead of just anger, and I think a great place to start is his No Jumper podcast appearance that took place just 1 month after I made my initial video. But before we jump headfirst into that, Nigel's been begging me off camera to have a quick word with you guys, so what's up, bro?
Yo, what you mean, what's up, fat ass? You already know what it is. Today's the live date for my YouTube's collectible, baby. Nigel's famous now, bitch. We finna pop bottles and smash models. Let's get it.
Oh, snap, you're right, these did just go live. And just to clarify, this is my collectible, not yours, and you can get yours now if you pause this video and go to youtubes.com.
Amen, Leon. And I'm here to tell the Tomato Mafia what kind of life-changing benefits they can expect when they get their very own Leon Lush collectible. You'll now have someone to keep you in perfect focus while you're vlogging your definitely exciting life. He acts as a Michelin 5-star rated safety helmet for scenic bike trips. He even stunt doubles as a dryer sheet. He can replace your child, and he will never cry or shit his pants. He's a delicious addition to your morning cereal, providing 3 billion important dietary GMOs. He can also replace your water intake for maximum hydration. He'll offer encouragement when you're pinching off a tough one. And finally, he'll keep your wife happy at night while you're up late editing stupid YouTube videos. The evidence speaks for itself, so stop what you're doing and open your browser and go to youtubes.com and change your life today. Now, these ship worldwide, and they ship absolutely free, but they are in limited quantities, and they will never be made again. So take that giant leap of faith and lead yourself into a more fulfilling life. Hallelujah.
In this hour-long podcast, a visibly and admittedly sober Bunk, which he stated was a recent decision.
I just stopped. Yeah, I went through a withdrawal for like a couple days, but that's it, just a couple days.
How do you feel now?
Feel good.
Takes us through a journey through a large portion of his life and his recent rapid rise to popularity. But it was my first experience seeing a more human side of Bunk outside of the obnoxious viral videos that he became famous for.
Like me, I'm coming from nothing. I ain't got shit to lose. You know
For real.
what I'm saying?
I mean, that's what you could tell. That's what I would say when I watched your videos at first. I was like, man, this guy got nothing to lose.
I ain't got shit. Yeah, I'm gonna give you know, and I got to do something with my life. I start making videos.
From his abusive and broken home life to his foster care and homelessness roaming the streets, his stealing out of necessity before the cameras were around because his mother didn't keep any food in the house and he had no clothes to put on his back. Bunk was clearly a dude that was dealt a rough hand growing up, and he was doing whatever he could to survive without any sort of boundaries. And I'm not excusing his behavior by any means. I'm just offering some additional perspective on where he came from. He talked about his heavy Percocet and Xanax abuse, which I believe fueled his online debauchery as he started to realize the stuff he had grown up doing to survive, he could just film himself doing and garner a massive amount of attention online. And that attention became a new kind of addiction, giving him quick dopamine hits every time a video would go viral, helping further anesthetize the pain of his childhood. Now, at the time of this interview, it seemed like a turning point for Bunk, where he was very adamant about leaving behind the stuntman Bunk, which he called himself, that initially made him famous, and trying to embrace what he considered his real self, Bunk, the rapper or musician.
Are you really leaving all that behind?
Yeah, like it kicked off. I'm glad it kicked off. You know what I'm saying? I got everybody's attention.
Right.
But that's not who I want to be. I didn't want to be a stuntman.
Right.
I want to just give the people the artist side of Boom Gang.
Hell yeah.
So
I'm so glad that we got this interview when you were sober.
Now, due to his checkered past with the law and his already handful of arrests because of some videos he had recorded, it's probable that this come-to-Jesus moment for Bunk was a necessity to keep himself out of jail. But it was a promising turn for sure. A sober Bunk gang wanting to make some better life choices. Hell yeah, baby. I'm here for it. Unfortunately, that sobriety would turn out to be short-lived, as 2018 turned out to be one of the most difficult times for this master of thievery. He started out the year waving a loaded gun around at a radio interview with his finger on the trigger, making everyone there uncomfortable, rightly so, and proved that he really hadn't made that much progress as a human yet.
I wouldn't pull the gun out, and I don't feel comfortable having a gun in the studio. You could put it.
One bust some shots.
No, not in here.
Fast forward to March, and police get a warrant to search Bunk's residence in Calabasas, probably in large part due to his self-incriminating posts he was putting on social media, which is always so serendipitous when this happens to people. But they search his place, and he gets arrested for having assault weapons and narcotics he didn't have a prescription for. Whoops-a-daisies. Anyways, he got out on a $35,000 bail, and from here, things start to spiral pretty rapidly. Now, Bunk had mentioned in the No Jumper interview the possibility of him getting signed with Offset, but that never came to fruition, and it seemed pretty clear over these past couple months that he had really been pushing the music career, and it wasn't quite popping the way he had hoped. It seemed, shocker, that people just weren't as interested in his music as they were in him recording himself being a brazen criminal. So now it's July 1st, 2018, and Bunk inexplicably posts stories to his Instagram of him engaging in very explicit acts with some primo thoughts. Now, it's pretty clear at this point that Bunk was back on the drugs heavy, and his motivation behind posting these is mystifying. Everybody knows if you do that sort of thing on Instagram, you get deleted. I'm sure his judgment might have been a little clouded, but his need for attention probably played a role as well, and he did go viral on Twitter. He was a trending hashtag, and those Instagram stories saw over 7 million views apiece before the next day, his Instagram account got deleted.
Get that crap out of here.
Hope it was worth it. Newsflash, it wasn't. Now, in hindsight, Bunk wasn't dealing well with the reality of losing his 5.2 million follower Instagram account, and just a few weeks later, on his now famous return to the No Jumper podcast, Bunk is pretty much circling the drain in this interview with Adam22, who's visibly concerned and irritated.
All right, well, listen. This interview is going viral.
Well, he was right about that.
So what's going on?
No. We're not in the interview yet. We're just chilling right now. So
You know we're live though, right?
Now, from what I understand, this was unplanned. Bunk just showed up obliterated to Adam's podcast studio, and Adam didn't want anything to do with it, but he just rolled with it for about 30 minutes of Bunk's incoherent ramblings, and we're able to get a couple of points out of him before his famous clip of him basically passing out and falling into the wall of the studio.
Okay, why did your Instagram get deleted?
Why my Instagram get deleted? Have you seen my Instagram?
Not in a while because it got deleted.
All right. Before it got deleted, have you seen my Instagram?
I did see you getting some top.
All right. You see me getting top. But is that fair that my Instagram get deleted?
I would say that's pretty clearly like a violation of their terms of service, yeah.
No.
So Bunk's basically like, yo, Adam, did you see my Instagram? He's like, well, not for a while. It was deleted. And Bunk's like, well, did you see it before it was deleted? It was popping. And Adam's like, yeah, well, that doesn't really matter if it just gets deleted.
I got 8 million views in like 6 hours.
Was it worth it?
Yeah, it was worth it. Because listen,
I don't think Bunk really had it set in yet that he wasn't going to be able to get his account back at this point.
5.2 million before they deleted me.
Okay. So, but I mean, it's no use getting a bunch of followers if you're just going to get your account deleted.
No, listen. I'm not deleted. I'm suspended.
For how long?
Spoiler alert. Forever.
When I come back on the gram, I'm gonna come back more. I'm gonna come back more stronger. People are missing me. People are wanting to see me. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So when I do come back, they're gonna be like, finally, yes, he's back.
Spoiler alert again. It never came back.
Boot gang, whole lot of gang. You already know, we out here.
So eventually Bunk starts falling asleep mid-sentence, so they wrap it up, and it ends with this iconic moment.
Shout out to the homie Bunk.
Oh my
God. Help me with. Okay.
All right,
You good? You good?
Yep. Man, add me, I'll take a picture.
Now, there was a mixed response to this podcast. A lot of people were concerned, rightfully so. There was a lot of people that were pumped about it because they're like, screw this guy, karma's a bitch, because he had a lot of people that didn't like his online existence, myself included. But I personally had mixed feelings. I never like to see or celebrate someone clearly struggling with addictions or some serious demons, which is clearly what was going on with Bunk Gang at this point. So following that interview, Bunk was clearly flirting with rock bottom. I think more and more as the realization that he wasn't getting his IG account back, the reality started to set in. He was posting what seemed like cries for help on his socials.
Posting things like, I do drugs because I feel alone. When I'm high, I feel nothing. When I'm sober, I feel everything. And my whole life, people push me away, acting like they care about me.
Shortly after that, he had uploaded some videos of him crying, and then this all culminated into him uploading stories on his way to the hospital bloody because apparently he had been shot 2 times in the leg. Now, at the time, nobody knew what had happened. Everyone was concerned. They didn't know if someone was trying to kill him or if he had tried to do it himself. But as things unfolded, it looks as though Boonk had actually shot himself in the leg, and it was pretty murky as far as the details. But a lot of people were speculating that he did it on purpose for clout, because we know how addicted he is to that attention, or he had possibly failed an attempt at taking his own life or accidentally shot himself. No one really knows the truth. I'll let you make your own assumption on that. So Boonk's IG gets deleted. He hits rock bottom. He's struggling hard. He's back on the drugs. He's exhibiting some scary behavior, which ultimately leads to him recording himself in a car on the way to the hospital with 2 self-inflicted gunshot wounds to his leg. What happens next? Well, let's fast forward to October.
John Gabbana here, and I just want to say really quick that drug addiction and drug abuse is a real thing, and everybody take drugs for their own reason. I took drugs because I felt, and I still feel empty inside. You know, I got a lot of shit going on in my personal life that I'm not going to get into, but I had to stop and slow it down because I felt myself dying. Literally felt myself dying. And I realized that it's too early for me to die. Shit, I just turned 22. I got a lot to live for. And I want to say, if there's anybody out there with a drug addiction problem, that I hope you stop and slow it down, and that you realize that you have a lot to live for as well. You know, God loves you. But I'm gonna finish enjoying this beautiful day outside and this donut. Everybody stay safe. Let's get to this bag. You know what I'm saying? We all got a lot to live for.
Boom! What a turnaround! Good Lord, Boonk is back. He is 2 months clean, and he is just so genuine in this video and speaking with so much self-awareness. It really made my heart tingle. On a human level, it made me happy to see a video like this. Boonk had hit rock bottom, scratched and clawed his way out of it, and now 2 months sober, we witnessed the death of Boonk Gang in the birth of John Gabbana. He released an album around this time as John Gabbana, and he had some world star hip-hop exclusive music videos that were being uploaded. He wasn't getting the same amount of attention as he was when he was Boonk, but he was making a legitimate effort and getting some spins. Now, I listened through a lot of the album, and most of it was pretty trash, but there was one song called I that I think, objectively speaking, could hold a candle to other rap songs, commercially speaking.
I keep a bag up in my safe cause I don't do well with them banks. I be quick to lose my temper, it be hard for me to think.
I mean, that low-key kind of slaps, no? So now we're in 2019, and the first couple of months, John Gabbana would be spending in jail.
Is Boonk in jail? That's a good question. My dude right here will be able to answer that a lot better. I can't answer that question, to be honest. Is Boonk in jail?
Hell nah. You know what I'm saying? Real Crip just got out yesterday.
So it looks like he was eventually sentenced for the May 2018 arrest for the assault weapons and the illegal narcotics, spent a couple months in jail, and then was released late February 2019.
Boom, what happened? Some guns, you know what I'm saying? Some regular shit. Some guns, hit and run guns. Zannies.
So at this point, everyone still knows him as Boonk. That whole side of his online presence is dead, and he did say that he's on 3 years probation now after getting out of jail, so he can't possibly be doing that type of stuff anyways. So he's full bore into the John Gabbana music, and in May, he updates us with this little video.
For those who don't know, February 22nd, got out of jail. A month later, last month, April 8th, signed a record deal. So I'm an official artist signed to the Universal Island Records. Congratulations, yes, I know. I got a project dropping, it's an EP, The Book of John. All my fans should already know about that, you know what I'm saying? 6 songs, no features. So far, no features.
Apparently he signed a record deal with Universal Island Records. He's got an EP on the way. At this point in time, nothing's been released, but it looks like things may be looking up for the future of John Gabbana.
6 weeks, 1 month, while you're together.
Or not, because 6 weeks ago, in the beginning of July, apparently Boonk was out and gotten in an altercation with some people. Nobody knows really what led up to it. Some people are theorizing that he was going back to his old ways and trying to do some dumb pranks in public, but some guy came up out of nowhere and sucker punched him in the jaw and just shattered it to pieces. I'm not going to show the footage for obvious reasons, but it's easy to find online. But anyways, Boonk had to have his jaw wired shut for 6 weeks, which makes it not only difficult to eat, but probably can't do a whole lot of rapping in those 6 weeks, so it might have to put John Gabbana on ice for a bit. Now, as you might expect, there was an overwhelming response of people happy that he got demolished and had to have his jaw wired shut, because the stink of his ex-career as a thieving dickhead hasn't quite washed off yet, even though he's trying to make strides in a new direction as John Gabbana. So here we are, the legendary thieving Boonk Gang whole lot of gang, you know what I'm saying, is now John Gabbana the rapper. His socials are an absolute mess. From what I can tell, his Twitter is deleted. Obviously, his original IG got deleted. His John Gabbana IG, I think, got deleted, and now he goes by Gabbana.ig, which is literally just 3 posts of him promoting his new release, which just came out yesterday at the time of me recording this. So although Boonk may be dead and replaced with John Gabbana, he will forever live in our hearts as one of the most obnoxious pieces of shit to ever grace the internet. And now he has gone from a caterpillar and flourished into a beautiful butterfly, flying into a career as a cookie cutter, pretty untalented rapper. So shed a tear for Boonk if you must, but grab your AirPods and settle in, because Universal's fresh and upcoming artist John Gabbana is probably currently laying down some fire bars through a wired shut jaw. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for heading to youtooz.com and picking up this limited edition collectible, and thank you for liking and subscribing. Until next time, this is Lou Bega with Mambo number 5. Over and out.
Lord, we are gathered here today to remember the prolific life of luxury pranks, to celebrate their steadfast commitment to misleading their very young audience by fabricating very serious and unsafe situations involving child predation, and to mourn the loss of this thriving YouTube channel whose life was cut too short when YouTube Thanos snapped their revenue out of existence when they caught on to the manipulation of young sensibilities that was taking place. No, you will not be forgotten, luxury pranks, but as God is my witness, I do declare that you will most certainly not be missed. Amen.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to a brand new jewelry box filled with Cobb salad. My name is Leon Lush, and I am rife with gratitude that you decided to spend a few minutes here with me today. Some of you may recall that Luxury Pranks and I have a bit of a history together, and you may recall their previous business model, which consisted of them serving up fabricated child predator social experiments to their very young audience, where they would run a sting-like operation and catch the alleged predators in the act, effectively cleaning up the streets and becoming heroes while raising awareness or something. You maybe could have called it entertaining to the self-aware if you're being generous, but it's not the best look when you're passing it off as real so you can farm clicks and views from kids who just don't know any better, effectively exploiting what is in actuality this very real and sensitive subject matter. Unsurprisingly, several YouTubers made videos about these guys, and after my video went live, things got a little weird, which I won't get into here because I covered all in this video from a year ago. And then shortly after that, I got Parker, who's one of the channel leads, to agree to an interview to see if I could get just an iota of truth out of him. And it just ended up turning into this weird dog and pony show of him dodging all the questions and gaslighting me when he didn't have a logical response, but it was kind of interesting. All the child predators in your videos are legit child predators.
It depends. I mean, dude, what do you classify as a child predator?
I don't know. Parker, you're the expert here, man. So here we are a year later, and I go to find out what they're up to, and come to find out, Luxury Pranks is RIP. Rest in pepperoni. But fear not, because Chester and Parker are not only alive and well, but they made some lateral transitions and are now thriving in their new vertical. So we're going to take a look at what happened to Luxury Pranks, and more importantly, what they're up to today. after this quick word about today's video sponsor, ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN is an industry-leading virtual private network. It's super simple to use, hella fast. It protects you and your data and allows you to stream and download content without restrictions wherever you are. I've personally been using their service for close to a year now for several reasons. I do a lot of work in cafes, places where there's public Wi-Fi, where your data is essentially free for the taking to any hackers with just a little bit of know-how. Bank passwords, social media logins, you name it. You might as well just scribble them on your forehead if you're doing any actual sensitive work on a public network. But ExpressVPN, you see, they protect you from all that by encrypting your data. Additionally, it lifts any geo restrictions when you're browsing or streaming content. Can't watch your favorite show in the country you live in? No problem. Just log into a remote server, watch whatever the hell you want. Whether you're on your laptop, your iPhone, your Android, it doesn't matter. ExpressVPN has an app for whatever device you're using, so you can keep making banger TikToks no matter where you are. So take back your privacy and your internet freedom today and find out how you can get 3 months free by using my link in the description. That's expressvpn.com/LeonLush. Thank you so much to ExpressVPN for sponsoring this video and supporting creators like myself. You'll love to see it. So looking at the Luxury Pranks YouTube channel, you see 2.18 million subs, but they haven't uploaded in over 7 months. But I remember just around the time, about a year ago, when they were getting a lot of flack for these fake social experiments, they started a second channel called Life of Luxury, that was it was supposed to be more like a vlog channel, and they weren't really sure at the time, but going through their video list there, you scroll back and you see this video called YouTube Wants Us Off Their Site, Luxury Pranks. I think maybe a more appropriate title would have been Everyone Above the Age of 12 Wants Us Off the Site, but this will have to do. Let's take a look.
Welcome. I'm sure that if any of you know what's going on, there are a lot of questions on your mind, and I assure you, there are more questions on my mind right now. If you don't know what's going on, we've basically been totally shut off of ads on YouTube on Luxury Pranks.
Oh no, really?
So, as you can see, every single video we've ever uploaded has either been removed or just completely demonetized. Oh, I'll go to the next page here. Copyright strike, remove, demonetize, remove, demonetize, remove, demonetize, every single thing. So basically, right now, to the best of my knowledge, YouTube is trying to totally kill our channel, Luxury Pranks. So welcome to Life of Luxury.
So it sounds like YouTube caught on to what they were doing and just demolished their channel by demonetizing everything across the board, no matter what they uploaded, rendering the channel fiscally unviable.
We tried emailing YouTube. They provided no explanation. The guy that I talked to just kept sending me links to articles that I could read about community guidelines.
Okay, that part is relatable. YouTube is laughable when it comes to communication, even when you're talking about destroying somebody's livelihood.
This channel needs to pick up. Life of Luxury needs to pick up if you want us to even be a possibility on this site. If not, know that we're not giving up, because if I fall 7 times, I stand up 8. And YouTube, if this is your way of letting us know that you don't want us making content on your site anymore,
yeah, I'd say that's pretty clear.
You're doing a horrible job.
Seems like they did a pretty good job, which is why Luxury Pranks is now dead. So what were Chester and Parker gonna do? Just lie down in the fetal position and cry themselves to sleep? Watch everything they had worked so hard for slip away because of YouTube's iron fist? Hell no! Just like Parker says.
I stand up 8.
Hell yeah! And if YouTube kills one of your channels of fake bullshit, you just start up another channel of fake bullshit, which is exactly what they did. And they're crushing it. And that's where Life of Luxury comes in, a channel they use to dip their toes in some vlogs, some Q&As, and some bathtubs full of olive oil. But once Luxury Pranks was canceled, well, they tried bringing the Predator social experiments over here, and I imagine ran into more demonetization. So then they took a risk on something new. And they found their new golden goose. Spooky paranormal videos with black thumbnails and a lot of red arrows. Absolutely genius. Sleeping, crawling, dad, sleeping, watching, sleeping. How the hell do you not click on that? Oh my God.
You're delivering it here?
Jesus. Anyways, I'm excited to take one of these for a spin.
What could he be doing in the basement that he needs to hide from his daughter?
Hi, Kelly, nice to meet you. What's your dad's job? Why is he working in the basement?
He said he was a surgeon, but I've never seen him work in the hospital, only in the basement. Last night, I got these marks.
Bite marks?
Sort of bite mark?
Basement dwelling surgeon dads and bite marks? Go on.
We received a report from a 19-year-old girl named Kayla. Kayla lives with her dad, and she says that he works in the basement of their house. She also says weird things have been happening in her house at night, like screaming and scratching noises coming from the basement.
I'm already loving this because it's literally the exact same formula as everything on their Luxury Pranks channel, except they just replaced the sexual predator stuff with weird paranormal stuff, and it's work.
Sounds coming out of those things.
I didn't realize because I thought if your computer was off, it wouldn't make any sound.
It does sound creepy. You only hear like little. It sounds like whispering, doesn't it?
No, it sounds loud. Like I'll hear like screaming, and I don't know where it's coming from. Sometimes, I thought, oh, I wonder if he left the game on. I don't know how it works.
I'm ready.
Alright. First, we'll put pizza. What sounds good?
Are you a SpongeBob fan?
SpongeBob. I'm ready, yeah. Is that when you said that? You said that. Did you remember anything? I don't know if this is my password. I need my old phone. It has my Domino's password. Let's see. My back hurts. Ah! Sorry, Ollie. I'm gonna borrow your charger real quick. My phone's dead as well. Just to turn on your phones. We'll go ahead and start this. I'm ready. I'm ready. Oh.
Oh. 20. It was last year. I'll ask my mom if she wants anything.
Domino's.
Come on. You want any Domino's?
What?
Would you want anything from Domino's? What do you want? Belle, do you want anything?
Yeah. Thin crust? Yeah.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, no problem. She wants a thin crust pepperoni.
Pepperoni?
Yeah.
still be getting paid more than I got paid. That's her. Okay with it. Alright, let's see. They have some coupons. They have 2 large 2-topping pizzas and Oreo stuffed cheesy bread. Stuffed cheesy bread, I call it. Oreo 2 large 1-topping. Where's their phone number again? Alright, so your mom wants she want regular sauce, on white sauce, Alfredo sauce. I'm gonna ask her if she wants garlic Parmesan white sauce. Ask her.
She said she's okay with anything as long as it's the drip crust. She told me.
Put your arm back on. Yeah, but she may not know the options.
Can we just get us the phone in her and
Have her build it.
yeah.
Yep. Keep going. What you want? Baby, I got it. All I ask is for respect for you. Take it easy, Let me see. Zoom it. Where's your Nicole at?
I don't know. She just did it and then next.
Alright, what do you want? Let's see. You wanted a specialty pizza. What was it called again? Come here. Why don't you
I'm
look
gonna
and
look
see if
at
they
it.
have. They have the Cali chicken bacon ranch, Memphis barbecue chicken.
chicken barbecue sauce. I don't know what all it is. It's called the Memphis barbecue chicken. Or Memphis
I know
barbecue.
what's on it. I used to work at Henry's.
What?
I used to work at Henry's.
What was the first part of the thing you said?
I know what's on it. And I like the sauce. So you get the barbecue sauce instead of the other sauces. Alright, next.
woods. It's not really all that safe to go roaming around. People can get lost up here.
Thank you, Jessica. Appreciate that.
Just wash the mud off and rub some baking soda on that stain.
Dad, why don't pets live as long as people?
Research.
The clock in your body?
Yes. Humans have a slow metabolism, a slow clock. So if we live longer, whereas cats and dogs fast metabolism.
They die to go with Pet Cemetery.
Yeah, and Ellie discovered a charming little landmark in the woods today.
Okay, well, it doesn't have to be such a bad thing, does it? If they are pets, you remember them. It seems it's not perfectly natural. Just like dying is natural. We all die eventually, one way or another, we all go back to the ground.
Daddy's trying to say is that when another pet's body goes into the ground, it gets so much less pain when it comes to heaven. Just like Pete. One of the characters wishes he come down on you.
Well, we don't see the first exactly what that is. What Mommy and Daddy trying to say is you don't have to worry about this when you're dead. Church and Mommy and Baby will be around a long, long time.
And Gage?
Of course, you didn't. Gage is just a kid. Just a kid.
But what about your sister, Mom? Wasn't she just a kid when she died?
Yeah, that's creepy shit, that story. Right? They should have a spin-off of her sister.
Oh yeah. First time I've seen it.
Yeah, that she's still alive. She said she wasn't sure at one point if she was alive or dead. Or like maybe her story taken care of.
Rachel. Okay?
What was that, Emily?
I know, I'm gonna ask you the same thing. Rachel, Ellie's almost 9 years old. We should be able to talk to her about this.
Ellie's a child. And death for her is scary.
Rachel, this is much shield. I think that I was talking about this. Hold me down, I think you like this. Because I want to get into the bottom of this.
See, you really nail broke. I jinxed it.
What?
Yesterday. Heaven.
Alright, we're gonna do the swallow around test for sure. Could be allergies, but I guess we'll be sure. Stella, please tell me it's almost lunch. I believe I'm for a swollen tonsil, so
Judy went out for sandwiches. Victor Pascal, Victor Pascal, this is here. Remember?
Whoa.
Well, my friend, no time for an ambulance. We need to get blood type. We have a lot of units. We have to stabilize before we transfer. I'm not gonna let you die.
Typo positive, pulling 4 units.
Hurry up with those units, okay, Kelly? We're gonna need to put him with the cervical collar to get him lifted.
He's a guy who lived a long time ago.
Well, I know who Winston Churchill is.
Wow, must be really old.
Thanks, folks, for having me over. It's been a long time since I've had good home cooking.
How long have you lived here?
What, in Ludlow and this.
Come on, we gotta go trick-or-treating with Zoe and Tyler.
Yeah, honey, I'm just gonna say a quick hello to Judd, okay?
Oh, put a spell on me.
You already have. You go wait in the car, honey, and I'll be right there. Go ahead, please. Come back later, we'll take care of this. And Louis, we should do this tonight. Sure, go.
Twisters. Brings me to the fact that we have to tell Belly.
Just tell her. Just tell her.
This is done differently too. Okay. It's difficult for you to talk about it with your previous sister, but I think it's time you find your own help.
I'm just upset about you.
We should talk. You know this is not something.
Ever since moving here, I can't stop thinking about her. She hated me because my spine wasn't twisted like her. She promised me that one day I'd end up just like her. I'd never get out of bed again. My parents left me alone with her. I was supposed to bring her dinner. So he used the dominator that I knew I wasn't supposed to because it didn't want to call her. I watched them wheel her body out, but I swear she was still on the walls. And at night I could hear her moving, calling out my name. I didn't know who to call. What if I had just gone up to the room and given her food?
I should never have left you alone with her. Never.
That makes me a monster.
No, that does not make you a monster. Come on. Hey, it does not make you a monster. Okay? Jen and I are gonna take care of church tonight. Where are you going? I'll just tell Ellie that you ran away. Okay? Yeah?
Does everything like that?
save your daughter from the truth.
Hey, come on, you saw as well as I did. That cat was dead,
I
Judge.
never said he wasn't.
Well, then how do you explain it?
I don't. Nobody can.
You're gonna have to do better than that, Judge.
There are places in this world that are older than either of us. Places that a rational doctor brain like yours will never understand. Nobody knows what that place is, what happens in that stony ground. In the soil of a man's heart is stonier. What we did last night, we did for Ellie. That's your cat now.
Well, it is. What's wrong with it?
Just noticed it.
Where did you take me, Judge?
Charles, you're so stupid. You two out there. Charles, there's something gross in your fur.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah?
I want to go back to our old house.
Alright. You got to slow down, so that
Slow down.
kind of be. So lift up. Let that be around you. So there you go.
It said they may be
All safe
dropping off
and sound.
multiple orders in the area.
Good night. Okay, come on.
Just went out the delivery system for you.
Promise, okay, just like you know, it's gonna be
Dropping
better.
it off.
Alright? Trust me? Right?
Daddy, close the door all the way.
It's been 20 minutes since he left on those.
Love you. She's good. See? Must have been the accident. She'll be dead tomorrow.
beautiful scene. Kathleen and I have exchanged hellos and goodbyes, but we've never sat down, just me and her, to have a conversation. But since Bill encouraged this all to happen, hopefully it's helpful. Thank you for meeting me.
Bill told me I needed to do it, so.
Yeah, I got the same message.
And Bill asked me to talk to Bree. I don't know if she's going to listen to me. I don't think it's going to work, but I'll do it for Bill.
I'm actually surprised that you were even willing to meet. But maybe you have a tip of what to do. When we go to events, I feel shunned. I feel people staring at us. I feel, the little pointing. What can I do to at least have them give me a chance?
The other wives, they feel 20-year-old with a 61-year-old. It's disturbing to them because it's younger than his daughters.
Get it? I know my age is obviously something that separates me. But is there anything I can do to open people's eyes?
Bree, you're a child. He's your grandpa.
Age, trust me, I know. I hear it all the time.
He looks like your great-grandpa.
It's definitely not cool that she keeps calling me a child. And calling is, the definition of being childish. I don't care how it looks.
The problem is these women feel uncomfortable around you because they know that Bill.
What do you mean?
She's just starting. They know that Bill likes women. I mean, I don't want to hurt you, but Bill is not a faithful person. He's a cheater. And you have to know that. I mean, he was on a date last week with somebody.
This is completely ludicrous. I thought this get together was to help me, to know this community, and instead she just told me that the man that I'm in love with is a cheater and a bad guy. I feel like I know the person I'm in a relationship with.
Are you saying you think Bill's been faithful?
I do believe he is.
Absolutely not. We all love Bill, but this is part of our Bill. He has a wandering eye. He always has. He always will. How can you be happy with yourself in that relationship if you know that Bill cheats?
I do not know that Bill cheats. Wrong.
I will tell you this, you're wrong. I know that for a fact.
How do you know Bill's cheating?
I have very close friends that have seen him at events and on trips who got away with it.
And is this recently? Is that true?
Yes.
I know, but you understand where you couldn't believe something unless you saw it yourself, correct?
I believe it because I know people that have been there.
I definitely feel that she's trying to put doubt in my head or make me lose faith in the person that I love. I don't know if she's jealous because I'm with Bill, but it's extremely clear that I should only take what Kathleen's saying with a grain of salt. He's given me reason to trust him. He has earned my trust because it was not given.
Right. This is a pattern of 10 people. What makes you think they're different? You're young, almost a child. I mean, what makes you think that?
Maybe you've seen a different side of him that I have seen.
You're being very naive to
I'm
think
not
that.
being naive. I'm being trustful.
I was married to him almost as long as you're alive. Maybe you can still love a man that will not be faithful. And maybe it's worth, having the big lifestyle and loving Bill, but that does come with it. And you have to know that.
I care a lot if he cheats.
Okay.
And that will not be accepted in our relationship.
Well, what
And
comes
I
out?
will.
Unless you corner Bill and you catch him in something, he's going to tell you. I believe Bree will not leave Bill if she finds out that he's cheated on her. She's naive, and I think she's going to be in for a rude awakening. So I'm telling you this as a helper. Protect yourself.
Next on Marry Millions. I'd like to get you out of the house, okay? Start mingling a little bit.
Meet your friends.
Yes.
Knowing that Shanti's friends have reservations about me, I'm pretty nervous about meeting them.
God, I wish you could put on a penis and date her.
What did my tossing around the marriage idea? Oh, do you think that he just wants like a trophy wife?
My family and friends have their concerns about Drew, but I love him.
That's for you.
Wait, you're serious right now?
I'm serious.
Do you think Bill's cheating?
very strong word.
You could be the second coming of Christ, and they still will not approve of you.
That bad.
If my parents found out how we met, their disapproval would probably get even worse.
Wow. My girlfriend Bree is having a hard time trying to fit into the Dallas social scene.
I am really wondering if this is appropriate.
Maybe you two can spend some time together. You can give her some advice.
Oh, she probably's not gonna wanna hear what I would tell her. I don't wanna hurt you, but Bill is not a bad person. He's a cheater.
Have you ever seen 60 Day Fiance? You ever seen 60 Day Fiance?
No, but I saw it on there and thought about watching it. Seen it?
What do you guys think of that?
It's been a few days since Ryan told me that he lives with his parents. The fact that he's hid something so big from me isn't sitting too well with me right now. I'm concerned a little bit because you weren't really honest and you kind of held back that information, even though it's an important information.
I don't want to lose you.
And I feel like he's deceived me by not letting me know. And yes, I am willing to give Ron a chance if he's honest from here on out.
What a beautiful day.
It is, isn't it?
Beautiful just like you.
Thank you, sweetie. How are you?
I'm really nervous to see John T, but we're going on a nice hiking trip in the middle of nowhere. And I have no idea what she's up to. Maybe I'm gonna get dumped. If I get tired, you'll carry me, right?
Sure, yeah. Getting winded yet? I think I can hear you breathing. Look at that. Gorgeous.
Nice view.
I'm glad we're doing this.
Yeah, it's good exercise, beautiful day, enjoying it with good company.
Mm-hmm.
What? You got a bone to pick with me. I see a snarl.
No. Let's just talk a little bit about you living with mom and dad.
That's not cool.
Well, I mean.
Not cool for school.
Well, it's not that it's not cool, but, let's talk about why you didn't tell me.
Well, pretty much all relationships, they take time to expose everything.
6 months is pretty significant.
Well, guess what, though? Guess what?
What?
I told you.
Is there anything else?
Do you want to look at my diary?
No more secrets, right?
No more secrets.
I know I'm taking a risk at giving Brian another shot, but I really do love him. And
Wait, so is he like, what is he?
She's rich, he's not.
Ah.
She's like a billionaire, maybe a millionaire.
no, family is very important to his mom, and it's very important to me as well. I figured you this
He's
time.
just a cookie.
Because my clock is ticking and I see a future with Brian. I'm choosing to trust that he's done keeping secrets from me. I just hope he doesn't prove me wrong. So, sweetie, there's a networking party that's coming up, and
You're just hitting me at all angles.
I'd like to get you out of the house, okay? Start mingling a little bit. There's
Okay.
a Vegas legal party, actually. So it's kind of like a networking party.
Like people in the legal industry?
Yeah,
Like lawyers?
absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
so
so what does it have to do with me? I'm not a lawyer.
I'm gonna go, and my friends
Oh, okay.
are gonna be there. So
Meet your friends.
yes,
Knowing that Janti's friends have reservations about me, I'm pretty nervous about meeting them.
let's talk about getting you an outfit. Maybe a suit or something.
I don't have a suit though.
All right, well, I'll give you my credit card, and you go buy whatever you like.
Even though none of this, not one bit of this is my thing. I'm in the doghouse a little bit, so I guess I'm wearing a suit. Okay, I'll do it, but we have to have a limit. $50 max.
Sure. I don't think you'll get a nice outfit for $50.
No?
Yeah.
Okay, will you carry me now?
Okay, yeah, let's go.
They all live in mansions. Millionaires and billionaires.
So excited.
My parents
I don't
do
like
not
her.
approve of my relationship with Drew because he's so much older
pretty thing on his arm, like a trophy wife.
I feel like he's been real with me from the get-go.
Real about everything.
My family and friends have their concerns about Drew, but I love him.
I think he's trying to limit you.
This is exactly why I haven't told anybody how we really met.
You're obviously taken care of, like, financially, but, like, is that what you really want?
What do you really mean? We first met on the Sugar Daddy website.
What's that?
So what I mean is a website that older, wealthier men typically use when we attract young women.
You don't want to put yourself in a position where you're being admired for your looks and not your brains as well.
I had just broken up with someone. I was feeling really down on myself, so I went online and Drew reached out to me. I feel like people have a lot of weird ideas about what kind of relationship that entails, so I have to do whatever it takes to make sure no one ever finds out, because if they do, I'll basically lose any chance I have of getting people to accept our relationship. Boy, I'm Kate. I'm 34 years old, and I'm from Palm Desert, California. Good boy. I grew up right outside of San Diego. We didn't have a lot of money, and the town I grew up in, it was pretty rural. From the time I was a little kid, I always just loved animals. Oh. I'm getting a cookie, with or without you. I even love the idea of bringing in rescue animals, but my apartment is definitely not big enough. Hey girl, how's it going? Good, how are you? Right now, I'm currently living with my very good friend Ide, and I love living with her.
Are you going to church this weekend?
Yeah, are you singing?
I think so, yeah.
I grew up going to church, and my faith is very important to me, and we share that, and that's really important to both of us.
I'm gonna be heading out, so I'll see you later tonight.
Okay, sounds good. She's a great roommate, but I'm hoping that very, very soon my future roommate will be my husband, and I hope that will be Sean.
Get my Tiger Woods on. There we go. I'm Sean. I'm 29, and I live in Palm Springs, California. The ground's not flat. It's embarrassing. Just put that in like that. Caught a day, yeah. We're gonna have to work on that, though. Yeah, we gotta work on that, definitely. I'm a businessman from New York. I've always been interested in, entertainment and business. When I was in high school, I started booking artists and celebrities for events and throwing events myself. From there, I just started my next company, and my next company, and my next company. I'm in stealth mode. You're always in stealth mode. Always, man. I like to creep up on people. I definitely put a lot of pressure on myself for success because we didn't have a lot of resources growing up. My parents were immigrants. My parents bust their butt. They got their education, and they worked to get to where they're at. And I did the same thing. It's fun being in the millions at this age, but it's even better when you can get to the
He's in the
millions.
millions at 29.
Get in the billions.
Damn.
Some of the perks of being young and successful is I can do whatever I want, buy whatever I want. I'll buy a brand new Mercedes, or I'll buy a brand new Maserati, I'll buy a brand new house. I live in a beautiful 5,000 square foot home in Palm Springs.
5,000
I live on a lake,
square
so it's
foot
nice
home.
being able to just come in my house, walk to the backyard, get on my boat, drive
That
around,
puts everyone
my
to shame
neighbors. Like
at his age.
What does he do?
He's an entrepreneur. He owns a lot of companies that he's made.
Cool.
When I was younger, I was definitely playing the field more. I wasn't trying to have a serious relationship. I was trying to live and enjoy and date around and stuff. But everything changed when I met my girlfriend Kate. Attack! Hey, good to see you. I met Kate at a conference in Palm Springs where I was booked to speak on a panel. And she was in the first row, and I thought she was super cute, taking her notes.
There are a lot of people there, and you seem really busy, and I just didn't think you would notice me, but I'm glad you did.
watch the movie later, sweetheart. Love of mine.
How about now?
Do you want to watch it?
Yeah.
Okay then. Let's watch it. Hey, Allykins. What you doing, sweetheart? You want to smell? I love him. Alright, pet cemetery. Here it is. Resume. It's from the cat. Chloe Bear. Here she comes. Chloe!
Chloe.
Chloe! Chloe Bear! Hey, Chloe! Come here, Chloe! Come here! Hey, baby girl. Hey, big mama. Hey, big mama. Hi. Hey, gorgeous. Hi. So fluffy, huh? Such a big old baby. Ugh, I love you, Chloe Bear. I love you. So much hair. Look at it. Big baby. Big, big baby. Small butt. Look at her small little butt cheeks. Small little butt cheeks. But a big old belly. Come here, Chloe. Come here.
Of course.
Come here.
I love it.
There she goes.
Don't do that.
Oh,
Don't
wash
look
my
at it.
hands. You want to wash yours? I'm so stuffed, Ollie. So stuffed.
friends from Boston. Hey. Invite your parents in.
Me, Spartacus.
Hey. Turn this around. Okay. Turn this around. Well, here's what we can do, though. Well, what is this?
I don't know. Gage drew that.
Gage?
I was 11 when I lost Biff. He'd run over some barbed wire and cuts got offended. Daddy had to put him down out of mercy.
Dad, that's Walter.
There's an old fellow named Stanny Bouchard. He told me about it. The Wendigo. You heard a lot about that all over the North Country back in the old days. It was a myth passed down from the local tribes up this way. But to them, it wasn't just some campfire story. They believed it. They feared it.
Saw these on the trees up there.
Yeah, there were warnings. The local tribes carved them before they fled.
Fled.
And we knew the power of that place. They felt its pull. They came to believe that those woods belonged to something else. The ground was bad.
Sal. Ground is Sal.
So they moved on. But not before they built that deadfall. They built it to keep people out. But it didn't keep people out. The Wendigo may just be some crazy folk tale. But there is something up there. Something that brings things back.
So what happened to your dog, Phil?
He came back. Just like Danny B said he would. But he was changed. It was when he went after my mother that my daddy put him down. For the second time. I thought it would be different with Ellie's cat. I mean, Biff had a mean streak to begin with. But Church, well, was a nice cat. He had her cage. I'm so sorry, Moose. I am. But you feel the power of that place. You make up the sweetest smelling reasons to go back. But I was wrong. Sometimes dead is better. Church, come on, just.
Oh, it's our after all normal and sleep. Regular, nice.
Good luck.
I had a cat named Ditto. Because my sister had a cat named Stranger, who was a stranger that we fed, and didn't live with us, so Ditto came. But she was pregnant, so we took her to this farm miles away.
The cat's credited. Look,
What?
the cat's named JD. That's the cat who asked me when they put the movie.
loves you. And this will help cheer you up. Give a squeeze. Hmm?
I love him, Daddy.
Do? Yeah? Well, I love you. Now go. Have a great birthday, okay?
instead it's daily with the visions.
Yeah, change it around.
Ugh, that was stinky.
What?
Your burp.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I saw Rachel and Gage leaving a little while ago. Lost her. That was it. So it says you over there? Yep. I'll get up there in a few days and finish a few things up. That's good. It's a tough time for you folks to be apart. You know, when you came walking over here, it was a relief. I was gonna come to see you. I should never have shown you that place. But you did. I know what you're thinking of doing, Louis. But she won't come back the same. I'm so goddamn sorry. I did this. Ellie is the first person to touch my heart in a long time. I didn't want her to be so sad. It's that goddamn place. It feeds on your grief. Gets in your mind. I need to close my eyes for a minute.
I was waiting to hear from you. Called earlier.
Had a couple of drinks.
Gage knew too, and I'm.
I'm really wiped out, honey. Is it okay if we talk tomorrow?
Love you.
scratch right there. Scratch. Your nail. Nail. Nail.
Sorry, I couldn't help you. Fix this.
You're a dirty little girl. You make me look dirty. The way they constantly brush hair like that, I hate that sound. She's dead, whoever it is. What's wrong, D?
Miss Mommy and Gage.
Well, Daddy, what about grandpa's?
Are they coming back?
Yeah.
I remember my birthday party. Church was out on the road. So happy he came home. There was a truck. And everything went black.
Well, it's okay now. He'll be back.
Back from where?
Say you're okay, okay? Drink a lot.
I'm dead.
No, no. You're here.
Will you stay with me?
Of course.
I can hear the woods.
That's nice.
Not like that. Inside. Does Mommy know about me?
Please, close your eyes, okay?
Love you, Daddy.
Love you too, Hal.
Oh, that's different. They didn't do that in the. Or no, they did it.
I already fell asleep most time.
I mean,
But I'll fall asleep.
Oh.
Are you gonna hurt me?
dress back on.
You didn't tell her.
Creepy.
Bleach was having a nightmare, or I thought it was a nightmare, and he just started saying that boy's the one who died, and I'm freaking out, and Gage is freaking out, and I just need to talk to her. Just please call me back.
Judd, hi, it's Rachel.
Rachel, you down at your folks' place?
Can you just go over there and check on him, please?
Steven, stop. What are you doing?
He's not answering.
So many fights.
I'll go on over there and check.
Thank you, Judd.
Yeah, I'll see you then.
Back hurts. I like that.
Louis? You in there?
Hey, Judd.
How's your head today?
Oh, it's banging like a drum, Judd.
I don't remember you leaving last night.
Yeah, you passed out. So I gotta get back inside. I've been waiting for Rachel to call all morning. I don't miss it. So.
originally.
It still would happen. I like how they did that because people's there is digital.
Hello, Chet. Slow down.
You're sweet, Norma. She's running down the hill from the detour. I saw her there, Chet. I saw her.
Shut up. You know anything about her?
Did you miss her, Johnson?
That's not my Norma.
Ellie's hurting. You did this to her.
It's not you. It's not you.
You told Lewis about that place. And now we're suffering eternally. We're here now to bring you back so you can suffer with us.
Just come and fucking try.
Bill? Rachel, what are you?
Thank God you. I was so worried. I was calling you. You wouldn't pick up. These nightmares were saying that you were at work. And then your wife gone. I just need you to know us. Just you, me, and Gabe.
It's okay. It's okay. Oh, honey, it's okay. Oh, look at you, hey. Yeah. He gotten bigger? Hey, tell me, come on. He gotten bigger? I think he has. I think he has, and he's gotten a lot bigger. Oh, you smell good. Oh, you smell so good.
What's going on?
I needed more time with her. I wasn't ready to say goodbye to her.
You're scaring me. Just tell me about yourself.
It's my fault she died, Rach. I had to bring her back.
Great and terrible.
There's a place, Rach, deep in the woods. Beyond the pet cemetery. Brings things back.
Are you happy, Mommy?
How you doing, Rach? How you doing? Rachel!
She doesn't want me here.
No. Mommy just needs time.
It's okay. I don't want her here either.
Rachel.
Thought she
Rachel,
left.
please. Just let me explain. You know, what's wrong with you?
She put it.
That is Ellie out there.
No. We buried her. We put her in.
She'd be getting back to us. A second chance.
Doesn't work that way, Lord.
Yes, it does. There's a place in the woods, that place I was telling you about. I couldn't understand it until I buried church up there. That cabin was stayed until we buried it in the ground. We brought it back.
It wasn't the same after that.
Lisa,
did what I think was right. Let God take his own fucking kid. Ellie. Ellie. Ellie, baby, mommy and daddy. We're just...
think on the first one is him and his wife. You know, basically his wife turned him, and then I can't remember what happened to the kid.
You see what I posted? You get it? Do you know how veterinarians take temperature of animals? Through the butt? Let's see. Brian.
Who's Brian?
My brother. Really?
Oh wow.
It's a Cat 5 virus.
That was a pretty good movie.
It's kind of comedic.
Yeah. Could be worse.
What are you getting?
I heard the Grudge remake was really bad.
What are you getting?
Probably water.
Can you get me one? Please. No ice? It's okay. It's still cold, thank you.
Working like a charm.
She sent us this video for proof.
I mean, if that's not proof that Kayla's dad is a nighttime basement dwelling ghost zombie surgeon, I don't know what else you need to see. That's pretty obvious.
Is that her?
Hi. Kayla, nice to meet you. Yeah, can we come in and talk? Okay, Kayla, thank you for letting us sit down with you.
Sure.
Okay, so can you explain to us more what's been going on?
I think there's something moving down there. I saw something in my closet a couple nights ago, and I suddenly started feeling dizzy, and I swear I saw something crawling out of there.
What the hell?
What the hell? Anyways, they build the hype for like the next 4 or 5 minutes.
It can't be, dude.
Bro, there's a passcode.
What the?
They set up some cameras around the house, classic luxury pranks. Chester comes through with some epic foreshadowing.
He's feeling really off about this place.
Good God, man, are you all right? Look at the heartbeat sound effect in the background. Oh, no. All right, that's creepy, I guess.
Yo, wake up. One of the cameras is on the ground.
Probably just fell.
But how would it get on the ground? Check the other ones.
What is that thing? Dude, what is he doing?
What's coming out of her mouth?
We gotta go in, bro. Let's go. Let's go inside, okay? Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, is he sucking her soul out of her body right now? Do they have VFX on this? Hold on a second.
What is he doing?
What's coming out of her mouth?
Okay, this is making The Shining look like a kid's movie. I don't think I can continue. I don't think, you know what? Okay, let's go.
What is that thing? We gotta go. We gotta go. What's wrong with it? What's wrong with it?
She doesn't have a soul! He took her soul! Be careful!
Let's go. What's wrong? We gotta get out of here. What the hell was that thing? Let's go, dude. Drive. Drive.
Do you feel okay? Are you feeling okay?
Well, that was nice of them.
Hey guys, thank you for watching this video. If
No
this
problem.
video hits 100,000 likes, we'll release the next
great news, it
episode.
hit 150.
The video's over now, so you don't need to keep watching.
Oh, tell me twice. I mean, my knee-jerk reaction here is just, wow. Okay, Parker and Chester are pulling out all the stops. It's exactly the same as luxury pranks, just repackaged into the paranormal thing, but you know what I'm saying? As long as you're not exploiting the child predator bit like you were doing before, I'm cool with it, man. Everyone on YouTube makes fake scary videos, and they crush, clearly. Roses are red, violets are blue. You are now in danger. Like to undo. 7.7K likes, okay. Roses are red, my shirt is 2. This man is crawling. Like to undo, okay. Roses are red, violets are blue. The monsters, oh my God. Roses are red, violets are blue. He's gonna come kill you. Like to undo. For the love of God. You know you've hit your target audience of preteens when all of your top comments are like begs. So it looks like they found so much success with these new spooky paranormal videos that they started a third channel, which looks like an offshoot on the same style of thing called Luxury Dark. Let's take a peek. We bought a clown off the dark web. We bought a haunted doll from the dark web. We found a girlfriend on the dark web. God almighty. I hate it so much, but it's genius, I guess. I don't know. They're crushing it. We bought a best friend off the dark web. Let's see what he's like. Already off to a great start.
This episode, Chester found this website on the dark web where you can buy friends online.
Okay, right away we know this video's fake, because if that were actually true, if you could really buy friends on the internet, then people that watch anime would have a way to get friends, and we know that's impossible.
This is probably one of the weirdest things that I've ever heard, but Chester's convinced that if we buy a friend on the dark web, he'll be our friend for life.
It just seems like there's really cool people on there.
So we're gonna sit down and check this site out.
Yeah.
Okay, so this looks like it's the website selling them. My first impression is this looks extremely strange.
Yeah, some of them do look a little bit weird.
Happy friend, full of love, price $1,900, but wait, he's on sale for $1,800. What a steal.
Is this something that people should be doing, though? Buying their friends?
Come on, these are probably better than your average friend.
I don't think they're better at all. I think people on here are going to be really weird, and if we order one of these guys, I think we're going to have a lot of trouble with them.
Okay, full disclosure, I can't even hate these guys right now. This is incredible content right here.
All right, it says here that he'll be your friend for life. He'll become very attached to you, and he'll want to become one with you.
Dude, this sounds like a pretty good friend.
Instructions and rules. Let inside house, don't leave him alone. Simple as that.
Okay, so if we buy this guy and he comes over, what are we going to do with him?
Recreate Lemon Party, obviously. What else would you do?
Hang out with him.
So when is he gonna leave? Is he gonna stay with us? Is he gonna come for a day? Is he gonna?
Jesus, Parker, with the questions, just add the guy to your cart and buy your damn friend!
Okay, so we just bought this guy. We put our phone numbers and address in there. We're supposed to receive text alerts as to when he's going to arrive.
Is it him? I think it's it, dude. It's here. Is that him?
Oh, hey.
Hi, I'm Jimmy.
Hey, you're the friend?
Wait, did you say, are you the friend?
You're the friend?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. You can come inside if you want. Hi, I'm Parker. Nice to meet you.
We're friends. Can we hug?
I'm alright. Sorry, I'm just not really comfortable with that.
So what do you guys want to do tonight?
Actually, it's pretty late. We're actually about to go to sleep.
What?
So, you want to just go to sleep, or?
Dude, I have no idea what's going on here, but these boys have graduated from exploiting a very sensitive topic to god-tier comedy. This is, no cap. This isn't even sarcastic. This is some hilarious shh.
Yeah, we can go to sleep. Who am I sleeping with?
Actually, we have your own bed for you.
That's no fun.
All right, let's be real. Him and Chester are definitely going to smash. We try to sleep and leave Jimmy downstairs. This eerie music is captivating me. Oh, here he goes. Oh, Jimmy is on the prowl right now. He is on the loose. He's about to stir some. Jimmy, it's one thing to knock on a boy's door early in the morning, but you don't drink and play his orange juice. Did he just spit it? Oh, he spit it back into the jug. Oh, Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy.
Danny, I want to show you some tweets. So here's David Sirota. Everyone knows he's the hitman for the... By the way, as badass as David Sirota is to everybody, he's the badass. He's still not allowed to come on my show, just so you know. They're not... the order went out. They are not allowed to come on my show. And I asked him if he would ask permission from Bernie, and they didn't give it to him. So he did tweet this out. I wonder if we will... So there's a sheriff... So around the nation, sheriffs turn to court to stop foreclosures. The sheriffs are doing that. Sheriffs are trying to stop foreclosures on people, not politicians, not the city council in Los Angeles, not the mayor, not fucking Andrew Cuomo, not AOC, not Bernie. They're doing nothing. They're doing less than nothing. They're pretending they're doing something, and that makes people think they're doing something, which is worse. So David Sirota tweets out about that. He goes, I wonder if we will see any sheriffs muster the courage to refuse to evict people during the coronavirus. Here is some lost history from 1983. So I tweeted out, I wonder if the Bernie Sanders or his campaign will have the courage to organize a rent mortgage student loan strike, or use their email list to help organize a general strike, or even really have any idea on what to do right now except make impotent requests online. So I just want to tell David Sirota, because if he's watching, the truth is, one who seeks to achieve freedom by petitioning those in power to give it to him has already failed. Regardless of the response, to beg for the blessing of authority is to accept that the choice is the master's alone to make, which means that the person is already, by definition, a slave. Bernie Sanders is a slave. David Sirota is a slave. Everybody who works in that campaign is a slave. They've got people from the Center for American Progress in the middle of that campaign. There are moles inside that campaign, handpicked by Bernie. Bernie never ran a campaign to win. He forfeited this campaign early on when he wouldn't critique Barack Obama's 8 years and Joe Biden's part in it. And if you're not going to tell people how you got Trump, you're never going to be able to take power from him. And that's a cowardly move. His entire campaign is full of cowards. He's a coward, and his campaign is a fucking colossal failure. Do you disagree with any of that?
Well, what I will say is that, Frederick Douglass said you can't, power concedes nothing without a demand. And the Bernie Sanders campaign and the rest of this, honestly, the rest of this progressive movement happening within the Democratic Party really began with one fatal flaw, I believe, and that is believing that the Democratic Party just went astray.
Yeah.
That somehow we need to get it back to its old values, its own policy, its old policies of serving working people. But what I'll say to that is they've always, I think, gotten history incorrect.
Yes.
The New Deal was not enacted because FDR was a nice guy.
Right.
It was enacted because there were thousands upon thousands of strikes happening.
That's
that
right.
there was workers' actions everywhere. Entire plants were being shut down, and FDR himself had to say, well, we got to enact these reforms to save capitalism because capitalism is going to fall apart. And oh no, they may actually look abroad and see that socialism is over there, and we can't have that here. That's actually how the New Deal was enacted. And so it's backwards to think that electing a Democrat into the presidency, or honestly anywhere, Congress, will give you the conditions you need to enact change. And I always believe that that was the incorrect strategy, that the correct strategy is first to organize workers to make those demands, and then, maybe just then, candidates, even the most progressive of the kind, will actually be held accountable to them. You cannot have any sort of social change unless the movement is accountable to the people.
And it's time that the movement holds Bernie accountable. And they're not. None of them are doing it. None of them. Even the strongest people I thought that would fucking recognize this moment, they're not. The moment is right now. This is a moment made for Bernie Sanders, made for AOC, made for Elizabeth Warren, made for Sherrod Brown, made for anybody who claims to be who they say they are. Bernie says he's the organizer in chief. He's not organizing shit. He's fucking lying to you again. Bernie Sanders is not who you think he is. He's a feckless fucking coward. That's who he is. As Chris Hedges says, our fucking leaders are ineffective at best and venal at worst, and it's our job to make them fear us. Make him fear us. He voted for this because he doesn't fear you. He knows that you'll never fucking hold his feet to the fire, ever. He sucked Hillary Clinton's cock for months, and then he fucking didn't hold the DNC accountable after they cheated us, after they fucking defrocked his delegates, after they turned the lights out on him, put sound cannons on him. He did fucking nothing. And he's doing nothing now. He's doing less than nothing because he's pretending he's doing something. He's tweeting that he's doing something. I'm working on a fourth stimulus. Suck my dick. You have no leverage to get anything done. Quit tweeting bullshit and start organizing. Here's his tweet. You want to see his tweet? Here's his tweet. So now this tweeted out. Listen to this powerful words of this Amazon employee in New York, where workers walked off the job to demand better safety precautions in response to COVID. That was March 31st. An hour ago, Bernie retweeted that and said, Jeff Bezos, the richest man in the world, Amazon, pays zero in federal income taxes. Workers unable to get the protection they need. The greed has got to end. I stand with Amazon workers who are fighting for the... Not a plan on how to make it end. You just had a chance. You just spent for $4.2 trillion. You did fucking nothing to make sure that happened. All this is empty rhetoric. You're flapping your gums with no plan to do anything. You feckless loser. You just signed away a generation. You're going to be dead in a few years, and the rest of the country's going to live in a corporate fucking nightmare, and you're bragging that you got us a water fountain inside the prison they just built us. And this is nothing. What does this tell you, Danny? What does this tell you? What does this tell you? Does this tell you that Bernie has any ideas on what to do right now in the worst fucking crisis in our history, and he calls himself the organizer-in-chief? What does this fucking tweet tell you?
It tells me that the movement to elect Bernie Sanders right now is tailing the crisis. It's behind the moment.
Yes.
And, you know, one of the things that Black Agenda Report has always brought up and that has not always been popular is that, you know, Bernie Sanders has always been an imperialist pig in a lot of ways.
Yes.
He went along with Russiagate.
Yes.
He ceded so much ground in that area.
Which is weak and cowardly and feckless and self-destructive.
And dangerous. Because right now we're in a moment where COVID-19 is spreading across the United States, and there's such a need to focus on the complete failures of the way that the U.S. is organized and structured. And now we have the Washington establishment targeting China and its own response to COVID-19, which has been far more effective than the United States's. And, because Bernie Sanders and the rest of the social democratic so-called movement, left movement here, just hasn't ever challenged the U.S. foreign policy establishment, it leaves us very wide open to a dangerous scenario to come, which is it's time. The U.S. imperialists will say, hey, it's time to blame China. They're getting ready to do it now. And then we're on our way to an even more intense war once this crisis settles, or maybe while this crisis is happening. And Bernie Sanders and the rest are just not able to challenge that. And when I see a tweet like that, I see someone who is behind the crisis, a movement that is behind the crisis, and one that doesn't have the vision and the foresight to understand just how dangerous this moment is, and that there are workers right now who need leadership, and they're not getting that from anyone in the political aisle, and it leaves us vulnerable to so many dangerous things, and that we need to take that one to heart, I think.
I'll show you. I got some more for you. I just went to his Twitter feed right before I came here. Here's another one. Clark County suspends union contract for UMC healthcare workers in the middle of this pandemic, right? So that was tweeted out. And he goes, healthcare workers risk their lives every day to fight this pandemic, and they deserve to have their collective bargaining rights protected. Clark County must reverse. Again, no plan, not an idea in sight. Not a fucking idea in sight. Everyone else is leading, and he's just tweeting about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what all their genius fucking brains inside their campaign. All the fucking morons who thought it was smart not to talk to real progressive media and face questions, and because they couldn't face a question from a dumb motherfucker like me, Bernie goes on The View and he gets his ass handed to him by a dummy like fucking Whoopi Goldberg. He gets his ears boxed in by questions that are 4 years old. That's how fucking horrible he is. That's how little he wants to win this race. That's what a feckless leader he is. That's what a bullshit campaign he's run this entire time, because it never had a vision. It never would critique power, ever. It wouldn't. Have you ever seen Bernie Sanders critique fucking Barack Obama?
No, and that's one of the things that Black Agenda Report talks about all the time is the Obama effect, the fact that there are untouchables within the Democratic Party establishment that even the so-called most progressive elements of the Democratic Party refuse to call out and refuse to demand anything better from. It's not even a matter of calling them out for what they represent structurally. Even just challenging their collaboration in the most heinous policies that have affected working people would go a long way in building the consciousness that his movement and the rest of the working class outside of his movement really needs right now. And it's just incredible to be living through this, I think, and seeing just how ineffective it is to just try to wage a civil campaign within the Democratic Party to win reforms really is right now. I think that's what is really being exposed here, is that you can't run a campaign the way that the Democratic Party and the rest of the political establishment wants politicians to run the campaign and do anything other than serve the rich and serve the elite. And I hope that that's the lesson that comes out of all this, because I think it will generate some creativity so long as people don't fall into despair just because the leader that they followed is not doing what ultimately they were never going to do, which is to bring these massive social changes that we needed. They were not going to do it because not only can they not do it within the Democratic Party structure, but they themselves possess their own inherent limitations individually as folks that want to remain in the Democratic Party and that have a vested interest in doing so. If they didn't, they wouldn't be there anymore after taking all this abuse.
Here is some more tweets from our friend Bernie Sanders. I went to it. There it is. Every hour he tweets out something. He says, in the wealthiest country in history, it is unacceptable that public schools are crumbling. No, it's acceptable because you accepted it. When you say it's unacceptable, that means that you wouldn't vote for something that does that. You did. He said the vote yes for MPS and vote yes for our kids' school district funding referendums on the ballot in Milwaukee and Racine are exactly the kind of investment Wisconsin students need and deserve. Well, isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? You got some more fucking bullshit, flowery bullshit. Under that, he says, in the midst of the exploding unemployment and public health crisis, Congress must pass new and unprecedented emergency legislation that guarantees health care for all and allows every American worker to continue receiving their paycheck. Working in details now. Oh, are you? You're working the details in now, April 2nd, you fucking asshole? Now you're doing it? Now you're working on those details now? Because you didn't even know what was in the fucking bill that you passed the first time because you didn't write any of it, although you told people you did? Can you fucking believe that, Danny?
What is so just infuriating about all of this, too, is that just think about the language that's being used in these tweets. In a moment that calls for even just some 2016 Bernie Sanders-esque, we need a political revolution, we need socialism, we're not even getting that. In a crisis that demands even more than anything that he's ever called for throughout his political career. And so it just, I think, gives us insight into how social democratic movements like the one Bernie Sanders was trying to lead will only fall flat if they stay within a party that is hostile to them. And the whole Democratic Party base moved to the right over the last 4 years.
Yes.
And Bernie Sanders' message has, on the one hand, criticized the establishment sometimes, but on the other hand, has, I think, gone even into more of a capitulation and a conciliatory tone towards the very folks who are just as rabid, if not more rabidly, against him than even in 2016 when they underestimated his campaign. They knew the whole establishment knew what was coming when Bernie Sanders decided to run again. They study their own folks, and they had all the weapons out there ready to chop off his campaign, and ultimately the head was chopped off, and Bernie Sanders didn't say a word about it. And
didn't say
even
a word about it.
His attempts to criticize Joe Biden have fallen so flat that it's almost as if
It's like
they might as well not have happened.
It's like a joke. So, because the only thing people want to know is, is the guy decent and can he beat Donald Trump? And Bernie Sanders says, he's my good friend, he's a decent guy, and he can beat Donald Trump. People are like, okay, well, that's it. Show's over. And I'm voting for Joe Biden. And that's it. And Bernie's such a shitty campaigner, and his campaign, they're so stupid. Half of them are stupid, and the other half are just career climbers, and they're looking for their next job. That's exact. And he's got his campaign filled with those motherfuckers. And there wasn't enough people he could throw under the bus. This campaign, it was Zephyr Teachout. He threw under the bus when she told the truth about Joe Biden. Not only would he not tell the truth about it, but he wouldn't let his surrogates tell the truth. He literally betrayed Zephyr Teachout publicly for telling the truth. Isn't that amazing?
Yes, it's amazing in all the wrong ways. I was just in China before the COVID-19 pandemic broke out. And what is very striking to me about China, contrary to what many people may believe in the United States, is that their leadership, their political leadership, is wholly accountable to the people, because if it's not, they're not going to have a job anymore. Whether it's local officials, whether it's provincial government officials, or all the way up to the state council, they won't have a job if they're not accountable to the people. And this moment here in the United States just shows how not even the most progressive elements of the so-called Democratic Party is accountable to anybody. Because if they were, then those who are talking about Medicare for all, a Green New Deal, like Bernie Sanders, AOC, they would be trying to figure out right now, when already before the COVID-19 crisis, we had people dying without health insurance, people dying because of poverty. And now, when that's going to be escalated tenfold because of the COVID-19 crisis, it seems like the message is becoming even more watered down.
Yes.
And that's troubling. And it just goes, a crisis, of course, shows who we all really are.
That's right.
What we really stand for. And if we're not able to take even the modicum of the risk necessary to inspire people, this is a dangerous moment. People need to be inspired. If they go into despair, the politics of the United States will only move further to the right. That happened during the 2007-2008 financial crisis. That's happened every crisis for the last 40 years. That's exactly what's happened, is that people have moved to the right because they weren't inspired, they were pushed into despair. And so this is a dangerous moment, and I think Bernie Sanders and AOC and the rest, they're not stepping up. Tulsi Gabbard endorsing Joe Biden, that's just the definition of not stepping up to the plate.
I know. That's why I'm going scorched earth on all of them. They're all fucking feckless. They're all worthless. And what we should be telling people is this. Hey, Bay Area, San Francisco, Richmond, Albany, Oakland, Berkeley, people have made an online hub for the rent strike, and the number of active strikes is growing. So go to bayareastrike.org. That's what Bernie Sanders should be doing. He should be fucking using his email to do this strategically. He's not doing anything. Here is Elizabeth Warren. She says, yesterday, we told Secretary Mnuchin that it was ridiculous to require Social Security recipients to file tax returns in order to receive a stimulus check. Good news. Last night, he reversed that policy. This is why we've got to stay in the fight, she says. Danny, what are you... So here's what I tweeted out. I go, good news. You know that prison I just let corporate America build with $5 trillion we gave them for free while robbing you? Well, I'm going to get you a water fountain inside the prison. You're welcome, Senator Warren.
Yeah, stay in the fight, Elizabeth Warren, who stayed in it just long enough to not only get a lot of super PAC money, but also to damage Bernie Sanders' campaign to the point of no return. So she stayed in the fight, and now she is appealing to bankers in order to get just enough done so older folks don't have to apply for their taxes in order to get a stimulus check that they won't see in a couple months, and they're going to be even in worse shape than normal. But that's a victory, I guess. When it's a victory when things get worse.
Here's another one. Here's Bernie Sanders. This is from 11:30 a.m. today. Today, this is what he tweets out. April 2nd, the day after Rent Day. He's and 6.6 million Americans applied for unemployment, which means they're losing their health insurance, right? Millions more will lose their jobs in the coming weeks. In the midst of this horrific crisis, Congress must pass a new unprecedented emergency bill that guarantees income and health care for all Americans. Working on the details now. He says that today. Because I've been doing show after show and tweeting at his campaign and texting and DMing people in his campaign asking, what the fuck are you guys doing right now besides tweeting? Are you doing anything? What is your plan? I know you're not allowed to come on my show, but pretty please ask Bernie or his wife if for permission to come on my show, because I know you can't do what you want. You have to get permission, and they won't. They won't come on the show to tell, but they're now starting to tweet shit like this because I've been laying it in their fucking ass for a fucking week straight. And do you see how bullshit this is? So I tweeted this. I go, why the fuck was this not in the first $5 trillion bill that robs us all blind and cements inequality for a generation that you voted for? After you gave...
Oh. I can just unplug it. You don't have to do all that. Right? I could just unplug it. You don't have to do all that.
I don't know where to unplug it at.
You just tell me to unplug it, I'll do it.
I didn't unplug it. I just put it back up. You weren't in here
Oh. Okay.
at the time.
all your leverage away. Now you're going to somehow take care of the workers? What leverage does he have right now to do that, Danny?
He doesn't have any.
And
because
none.
And what's striking about this is that the St. Louis Federal Reserve already said that unemployment in the United States was soon going to be 30% plus. And
greater than the Great Depression.
That was before, exactly. That was before the stimulus bill was pushed through. So, you know, there's just no excuse to now that people are flooding the unemployment website and trying to get unemployment now after the stimulus bill was passed is to try to protect them. They're already unemployed, and as you said, they're losing their health insurance. All of the
he's
various
he's actively fucking like. What does that tweet do? What is that? Now people don't. They're desperate. They're scared. They don't have income. They don't know if to pay their credit card bill or their heating bill or their electric bill or their their health insurance bill or to pay their rent or their mortgage or their car note. They don't know what to fucking do. And Bernie Sanders is doing nothing. And he's tweeting that I'm going to do something later. Congress isn't even in session. You're a fucking asshole. And so is your campaign, filled with fucking feckless assholes. You're afraid of me. That's how I know you're a pussy, and your campaign is a colossal failure, and it has in history. This campaign is one of the biggest failures ever. And it's because you guys are fucking cowards. You couldn't even come on my show to answer a little question. And that's why Whoopi Goldberg boxes your fucking ears in and makes you look as dumb as a demented Joe Biden. You can't even out-debate Joe Biden because you're that much of a coward. The whole campaign is worthless. And you're letting us down right now. You're doing nothing. Stop tweeting and start organizing. And they won't do it. So hopefully this wakes them up. So people say that I'm a loose cannon, Jimmy Dores, whatever the fuck. You can't. So that's why I have on someone like you, who's a fucking real smarty pants motherfucker, who wrote a book about this shit and writes for the Black Agenda Report. So there you go, right in your fucking asses.
Yeah, Black Agenda Report has always been about taking the risks necessary when it wasn't okay to do so. It wasn't okay to criticize Barack Obama for anything for the 8 years that he was in office. Black Americans had a hard time with it, but the entire progressive left had a really hard time with it. But yet we continue to do so because we felt that it was important to not leave workers hanging, not leave poor Black Americans hanging, not leave the whole world hanging when Barack Obama was subsidizing the military machine more than Bush, when he was literally giving $700 million to police departments worth of military weaponry, when he was doing all of these things, bailing out the banks in the trillions, when he was pushing through the Affordable Care Act, which was a giveaway to corporate insurance and pharmaceutical industries. We didn't stand back and say, well, you know, it's just not time yet. We need to organize a political campaign that's progressive like Bernie Sanders, and we just need to let those things happen because that's the civil thing to do. And, oh, we're scared of what people will think of us on the progressive left. We're scared of the reaction that we'll get from the population. No, that's not what politics is about. Politics is a struggle for power. And if you're not interested in struggling for power, then you're not doing politics. You're ultimately doing careerism, maybe. Maybe you're doing some sort of charity effort, some sort of education campaign, but it's not politics. Politics is a struggle for power. That's what's happening on the world stage right now. That's what's happening when the United States levels intense sanctions on Iran as it struggles with COVID-19. That's what happened. That's what's happening with the U.S. Demonizing China at a moment where hundreds of thousands of people in the United States are going to die from COVID-19. That's what's happening when Jack Ma, a Chinese Communist Party billionaire, is literally donating masks and testing kits in the millions to every African country. And the United States doesn't even have a progressive left politician that can call out the complete wrongdoing and the complete injustice that the Democratic Party establishment is waging. That must be taken home and must be addressed because we're just going to get more of the same. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse if.
Oh my God, people!
Yeah, it'll get worse.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, Bernie Sanders and Ilhan Omar and AOC and Roke, they're pretending. Well, maybe they're this dumb. There's a good chance that they actually still don't know what's in the bill, and they still don't know what's actually going to be happening to their country, and what the fuck kind of a nightmare Mad Max scenario is about to be unleashed on them. And they're going to be unmasked for being pieces of shit. Worthless, because they're worse than worthless, because if they weren't there, people would actually be upset. But because they're there, they think they're doing something, and they're not doing anything. And so people are just sitting around going, I don't know what to fucking do. Such fucking
exactly.
They're such fucking assholes. They're such assholes, all of them.
And I think that when people come after you about being angry about this, I think it just shows that those folks obviously care more about being polite, civility, the bourgeois Democratic Party civility that seems to just have people so enticed by people fawn over Andrew Cuomo, etc. They won't get so angry about that, but then they'll criticize those who do get angry about it. I think that's such it's such a double standard, such an example of hypocrisy. I think that right now we need more anger, and of course, it doesn't negate the progress that's been made in terms of the consciousness about Medicare for all and the Green New Deal and all of that. But this is not an ordinary moment. This is a crisis. This is an economic crisis. This is a crisis of legitimacy that's facing the entire social system of capitalism and imperialism here in the United States. That's an opportunity. And if we're not angry about the fact that this opportunity is being missed, that right now Donald Trump is taking advantage of the opportunity for his own benefit, and that's probably the thing that's not being talked about, and the thing that people are going to ultimately underestimate after this is his ratings his approval ratings are going up, and he's not even getting the kind of criticism that you would think from the left around COVID-19. People are relying on the corporate media to do that, and they just give him billions of airtime. So if the Democratic Party and this progressive left is so keen on getting rid of Donald Trump, but they're not willing to face their own enemies in blue right next to them, we're going to see 4 more years of Donald Trump post-COVID-19 crisis, and the likes of Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi continue to set the agenda for the left, which means that there is no left. So we're going to have to figure out what's next from here, because obviously it's not a Bernie Sanders-like campaign or an AOC-like campaign. That's not going to get the results that I think so many people still believe in. And that's okay to believe in something, but it has to be grounded in reality. And right now, the material reality on the ground shows that leaders like that, operating within a hostile structure, will not be able to overcome it. They're more likely to capitulate to it and to keep the status quo going, especially at the level of who determines economic, foreign policy, etc. And that's a reality that's tough to swallow, but it's one that we have to come to grips with.
Hey, on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you say the level of mistake was for the progressive movement to put their energy behind a candidate who sheep herded them into the Democratic Party? 1 to 10. 10 being the worst.
Well, I would say that, I would give it about an 8. And the reason why I give it about an 8 is because that 2 margin is an acknowledgement of the actual conditions that existed on the ground. There wasn't there's a reason why so many folks went for Bernie Sanders again and thought that that was the best move to run for president. And, before that in 2018 to try to support all these progressives, which most of them honestly didn't get very far. Um, the material conditions, how things existed, didn't really allow for an alternative to spring. But the rest of it is the subjective conditions, the fact that, it has been time to build that alternative party so we can build that alternative system that we need. And ultimately, these problems maybe could have been foreshadowed in a lot of ways, that the Democratic Party was always going to chew out any sort of progressive sentiment and movement that emerged. That probably could have been predicted. The Democratic Leadership Council, when Clinton and his cronies started that was the beginning of the end of any kind of social welfare liberalism. We're not even talking about radicalism. We're not talking about leftism, socialism. That was the end structurally of the Democratic Party being able to hold that political sentiment within its party structure, because it had organized the most racist and the most corporatist forces into its political party to become what is now the new Republican Party. And the Republican Party is sitting on the cliff, ready to be pushed off, and Donald Trump is now the leader of the Republican Party. That reality, the reality that the Democratic Party was never going to be convinced, was never going to be cajoled or backstroked or whatever into doing what so many folks, so many workers, so many poor people want in this country. And the mistake really lies in that ideological orientation of believing that the Democratic Party can be a vehicle for change. I think that has always been the big mistake. You could run in the Democratic Party and do the things that Bernie Sanders did in 2016 and 2020, but not take the orientation of, well, this is a party for change. We're going to turn the party back to where it once was. You could have done everything without that and perhaps have been even more successful in breaking the party into pieces. That was probably the only hope I ever had with the Bernie Sanders movement and phenomenon as a whole was, oh, well, maybe the divisions in the Democratic Party will weaken it and make it crumble so we can actually have the room to build a new party. However, what actually has happened is that Bernie Sanders and the rest of his team have unfortunately towed the party line and remained loyal to our enemies, our working class enemies, our class enemies, the ruling class, the oligarchs. To remain loyal to them is a betrayal. But in my opinion, that was always going to be the case. However, now that it's exposed, we have to deal with that in a way that is inspiring, that will help people organize, that will get people going in an independent direction in their political activity, and not towards, well, we'll get them next time type of attitude. Because the next 4 years are going to be hell. Because if COVID-19 is a testing ground for what U.S. capitalism and imperialism is really all about, these crises, they don't get better. Climate change is creating these kind of catastrophes. Capitalism is creating these kind of catastrophes all the time. The U.S. war machine is ready to create a catastrophe. It's already doing so in so many places around the world. The catastrophe is here. The crisis is here. The conditions are here for a revolutionary movement. It just cannot be trapped in the Democratic Party. That's the ultimate lesson. And people who don't want to hear that are ultimately selling all of us short. They're abandoning the working class. They're abandoning oppressed people all over the world, because this isn't just about people in the United States.
Right.
We have billions around the world who are looking at the United States saying, we need, every time I go somewhere else, I've been to Cuba, I've been to China, we need the United States' government to stop terrorizing us.
Yes.
That is the big message. Whenever you talk to someone, that's it. We need that to end.
Well, guess what? I had a friend, Danny, who used to say this all the time. Whatever we do to people overseas, we're eventually going to do to ourselves. So now we're all our cities are policed by the military, just like we police other cities and other countries that we occupy. So now we have militarized police policing and killing us with impunity. We live in a surveillance state. And now what we do is imperialism is we, rape other countries, overturn their governments, turn them into puppets, regimes, and then we steal their natural resources. So what has actually happened right now is we have a puppet regime in Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and Mitch McConnell that work for, and Trump that work for Wall Street directly for the industrialists. And so what they've done is they've now fucking toppled over our government, corrupted it, so now it works for them and not us. And now they've hollowed out our economy, given all the money to the richest people. They've done exactly to us. Now we're slaves to the corporation in our own, and poor. We're not we're not taken care of. We're poor, without health care, without any political power, and that's what we've done to ourselves now, what we've done to other countries like Libya and Iraq and Afghanistan, what we tried to do to Syria, and what we did all through South America, Venezuela. And so we've done it to ourselves, haven't we, right now? And that's what people don't realize, that we did it to ourselves now, this time.
And what I would add, too, is, in my book, I talk about how what the United States does abroad in terms of its imperialist wars have actually been happening on U.S. soil for quite a while if Native people and Black people are taken into consideration in their conditions. If we talk about post-Reconstruction and the lynch mob terror that white Americans organized on behalf of the establishment, we can see what conditions of war are like right here. However, that would require us to, and I think this is another fatal flaw of the Bernie Sanders campaign and the rest, that would require us to look at history correctly and to also acknowledge the principal role of white supremacy, and that these real divisions, these real powerful institutional divisions, are critical in understanding what the U.S. does domestically and abroad. That a class-first attitude is, I'm a socialist. I believe class is the principal issue. However, if you don't see white supremacy and war on the same level as class, you're ultimately going to leave a lot of people behind. And I think, as much as I don't blame that as being the sole reason why Black people and other sectors of the population didn't just get down with Bernie Sanders, I don't think that's the principal reason, but it does have an impact. If he did stand against the wars, if he did talk about real concrete ways that the U.S.'s history is riddled in this beyond, Donald Trump is a bigot, I think that would have been a game changer in a lot of ways. But this just shows that a movement within the Democratic Party that is oriented within the Democratic Party is designed to leave out very critical aspects of U.S. history, U.S. political economy, the reality on the ground for so many people, especially Black people. Because if you do put that into the equation, you believe you're going to be destroyed. And Bernie Sanders didn't want to be destroyed when, in fact, we needed that right now more than ever. We needed someone in a movement that would take a risk, that would step outside of the lines and give us something more than just, we're going to run for president, we're going to run on these issues. That's what he's doing right now. Those tweets are all about issues. Yeah. Great. It's great that we know about these issues. It's great that we know now that Amazon is robbing working people blind to the point where they're not paying any taxes. Great, we know that. Awesome. What now?
What now?
That's always been the question of, well, what now? Is it winning the presidential election? Because he's not even trying to do that anymore.
No.
He's basically ceded to Biden. We're just waiting for the endorsement, really. He's putting all of his efforts in the COVID-19 campaign, yet the crisis is happening now. And his job, pushing through legislation, is not being done either. So we're left with
Less
this
than nothing.
political vacuum. Yes, it's a vacuum. It's a political vacuum that ultimately, because everyone's inside and quarantining, because we live in such a shithole country that we don't know who really has COVID-19. Actually, those numbers are all probably underreported. Everyone's scared. I was listening to your show and the brave Amazon worker who organized that protest. And, everyone is scared. That's the attitude and the sentiment. And the danger about people being scared is that it reflects on the broader political situation. And Bernie Sanders right now looks scared. The progressive movement looks scared. But this moment is way beyond fear. We need courage. We need risk takers. We need people who are actually about class struggle. We need to be the ones demanding it. And we can't let anyone tell us not to do that. We must demand it. We have to.
Go to my Twitter feed. I have even union leaders telling me, Jimmy, lay off Bernie. It's like, stop apologizing for your leaders and start pressuring them. As Chris Hayes says, at best they're ineffective, at worst they're fucking venal, and it's our job to make them fear us, and they don't fucking fear us. AOC flipped us off. Fucking Bernie, Elizabeth Warren, the entire progressive movement flipped us off when they voted for this and then bullshitted us that they got something for us. Bernie bullshitted us that he got an employment in. Michael Bennett wrote that part. That fucking bill was set to pass, and he did a bullshit speech that had no effect on the bill, yet people still say he's fighting for us. You know why? Because he tells them they are, and he's not doing dick.
And you meant Chris Hedges, correct?
Yes.
Not Chris Hayes.
I said Hedges. I
Okay.
meant Hedges. I
want to make sure.
Chris Hayes, he's got the nice guns. Have you seen Chris Hayes' core? He's been doing some great work. His core is really tight now. Chris Hayes, when I look at a newsman, I'm like, I want to know a guy. I want to know a guy who's got a tight core. Right? I don't want to listen to a guy who's flabby in the middle, right? I want to listen to a guy who got core. I want him to tell me how Bernie Sanders is bad for me. That's what I want him to tell me. And Medicare for all doesn't work. That's what I want. I want somebody with a nice core.
They got to get ripped because they have all that money. They all have personal gyms. There's no excuse. We have to have the ripped. We have to have the ripped pundits and media liars.
I remember one of my favorite things. I was sick. I had the flu a couple years ago, and I was watching the New Year's Eve Rockin' Eve with Kathy Griffin, a famous neoliberal. And she was, but she's still funny. And she was on with Anderson Cooper. They were the team. And so she's like, do you have any New Year's resolutions? And he said, yeah, I guess I should get back in the gym, and Kathy Griffin said, really? You're a reporter. And it wasn't like maybe learn a different language or find something out. It's about I need to get abs. That's what's going to help you. It was exactly the perfect fucking... And she had no idea what she was doing, but she was exposing the entire fucking U.S. news media at that moment. His resolution was to get abs. Their number one news guy.
Shallow and callous as it gets, huh?
As it gets. And of course, Anderson Cooper is already compromised with the CIA. And that's what they don't tell you anymore. They don't tell you that, hey, CIA, he's working for the CIA. The CIA, that they don't have to embed them anymore in the newsroom. They just put them right on air. They're sitting in the green rooms all fucking day, the heads of the CIA and shit, and then they bring them on as their expert. You're supposed to bring on someone to debunk the CIA guy. You're not supposed to bring the CIA guy on, you fucking morons. But of course, Rachel Maddow and Chris Hayes knows that, but they're corrupted, so they do it anyway, because they're lying to you for money. And that's who Chris Hayes and Rachel Maddow is, and fake tough guy Lawrence O'Donnell, and Chris Matthews, what happened to him. So they're all worthless, and they're all liars, and they're all bought and paid for. And and even right now, even in the progressive space, as they call it, no one's fucking putting the pressure on the politicians. So they've proven themselves to also be as feckless as the leaders they cling to. And so I'm encouraging them all to stand up and fucking do something and start making them afraid of you instead of trying to make fucking friends with them or lying at their behest because your audience likes them, which is what I see happening right now. A lot of people growing their audience and they know where it's coming from and they're afraid to tell those people the truth. They're just like Sean Hannity. It's fucking amazing to watch it happen. It's amazing for me to watch them people on the left lie at the behest of politicians they like so they can build their audience. It's disgusting. Hey, thanks for the lane. If anybody wants to hear the truth about what's happening right now with the stimulus, what's happening with Nancy Pelosi, AOC, the squad, and your progressive leaders and Bernie Sanders, they have to come to this show because nobody else is fucking doing it. Danny Haifong from the Black Agenda Report, I want to thank you for coming on. Thanks for illuminating our audience. Thanks for confirming every goddamn thing I've been saying on this show. And if there's anything you'd like to say, please, I'll give you the last word.
Sure.
Holy
I just
shit.
want to just validate the need to have outlets, media outlets like yours, like Black Agenda Reports, which actually speaks to the reality on the ground that is happening with folks and doesn't do it in a way that panders to any section of the elite, to any politician, to any aspect of the Democratic Party. That's not what politics is about. You know, when I came back from China, I was floored by just how much investment has been done in infrastructure, how there's no homelessness in China. I don't think many people know that. How the biggest achievements that China has pushed through over the course of the years has been building the best high-speed rail and the most high-speed rail in the world, having the most renewable energy production in the world, eliminating absolute poverty and lowering poverty at a rate that accounts for all global poverty reduction in the last 30 years. So after I come back from China, you come back to this country where the system is in decline, capitalism is in decline, and you have an election that is bought and paid for, and Bernie Sanders tries to once again do the same thing that failed in 2016, and there's all this hope that it was going to work out this time, you know, Iowa and then Nevada. But what wasn't being said and what needs to be said always is that in order to get things done for the people like China has done or like Cuba has done, they have a medication there that actually helps prevent the spread of COVID-19, interferon, which we can't get here because of sanctions. And in order to get the things that you want, you have to fight for power. And that's what's happened in Cuba. That's what's happened in China, regardless of what people want to talk about, mistakes. And, you know, the people in the United States love to talk about other countries before they talk about their own. Just think about Venezuela, poor Venezuela being sanctioned, and the U.S. is actually mobilizing war against Venezuela right now. They're paying small and medium business workers, all staff, their full wages, despite being under sanctions and having an economy that's being crashed by the United States. In order to get the things that we want, we need to fight for power. That's what people around the world are doing, and that's what we need to aspire to. And if that means criticizing and condemning the actions and behaviors of political leaders that we may like just a little bit more than the Democratic Party establishment, like Bernie Sanders, then so be it. We have to do it, and we have to do it now in order to build the type of consciousness that will get us an alternative party, that will hopefully get us that alternative arrangement, that socialist arrangement that so many young folks are really looking for right now.
Hey, this is the part where I tell you where our live shows are, but there aren't any. And then I would tell you to go join our premium, but nobody has a fucking job. So why don't you just enjoy the video?
things, they could be uncertain things, that their physical health improved. And he did a lot of detailed research trying to figure out why that was, and basically came down to the explanation that it was something like an uncertainty reduction mechanism at work. Because your brain is always figuring out how well situated are you in the world. How much do you not know compared to how much have you mastered? And you can tell that you've mastered things because when you go somewhere and you act, things turn out the way you want them. That's an indication of mastery. And your brain is sort of keeping track across your whole life of how many places you've been where things haven't worked out compared to how many places you have been where they have worked out. And if all those places in your past where things haven't worked out, you need to map and master. And that decreases the existential load on you, but that actually decreases your psychophysiological load. It makes you healthier. It makes you less stressed. And so we put all that together in this self-authoring suite to help people write about their past, to sort it out in a detailed autobiography. It asks you questions about your past. It says, divide your life up into 6 epochs, and then divide each of those, that might be, say, birth to kindergarten, and then maybe elementary school, and then maybe junior high school, however you want to do it, and then to write about the emotionally significant events in each of those epochs, and then to describe their effects on you, and then to analyze how you did in those situations, what you might have done differently, what you might do differently in the future, to straighten out your past. And I've done that with my students in my Maps of Meaning class for about the last 10 years, and some people have written 15,000 words. It's not that uncommon for students to write 15,000 words in their autobiography.
Wow.
So
that's such great advice. That's such great advice about reconciling with your past, because so many people just carry it around.
yeah, well, if you're thinking about your past, what it means is you haven't analyzed the causal chains. Because you might say, well, why do you remember your past? Well, you might say, well, it's in order to have an objective, record of the past. It's like it has nothing to do with that. There's only one reason you remember the past.
Community.
people. I don't know how that works really. We can join. Are you talking to me? Good. Well, I'm playing with sand.
Fact of the matter is the bar's gonna be packed and she can't crack under the pressure. Let's let in the first 12. Here we go.
Hey guys, welcome to Live. What can I get you?
Dark and stormy, please.
Sure. It's a freezer time. Oh my gosh.
Come on, you gotta be taking people's orders at the same time.
Kind of good.
I'll have a dark and stormy.
Oh my god, I forgot. So this
You gotta be quicker. Move first. You gotta top it off. You gotta top it off.
Got this, Dan. Let's see.
Remember what I said. We can't be messy about it, okay?
Okay, I'm on pressure now.
That's okay. You gotta be able to take the pressure.
Here you go, handsome.
You're doing great, Dave.
Next.
Make sure you gotta do a straw, right? You need a straw.
What are you making?
Oh,
What are you making?
it's a greyhound. I have to put the...
Okay, dump it out and start over again. Let's go.
Look at you. We gotta get these people. You wanna take more
I
than
can
one?
focus. I can focus. Oh my god, let me focus.
Nope. Don't just throw it in there.
Hey, that's 3 minutes. Let's let in 12 more. Here we go. All about speed. Who else wants a dark and stormy? 1, 2, 3, 4. Make 5. Come on, we'll be here all night.
Nice,
Let's go.
nice. Great job. No, other way.
Oh my goodness, see?
So we see how much she's struggling.
I'm already in pressure. Hold on. Oh my gosh, I forgot already.
So she can't even remember one of them.
Sorry.
He's not doing so bad. Look, you're doing okay, Dane. I'm proud of you, buddy. Keep going. Let's go. All right, here we go. Dark and stormies.
So next, what's next?
So let me ask you a question. You guys are moving over to this side of the bar. So have a lot of you given up on this side of the bar? Is that what's going on?
Yeah.
I don't blame you.
Yeah.
Jeanette, what are you going to do? Can you do this?
I think so, John. Just don't give me more pressure, please. I just...
Well, if you can't handle it, leave. TJ, you get back here. Jeanette, you can't do it. Let him get back there, and you go over there and hide or something.
But he is so mean. He's mean. Oh my God, like, it's hurt because I'm trying my best to do the best.
12 more. TJ, dig us out, buddy.
2 greyhounds?
There's no time for Jeanette to catch up in the nightclub business. We have to get the cocktails out. That's why I pulled her.
That is bull. I'm better than them. Woohoo!
How you doing?
I'm good, John.
Are you okay?
I'm okay.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm not sure she's okay. Next 12. 12 more, guys. You're not keeping up. We never put the food orders in. What happened to them? Can you do the food orders? Who is ordering food here? Let's get those. Let's go.
Okay.
Do you have any of the poppers?
Yes, and then 1 turkey bacon only, and that's it. All right, I'll be back. 4 turkey bacon. 4 turkey bacon.
Do you have a ticket, or are you just going to verbalize it like you did last night?
Keep it perfect. Great.
Right, all right.
We wanna grab your ticket. Oh, give me your ticket. Chef!
What? Oh my God.
Turkey bacon, please.
What the hell does a ticket do for me? I don't. What is this? Is this Keno?
That's a ticket.
No, not
That's
a
ticket.
ticket.
For the turkey bacon.
Handwrite a ticket. This isn't Keno. Handwrite.
Hurry.
Like this. Like this.
You're asking me the ticket.
I know. This is a ticket. This is what we use.
Oh,
a
I
ticket.
thought this is the ticket. Okay.
No.
Got it. Oh my God.
There's some people who don't know to come in out of the rain. No.
Okay, who wants to order the food here?
So those tickets have seat numbers or table numbers or anything?
Handwritten, no tables, John. It's going nowhere.
So how do we know where it goes? We don't. This is an organizational disaster. There's no table numbers on the tickets through their POS system. They're not coming up in order. We don't have the setup back here to succeed. They don't know how to be busy.
The food, you want to order the food, right? You already, yeah, just wait her. Chef!
Oh my God! Why do you keep yelling at me?
I'm not yelling at
That
you.
was yelling. Janet, I don't think likes me.
I just get pressure.
So I just yelled as much as she was yelling, and then that was stressful for her.
Chef, I have beef, barbecue popper. Okay, this we go.
You don't even know what you ordered.
So this is mine?
No, that's not yours.
No,
Thank
that's
you.
mine, no.
It's not your ticket. It's not your ticket. I just told you 3 times it's not your ticket. If you touch that, I'd fire you.
Hi, this is John Taffer. Click here to subscribe to Paramount Network on YouTube for more Bar Rescue.
The crowd.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to China Grove Trading Post. Come on in.
Oh, hell no.
These are the drinks that we have tonight.
I get a margarita on the rocks.
1 and 1. Good. Now 3. 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3.
This is gonna so.
There it is. What can I get y'all?
Is 2 nachos. I got 1 nacho here. I got another nacho here. All of the chips. 1 more.
Do you see any drinks going out?
No, they're moving at a glacial pace.
This thing is not gonna like
Yep,
me.
right where on the seam.
I am. It's not going. How do you do that?
Who doesn't have a drink that wants one?
I'm gonna say you didn't. 1, 2.
Yeah,
There you go.
We gotta go, Brandon. We got more food coming in and we got going out.
Guys, I got food coming out before drinks on the floor.
We've only been open a few minutes and they fell behind instantly and they're not catching up. Brandon has never cooked in a kitchen before. The bartenders haven't served the room and Wendy's not actually engaged in running anything. We're only gonna fall behind more and more. Do you have the ticket to these?
No, I was just told to make 10 of them.
Guys, I need to be seeing more margaritas. I need to be seeing more smashes. They don't know how to work the service well, and they need more hands on deck on the floor.
Come on, girlfriends. Let's get with the program. I need drinks out. Speed up, Susan. Speed up.
We have a problem. Same drinks. Do those look the same to you? No. I didn't think so. They don't taste the same either.
They're not the same. They're wrong, aren't they? How about these ladies? They haven't got what
They're
they
waiting for shrimp quesadilla.
Tell them what you want. Keep telling them what you want,
Guys,
okay?
I got Susan. Susan.
Gonna have to ramp it
Do
up.
nothing but these tickets. We're 20 minutes waiting on drinks for the floor.
Winners!
What's going on?
They're just taking care of the bar and that's it. We've only got no drinks on the floor.
So don't tell them what they're doing. Tell them what you want them to do.
I want y'all
Give
to
them the direction.
concentrate on the tickets and get these drinks out.
They have no systems in place in terms of working a service bar, and there's no point of execution for getting drinks from a bar to the tables. It's ridiculous. They were set up to fail from the beginning.
I don't know what's happening on the other end. All I do know is that the food is getting rang up right. The orders are going out together. But what they do with it out there, John, I can't tell you.
No, no. But he's nailing it.
He's getting it.
Yeah.
Till I'm
Good job,
done.
buddy. Thank you.
This goes to this one. No, this goes to the floor. Floor. This one's yours, I promise. Hey, Susan, get with the program, girl. You've got tickets that are 30 minutes old. Susan, I've been begging you for drinks. I
But
can't.
they're not even in order. So the first one in is not the first one out. Get coordinated, manage the station. We got to get synced or we're going to fail.
Hey, guys, you gotta get it together. There's no room left for
Chaos,
you to
right?
escape.
Complete chaos back here. Okay. The best thing about this bar tonight was Brandon. Wendy could have managed much better. The bartenders could have delivered much better. And this stress test was a complete failure. So let me understand this. We got food but no drinks.
Correct.
Here,
We didn't even order this one.
So, Wendy, please come here.
Still waiting on the drinks from 20 minutes ago.
Wendy!
I can't.
Runners! How do we get this table served? What do we do? Who is managing this? Runners! Hi, this is John Tapper. Click here to subscribe to Paramount Network on YouTube for more Bar Rescue.
Attack! Have no mercy! So last night I saw major problems with the way that you guys were serving drinks. They didn't look good, they didn't taste good, people are sending them back. So we're gonna start with the basics. Will, so let's try making the old-fashioned now. Why don't you get back here? Why don't you talk out what you're doing?
Ounce of simple syrup? Go right on that?
No, we're gonna start with the bitters. So just a 1 count we're gonna do now.
All right. Ounce of simple syrup?
Quarter ounce.
Quarter ounce.
What's next?
Then next would be it's my whiskey.
Your whiskey. How many counts are we doing here?
3 count.
Nope.
1.
Nope.
5.
That would be 6.
4.
6?
6. 6.
There we go. Okay, let's go.
4, 5, 6, 8.
That's all the way to the top.
Use a spoon to give it just a little stir so that you're mixing it. Okay, we're gonna work on that in a little bit.
Next would be expressing my orange peel, and then put it like that.
Okay.
Present the drink.
Beautiful.
So laggy.
Much better than what went out last night.
I've been bartending off and on for about 4 years, and I've never had any professional training at all. 'Cause a lot of times when I make drinks, I'm winging it. Learning from Amy, it's exciting. I'm finally getting someone to teach me how to make this stuff right.
Are you excited that you had your first training in this bar ever?
Yeah, that's fun.
Okay,
I
great.
liked it.
Do you feel a little more prepared for tonight?
I do, yeah.
Yes. Okay, great.
Hello, everyone. Last night, we had some issues. You've been cooking for a long time. Food goes out raw. Sometimes we're set in our ways. It's just something that happened. And that's why I want to get past all that junk with you, man. We're going to do some nice chicken sautés with a little bit of a slaw. I got 3 jerk-coated chicken tenders. We soak our sticks 24 hours. I'm oiling them up. And you're going to lay your chickens down on a bias because I want to put like a nice line on them. We're going to use a carrot green onion slaw. So a good amount of carrots, a good amount of green onions, little shot of sweet chili sauce, a little bit of salt and pepper. Give it a nice toss. And then we're going to finish it off with some wasabi and regular white sesame seeds. Mmm. Yeah. Guys, we got some prep to do. We got to get ready for the stress test. It's going to get very hot in here. If you thought I was sweating, you haven't seen nothing yet.
I feel good about going in tonight. I mean, I think I got it, and I'm going to try and not make it raw. I'm going to try and knock tonight out of the park.
Hey, buddy. Mark and Ozzy have let themselves down by letting the quality standards in their bar down.
Can you grab Ozzy for me for a second? I just want the 3 of us to talk.
They're never going to get to their dreams if they don't have consistency and quality in the products they sell. Tonight is all about quality.
I am really focused on making you quality control to create standards for us. Every plate looks the same. Every drink looks the same. They put speed before quality. That's when we get screwed. So you're focused on drinks behind the bar.
Got it.
Is your focus on the kitchen? And bounce back and forth. I want you to look at the food, look at everything.
Yeah.
Make sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you
Okay,
so much.
great.
Thank you. Hi, guys. Hi. Come on in.
How's it going, guys?
Hello. Here's the menu.
Jared, teriyaki burger, anything else?
No, that's it.
Have we looked at the menu? Are we ready?
Okay, here we go. We know what that sound means. Orders rolling in.
I already don't like this broiler.
So we had 2 sliders and a jerk chicken skewer. Got it. Got it.
Have your tables gotten drinks?
No, none of my tables have gotten drinks yet.
See, we got to get drinks to tables. Where are all the service tickets?
Right here.
Will. Sir. Can you help us with some of these? We're really behind on tickets. None of these tables are getting drinks.
Still waiting on drinks.
Us 3 right here haven't even got our drinks.
Got it.
12 hibiscus.
Well, there we go.
Okay.
And you were about to make 1.
Yes, man. Bunch
So
of
you
these.
need a lot of mixing
A
glasses,
lot of
right?
mixing glasses.
How we doing? John, check this out. Tickets are flying in.
Is that as busy as we've ever been, Frank?
Yes, sir.
Okay, take a deep breath. Just plow through it. Okay?
Sorry, sir.
Quality, guys, quality.
Kayla, are these Monas?
Yes, that's all Mona.
Are you getting drinks to your tables?
No, I'm waiting still to get.
You haven't gotten any?
I've gotten a few drinks to my table.
She would not get anything off the well.
I only got old fashions, yeah.
So it backed me up, but I caught up. She did not.
Babe, Mona's dying. She doesn't even know her table numbers.
I know.
You're making a mess everywhere. Think about what you're doing. Stop for a second. Look at the levels on all these glasses.
Completely different.
Everything is completely different. Start them all completely over. Help me pour these all out. Will is doing really poorly right now. He is sweating profusely into the ice. He is getting all the drinks wrong.
Oh, a little
Short.
low. It's short.
Start over. Bartenders just need to take a deep breath, focus, think about what they're doing rather than just kind of running around with chickens with their heads cut off.
What tickets are you guys working on right now?
I have 2 jerks, a
What's the
slider.
names on them, Frank?
Caitlin.
Well, she didn't know what table it is?
So you don't want me to
I don't
cook
know,
these?
ask her.
He got food, nobody else did. He got a drink, nobody else did. So what's going on with the tickets?
We are running way behind.
But still, why didn't the rest of the food come out with that?
The organization has been failing tonight, and I apologize, guys.
Let's make one table complete.
Okay, got it. Coming up.
When servers put orders into the kitchen or into the bar through the POS system, they come up together. They should go out together. They're not following process. Tables aren't being served completely, which is a great breakdown in quality and consistency. Don't bring one drink to a 4-person table. Take out a full order or wait until it's full.
Okay. I need.
Hold on, let me freak the is awful.
I'm literally going to start crying.
Okay, keep it together.
Who's ordered food and hasn't gotten it? Whoa! What's going on?
John, we're falling behind bad because what's happening is we have uncompleted tickets on here, and the tickets that are coming out sitting about 5 to 8 minutes already, not even looked at.
I ain't gonna snap, but I can't keep
No, snap, man. Stay positive.
I'm gonna fail this time.
I know it's very stressful. Just breathe in.
Is that everything you need?
Yep.
Those fries look light. Taste it. Is that done?
No, not done.
Okay.
Not done.
Guys, fries are not done. How come you're not seeing these things? Don't sacrifice quality, but we gotta focus on production.
I'm burning the chicken.
The sticks are burning on them. Not gonna be able to eat them, really.
Let's go, faster, come on.
This grill sucks. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't even have a clue, man.
Hi, this is John Tapper. Click here to subscribe to Paramount Network on YouTube for more Bar Rescue.
Hey guys.
Hey.
How are we doing? This is a difficult rescue because I haven't even seen the bartenders perform yet. So we can't get too crazy with the cocktails tonight. So part of today is not only are we going to be training on new drinks, but I need to look and see where you guys really live as far as your bartending skills. What are people always drinking around here? Margarita. Well, what we're going to do is I'm going to bring you back here. I just want you guys to make the margarita that you guys are used to making. I want to see how fast you guys make it. I want to see what it tastes like, all right? Your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1. Come on.
I do well under pressure. I mean, that's my specialty is high volume bartending, but it's opening 6 beer bottles at a time or pouring a whiskey Coke. I mean, that's where my expertise lies. Ta-da.
You guys all make margarita the same way?
You want me to tell you what I put in it?
Yeah. Sierra, Kim, I want you guys to both come up here together. 3, 2, 1, go. Go, 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 come on. It's busy night. The band's playing, it's cracking, let's go. Pour those drinks, you guys have plenty of bottles in there. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we got 3/4 ounce of tequila in there. That's gonna be a tasty margarita. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Shake, 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 shake like you mean it.
I don't even want to drink that one.
We got 3 margaritas, 3 totally different drinks. We need to make sure that we are making everything consistent. We need to fix a lot of stuff. Yep. You guys want to see what drinks we're going to be doing tonight?
You know we do.
Okay, we're going to do a perfect margarita for you guys, and we're going to change the look of it and change the flavor components of it just a little bit to make it your own. We're going to use the volcanic black lava salt, 1/2 ounce of agave syrup, and 1 ounce of lime juice. And I'm going to do a 1/2 ounce of the blue curacao and 1 1/2 ounce of tequila. And last but not least, 2 dashes of orange bitters. That beautiful color right there.
That's awesome.
Nice little black rim. There you have it, guys. This is gonna be the margarita that Fort Worth Stockyards are talking about. Boom. It's so good.
It looks good.
It is very, very good.
Our focus needs to be to get these drinks out as quick as we possibly can, so it is all about that speed.
All right, let's do it.
All right. What's happening, man?
Holy cow.
How you doing? I'm at home chilling last night. I get a call from John. John said, I need you out here, man. I got this bar. No kitchen, no menu. It's gonna be a huge task. We came in last night, put a little kitchen in. Wow. Is it pretty cool?
It's a lot different. This room was more of a storage junk pile. So now we've got a great kitchen. I'm extremely excited.
You gotta have good food at a bar, and y'all got a lot of competition around here, okay? This is a nice area, a lot of barbecue in this area, so we gotta come up with something good so they can compete with the barbecue around this place. So what we're gonna do first is some mac and cheese, pulled pork, okay? And it's real quick. You can get it out quick, throw a little mac on there, throw some pulled pork on there, a little barbecue sauce. Pinch of scallions.
That is delicious.
Like we say in the South, that make me want to slap your mama.
Yeah, don't slap my mama.
I ain't slap my mama neither.
Y'all ready to do this tonight?
Let's do it.
Cool, let's do it.
Good.
So what I want to do tonight is run our stress test for 30 minutes.
Oh my God.
So here's what we're going to do. We're going to test how the food is received tonight, and I'm going to put these straws next to each of your workstations. Every time you make a drink, you'll just take one of these straws and drop it in the jar. I want each of our bartenders to sell 30 drinks in 30 minutes. Fair?
Fair.
Reasonable number?
Yes, sir.
We have to maximize our potential. If we can't get 90 drinks out in that amount of time, the stress test will be a failure. You guys ready to do this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's get together. We open in about 15 minutes. For tonight, I need to see Keith and Fred step up as owners. I expect them to get their business together and be organized for the stress test. I also want to see Luke contribute in some fashion to prove that he's a positive, equal partner.
Hello, how are y'all doing?
This is what we are offering this evening.
2 market patch drinks.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Guys, you make them one at a time, we'll never get there. You make them 4 or 5 at a time. Piece of cake, right? Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Let's go, ladies.
No.
That's like all blue curacao. Nobody wants that. Let's make it right, ladies. Come on. How many drinks, Kim?
3.
Who wants barbecue? Raise your hand. Get the orders, okay? Let's go.
What you need?
2 mac and cheese. 2 mac and cheese.
What you got, Luke? What you
I
got?
got 1 mac and cheese, 3 mac and cheese, 2 taco, 2 mac and cheese, 2 mac and cheese. I need at least 10 mac and cheeses, brother.
All right, we got food coming out.
6, 7, 6, 8. Y'all have 67? No. Dang it. This is ridiculous.
Goes this way, then he goes that way. Then he goes this way, then he goes that way. You know why he doesn't know which way to go? Because he's lost.
Jeremy, do you know where that goes?
I have no idea.
Okay, well, give it to somebody so it doesn't go cold.
Do you have a card or you want to pay cash? Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
All right, what do we got here? All right, we got 12 over here. What do we got, Phil?
11, 12, 13.
What do we got in the middle?
2, 4, 5, 6. Come on, Cece. Let's go. You're making the drinks, right?
Clearly our weak link is in the middle, right?
Oh, yes.
She's at 15. She's halfway there.
She's sloppy, too. You can't just slop the drinks together. You have to make them right.
Right, and are Keith or Fred watching the drinks?
They don't even know.
Thank you for coming out.
Hi.
Hi, baby. How are you? Keith, what can you do? Fred, let's see what you got.
Keep it clean.
Jump down and help Kim. Jump down and help Kim. Let's go.
Hey, start separating cups for them. They're sticking.
We're down to 10 minutes. 10 minutes they have, and they've got about 20 drinks to make. In 10 minutes, we're running out of time.
1, 2, 3, 4. What is this?
Vodka.
Put it away. 5 minutes left. 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Come on. You're at 27. You're going to make your 30. Let's go. Get these last 3 out.
I got 24.
Get those last 6. 2 minutes. Go for it. 30 seconds.
Down below. Voting.
Ben Shapiro, a.k.a. Squeaky Benjamin Shapiro, he lost it on workers who are still out there during the pandemic doing their thing. He's not happy with the workers who are demanding more.
Okay, the fact is that striking in a time of pandemic, not because of bad worker pay, but because you just want more money. I'm sorry, everyone else lost their job. Everyone else lost their damn job. Okay, like, if I were Amazon and I had the capacity, I'd fire everybody who strikes right now, and I'd bring in workers who are willing to work. I would, because it's unconscionable. The reason I say it's unconscionable is not only are you depriving people of the supply lines that are keeping the country running right now, not only that, but Amazon offered you additional benefits already. This is not you're striking because Amazon's forcing you to go to work. On March 31st, today, Whole Foods employees are going to call in sick to demand paid leave for all workers who stay home or self-quarantine during the crisis. Free coronavirus testing for all employees. Hazard pay. Here's the big one. Hazard pay of double the current hourly wage for employees who show up to work during the pandemic. You want your pay doubled just for showing up to work while everyone else in the country is out of work? I'm sorry, no. You want to talk, it's funny. Everybody is happy to talk about people in the speculative market buying up coronavirus masks and then trying to sell them for $1,000 on eBay. This is the same damn thing. You're asking for double pay in the midst of a pandemic because you know that those employees are necessary in order to make sure that the old people get their food.
He almost got it there. He almost got it. You heard him say it at the end. I didn't say it. He said it. They're necessary. These workers are necessary. Right. They're necessary. Are price gougers necessary? No, price gougers are not at all necessary. Not at all. But the workers are necessary. You almost got it. You almost got it, Ben. Now take it a step further here. If the workers are necessary, okay, but Ben doesn't like how the workers are treating the owners. But you just said the workers are necessary. So in this equation, who takes precedent? Well, by definition, the people who are necessary take precedent over the ones who are unnecessary. So, interesting. The workers are necessary, the owners not so much, they're expendable. So, I mean, the only way Ben can get out of this conundrum is to say something along the lines of, all right, fine. So if you think it's necessary, if you're necessary, and I don't like how you're treating the owners, what do you want me to tell you? Fine, you guys run the business then. If you think you're so smart, you guys run the business. Right, yeah, that's what leftists are saying. Maybe the people who work in the factory should own the factory. That's it. It's actually not that extreme. It's called a worker-owned co-op. There's plenty of examples of it in the past and then around the world today. And it's not... That's what's called market socialism. And another way of describing it is democracy in the workplace. That's it. There is no rigid hierarchy of the business where you have the owner who's like the emperor, then you have the manager who's like the dictator who gets to run the show, then you have the workers underneath them and they have to follow the orders of their masters, their higher ups. You know, you could easily have a system where everybody co-owns the factory who works in the factory. And so you all make decisions together. You all make decisions collectively. And if Ben is admitting, and he did there, that these workers are necessary, got to keep the supply chains up and running. Okay, so if the workers are necessary and the owners are not, or certainly the workers are more necessary than the owners are, you can get mad at them and say, fine, if you think this is so easy, then you guys run the show. Right, okay, that's what they want. That's effectively what, left-wing movements are asking for. I mean, and then the compromise position, the meeting halfway position is, fine, let's have organized labor negotiate with the owner class. So if workers band together and act together and negotiate for better terms all together, well, then they have some leverage in the relationship. So it's funny because there's so many moments in that rant where it's like he almost gets it and then he doesn't and he falls short. So the other thing is, a lot of these protests that are happening now in various businesses around the country, they're first and foremost asking for protection. There's a big story that just broke about the Amazon in Staten Island, and there's a guy who was sounding the alarm and warning everybody, hey, we have somebody that has coronavirus here. And they kept acting like nothing was wrong and telling people to show up, and they didn't give them the protective gear that they need. So if there was ever a noble protest, it's, oh my God, we're being forced to work in a pandemic, and we don't have the protection that we need, which means a lot more of us will get sick. So I don't know about you, but I don't really want to, as Ply said, I don't want to risk my life for no $9 an hour. And so they're getting together and saying, we have to change this. We have to demand that we get the protective gear from our owners. And that's the least that they could do. And Ben, they want more money because in this environment, they're quite literally risking their lives. I mean, if you work on a holiday, they give you time and a half. So you're telling me during a pandemic, they can't get double pay? I think that's super reasonable. If somebody's getting paid $15 an hour during a pandemic where they're risking their life for showing up to work, yeah, they should get $30 an hour. And before Ben tries to flip this around and say, yeah, but the owners can't afford it, the people who are still working in the particular businesses that we're talking about here, they're getting a surge in business. Amazon is getting a surge in business. The grocery stores are getting a surge in business. So they can afford it. They decidedly can afford it. Business is better for them than it's been for years. It's like saying the toilet paper industry can't afford it right now, or the Lysol industry can't afford it right now, or Clorox. These are like the only industries that can afford it right now. People are risking their lives. If you think somebody's should risk their life for $9 an hour, man, you're even more loathsome than I thought. So, he was close, man. Ben was so close, but he came up short. He did say it. He said, they're necessary, these workers. Right. That's their point. Their point is we're necessary, so we deserve dignity. We're necessary, so pay us more in a pandemic. They can afford it. We're necessary, so make sure we have protection.
No, I just took it.
Is that really that much? No, that's not asking too much. And if Ben wants to get all mad at them and huffy and you know,
Hit the box for me. Don't grab
say they're necessary and they're essential, but I'm mad at them and they shouldn't be doing that. Okay, well, there's a very simple solution to this, Ben. Let the workers run their own business. Let them run their own business. That would be a worker-owned co-op. That's the left-wing answer. And I think that if the workers were their own boss and there was democracy in the workplace, I'm pretty sure they would get a raise to the extent that the businesses can afford it. They would get a raise. They would share in the profits more. And I'm pretty sure they would do everything they could to get that protective gear. But when you have a disconnected owner who lives somewhere in a mansion and he's social distancing and quarantining with his family, with his pool in the backyard and the tennis court and all that stuff, he's a little too disconnected from the workforce to really care about what they're going through or really understand their sacrifice and their struggle. So, listen, I think they're being totally reasonable. And Ben admits that they're necessary. So, okay, if they're necessary, the owners can either step aside and let the workers run the business, or you can make a deal.
I'm not even up there. You were all by yourself.
I want to play a clip for you that's been viewed more than 26 million times.
If anything kills over 10 million people in the next few decades, it's most likely to be a highly infectious virus rather than a war.
Oh, never mind.
Not missiles, but microbes.
Yeah, we did.
That was Bill Gates back in 2015, 5 years ago, warning about precisely the kind of threat we're all facing right now. Since then, Gates has been doing everything he can to prevent a pandemic. 2 months ago, the Gates Foundation committed $100 million to fight the coronavirus. Earlier, I sat down with Bill Gates to discuss what we need to do now. Bill, it took 4 months to reach 500,000 cases around the world and just 7 days to add another 500,000 cases. So how dangerous, how fearsome is this virus, and how do you see this epidemic playing out in the U.S.?
Well, this is a nightmare scenario because human-to-human transmissible respiratory viruses can grow exponentially. And, you know, if we had kept on going to work, traveling like we were, you know, that curve would never bend until you had the majority of the people infected and then a massive number seeking hospital care and lots of deaths. So, you know, we've had to use quarantine, which is a, you know, old thing back from the days of the plague, as our primary tool. Fortunately, if we use that well enough, we should, towards the end of this month, start to see those numbers level off. And then if we continue countrywide and we're testing the right people to understand what's going on, which is not the case yet, those numbers will start to go down. And then we can look at some degree of opening back up.
President Trump's top health advisors are talking about somewhere between 100 and 240,000 deaths over the next 2 months. Does that sound about right to you in terms of the lethality and the length of the outbreak here in the U.S.?
Well, if we do the social distancing properly, we should be able to get out of this with a death number well short of that. It's very important that those numbers are out there because a lot of people are still thinking, hey, isn't life normal? Not waking up every day to a completely new reality. And so I was very glad that those models are out there. You know, Dr. Fauci's doing a very good job of saying the numbers are what count here. And, you know, the various models that we, Imperial University, do show that without this dramatic behavior change, you could even get worse than that. But I do think if we get the testing fixed, we get all 50 states involved, we'll be below that. Of course, we'll pay a huge economic price in order to achieve that.
You say that if we do everything right now in terms of testing and shutting the country down, that we should have only one wave of this virus. Why are you so confident? Because a lot of people aren't so sure that we're not going to have a recurrence when we get another flu season next fall.
Well, we don't know how seasonal this virus is. You know, it'd probably be good for the Northern Hemisphere if the force of infection goes down as we get into spring and summer, you know, and give us some time to get both the drugs and advance the vaccine.
Yeah, it's not there. It's not ready yet.
It is fair to say things won't go back to truly normal until we have a vaccine that we've gotten out to basically the entire world. And so, you know, the best people at the foundation who are all about high volume vaccines, you know, are working with many manufacturers, not only on the safety and efficacy, but getting that billions of dose capacity. And so, like China, there'll be a partial opening up, which some jobs will resume, school will resume, but we'll have to be very, very careful not to have the rebound until the vaccine comes.
Stingy.
Now, you talk about the foundation all the way back on February 5th. The Gates Foundation committed $100 million to fight this virus. But you point out the fact that our government, like a lot of other governments, was very slow to respond. Really, another 2 months, we might have lost. How much did that cost us in terms of the spread of this disease, that 1 or 2 months that we lost?
Well, there are countries like Taiwan who were exemplary, saw the problem and really got the testing, community-wide testing done very well. They prioritized who got tested, and so they won't either have the disease burden or the economic effect that other countries will have. China, by late January, had taken it seriously, and so you know, their ability to get the cases to come down has been dramatic. South Korea's done that, and so there are lessons.
that we're learning from, and you know, we're all in this together. We've got to get rid of coronavirus from the entire world. You know, the U.S., we can see how tough it is here. Likely it'll be even worse in the developing countries who as yet don't have nearly as many cases.
How do you think the federal and state governments are responding now, and would you prefer to see it all being handled on a national level, whether it's stay-at-home orders or testing or the supply chain? Would you prefer to see this all being handled on a national, centralized level rather than state by state?
Well, when you have finite resources, you need to allocate them to where there's the most need. Certainly, because people move around the country, we have to have the shutdown, or else you'll have exponential growth that will spread back into other parts of the country. In terms of testing, people have gotten confused and think it's just about numbers. The key is that you have a response to the test in less than 24 hours, and that you're prioritizing the right people. And so, although the numbers are going up, we're not yet focusing in on that, you know, medical personnel or somebody who's keeping the electric network or the food distribution working, and being able to say if somebody tests positive, very quickly test their contacts. And so, you know, I do think, you know, that allocation, prioritization of testing will be a key tactic for us to get into good shape.
And that needs to be done at a national level, not a state level?
That's right. I mean, you have some states that it just happens the number of PCR machines in that state are very few, and you wouldn't think, hey, that's the way this should be done. Also, the outbreak, you know, is bigger in some areas, and so therefore that drives the testing demand. Likewise, the ventilator demand. I mean, this is all very ad hoc because we never did a full-blown simulation. There were a few things done, but it's not like war where we do war games all the time. We have people standing by, resources standing by in a dramatic level. You know, we're kind of figuring this out as we go, which, you know, people are rising to the occasion, and, you know, it's fantastic to see that. But, you know, every day we can see that case number is still going up.
When you gave that famous TED Talk 5 years ago, you laid out a lot of the things that we're starting to do now, like research and development on new tests and R&D on vaccines. But so many countries around the world, including the U.S. back in 2015, largely ignored your warnings. Why do you think that was?
Well, it's hard to put money into something where you don't know if it's going to happen. We do for fires because, you know, we've seen that over time. We do for war, in fact, you know, $600 billion a year. In that case, what would have been required, you know, is nothing like that. You know, the ability to make a test super quickly, the ability to know how a library of drugs that would work for this, an ability to have the vaccine very quickly. I am sure after this, which is just such a gigantic impact, that we will put that money in. But between 2015 and 2020, less than 5% of what should have been done was done. But people didn't get that this is the biggest single threat that, you know, could disrupt our way of life, which, you know, even having predicted that as a risk, I'm really stunned at how, you know, tough it is to go through this. You know, the medical cost, the economic cost, the psychological cost. You know, everybody's lives have been completely upended, and that's not just the United States. It's almost the entire world.
Well, let me ask you personally about that. Bill and Melinda Gates, I think it's fair to say, are not your typical American family, but how has this virus, this epidemic, how has it upended your life, and how personally are you dealing with and processing what we're going through now?
Well, I'm, you know, a lot more isolated. The meetings are on software, Microsoft Teams. You know, I even friends that I would normally go see, you know, we're doing video conferencing, which seems a bit unusual. there's a lot of anxiety about, how far does this go? We have employees of the foundation who feel a bit isolated, because they're just in their apartment. Some with their kids there feel like it's very crowded. So how do we help people deal with this? A lot of people are rising to the occasion, but for me, my life is just completely different. I wake up every morning and think, is this real, or was it something I had a nightmare about?
And like all the rest of us, I mean, do you get scared sometimes? And if so, about what?
Well,
right, you guys,
this isn't the worst case. That is the 1% or so case fatality rate when your medical system is not overloaded. If this was smallpox, that would be like 30%. So this is super, super bad.
Get rid of it now. Go ahead.
We will eventually get a vaccine. Even before then, if we do the right things, we'll be able to open up significant parts of the economy. And so once you're in the crisis, you're just doing your best to deal with it. I'm sure once we get past this, we'll look back, understand what we could have done differently, and make sure that we're not letting it happen again, particularly because it could be even worse in terms of the fatality rate.
Bill Gates, next time you give one of these speeches, I hope, I trust people will listen. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Of us all. I'm sure the nation will join me in assuring you that what you do is appreciated, and every hour of your hard work brings us closer to a return to more normal times. I also want to thank those of you who are staying at home, thereby helping to protect the vulnerable and sparing many families the pain already felt by those who have lost loved ones. Together we are tackling this disease, and I want to reassure you that if we remain united and resolute, then we will overcome it. I hope in the years to come, everyone will be able
And we're going to go to raw. You guys remember how to do this one? Yeah, I know the symbols. This is one where we kill them in order. Where are all those you guys still got gladiators on you? Let me make sure I got all these full heads.
Yeah, they're small, inconvenient, but guess what? The bass on these babies is dummy thick. So when I'm bopping the new Weekend album trying to set up my new office, motivation stays higher than Snoop Dogg and a Learjet. The Bluetooth pairing is a dream, and you get a noise-isolating fit offered in multiple colorways. Also, the battery life is tremendous. In the case, charges them on the go. Don't believe me? Yeah! How about now? So if you're looking for an affordable pair of true wireless earbuds, do me a favor. Stop looking, because you can get 15% off right now if you use my link in the description. That's buyraycon.com/LeonLush for 15% off your very own pair. I appreciate you.
I demand a vaccination to come immediately.
Yes.
Yes. You come down.
And I have 3 Remember, you can't use any monkeys, grenades, or specials.
Monkeys. Oh, you're talking about those things that distract everyone. What are monkeys?
Monkeys are the distractors. That you throw.
Yeah, that's a good name for them. They do look cool.
Oops, I almost threw one. Alright. electric, tiger, water, brawler. Electric, tiger, water, brawler. Electric first. That's the order we killed that. Did you guys really just kill it out of order? Someone killed a zombie already. That's why I said. That's why I asked y'all. Y'all know what we gotta do next. We kill them in order. Yeah, I know the symbols, meaning I can tell you what the order is. I wasted an undead man walking. No, that's your fault. Yep, for not listening. Only you. Yep, let me. But we gotta wait till the end of the round. Yeah, I got you. Alright, in order. Fire first. It cannot self-explode. Brawler, poison, water. Fire, brawler, poison, water. Remember, it can't self-explode. Fire first. Kill it without it self-exploding. You killed it? Alright, what's next? I got them all down here with me. I need help. Dang. That was my frozen thing. My free perk was a frozen thing. There is not a ray gun in here. Alright, I'm gonna get a new shield. I got every weapon I wanted. No thanks to you. Alright, we're gonna meet and rot into this. Actually, it may be a gladiator round next. Have you guys done the gauntlet mode of this map? You can actually do the elephants for that one too. It has like a little tiny Easter egg too, a little bit. tigers. We go a lot. All right, I got my tigers. Thank you. Fire sale. Nope. Really? All right, come on over, Destined. Poison. Fire. Yes, gladiator. Electric. Poison, fire, gladiator, electric. Okay. Poison first. Fire's down here. Go back up. Go back up. Go back up. Where's poison at? Poison must be up here somewhere. No, that was electric. Dang. Y'all can get down from there because we can't do it till the end of this round. You know, I'm not using my Undead Man Walking no more. I only got one left. I got my staff if y'all don't have it. It's a good thing anyways, because his wolf came out. I got him. Yeah. If you use something that kills other zombies while you're shooting, that can also ruin the raw thing. So either do just a single packer punch weapon or firebomb. Alright. Damn. You knifing him? Come over here where I got this thing going. Come over here. Oh, the thing stopped. God. I got you. He said, come get you. Alright, got him. Alright, I'm gonna go repair my shield. I don't know why you took it. If I didn't have to take it, I would not take it. Go get the Titan. Alright, we're gonna meet in Raw. And I'm not using an undead man. Yeah, we still haven't finished it. Alright, where you guys at? Y'all gotta be in here. Come on. You gotta be. Alright, we all here. Gladiator, tiger, fire, electric, gladiator, tiger, fire, electric. Tiger's down here. Electric's down here. Where's gladiator? Oh! Come on. Whoever stood right here made fire self-explode. And whoever killed Tiger. Y'all need to just sit in a corner somewhere. We gotta work together. I told you what they are. Whoever upstairs, kill what's upstairs in order. Whoever downstairs, kill it downstairs in order. So, and if you can't do it, just get in a corner somewhere with your shield out. Yeah, exactly. And one can be in the middle if you want. Here's your insta-kill. Get ready for your knife kills. this on public or solo? Y'all ready to try this again? So thirsty. I am. Yeah, this may be a gladiator round now. Yep, it is. There's a fire sale. Alright, I need gladiators. I need these jumping ones too. Come on, give me one more. Thank ya, thank ya.
From your place of authority, destroyer, you come down and you crawl on your belly like God commanded you when he put his foot on your head in the Garden of Eden.
How is it that we have the Oscars for movies, the Emmys for television, the Tonys for Broadway musicals, and we do not have an award ceremony and an award for televangelists, for prosperity preachers, because this performance is fucking lit. Holy shit.
He put his foot on your head.
When he put his foot on your head. He sounds like the dude from Men in Black, the original Men in Black, where he's like, I'm looking for a cat. Belongs to a friend of mine. It's real precious.
Tiger.
Cat. Means the world to me. I'd like to have it back.
Kenneth Copeland is an alien wearing human skin. Confirmed.
You will destroy through COVID-19. No more!
No more. No more. This guy, who is this cheerleader right here? Like, come on, dude. Just let the dude put his show on. Like,
Alright, electric next. We don't have electric. Alright, Tiger next. Alright, now it's just Brawler. Brawler's down here with us.
Please, projectile weapon on the ground.
You can have my
Sugar.
when you pry it from my cold dead
Water. Your proposal is acceptable.
The symbols came up, right? Those all need to be in here.
Sugar.
I've never seen Sugar do that.
Give me. Sugar.
It's alright. It's alright. We'll just... At least we did the first one, okay? That was finally some improvement. There's 8. Well, not 8. We do it twice. But there's 8 symbols. So, that was much better.
Today I want to talk about a popular trend on YouTube. I've actually touched on it before. It's those morning routine videos from rich people that are supposed to be like almost motivational, but usually are just used as a vessel to promote their newest product line that's coming out. So I want to talk about one in particular here that I think serves as a good example for all of them. This is the daily routine of a 24-year-old CEO. And just in case you didn't hear me, this is a 24-year-old CEO, and you best not forget it. This man, this 24-year-old CEO, is CEO of 5 companies. And out of the goodness of his heart, he's granting us permission to take a sneak peek into his day-to-day life. His near celestial existence. We, as spectators, get to come in and observe and learn from him. He's allowing us to suckle on his bosom. Nay, he is grabbing us by our unworthy skulls and placing it on his nipples to suckle. And believe it or not, we are truly blessed. He's giving us a sneak preview of his upcoming product lines.
One of my favorite ideas that I've ever heard was the thought of doing today what others aren't willing to do, so I can do tomorrow what they can't.
Meet Jose, the man your girlfriend is fucking in her dreams. Jose is a 24-year-old CEO, if you can believe that, and we're about to see what it's like to go on a date with him, because this is definitely not a fucking day-to-day routine, because he's shirtless half the time, and it feels like he's trying to get my dick out of my pants. I really feel like this video should have been what it's like to date a 24-year-old CEO. And spoiler alert, it looks like a fucking headache. This man is so full of cliches, and he just comes across as super disingenuous, especially when the majority of this is just centered around his new essentials line of clothing or some shit like that.
One of my best wins in the morning is waking up at 5 a.m. In my opinion, it gives me a head start, allows me to outwork my competition and get more things done before it's even work hours. Throw on my Essentials muscle tee and I'm out.
Excuse me, did you catch that? His Essentials muscle tee? If you don't have that, you're not copping wins in the morning. You get up at 4 a.m., but if you don't have an Essentials muscle tee, you're fucking losing, baby. The competition's out there beating the shit out of you because they got Essentials muscles tee.
I hate running and I hate morning workouts. I do both. This is a great way to callous the mind and start your day off with the win.
Jose just can't stop winning in the morning, baby! He's going for a morning jog. He's going for a morning workout. He doesn't touch on it in the video, but I'm sure while he's going for that jog, he's closing 7-figure deals on his laptop, so he's making use of that time. No time is going to waste, but he still probably finds time to help old ladies across the street, because you gotta cop those big W's, baby.
This is a great way to get my adrenaline pumping. Now that I'm awake, I'll hop in the shower. I prefer to use cold water. It's better than a cup of coffee. It wakes you up instantly, and it's actually good for your skin.
You can get your sneak peek of the cameraman in the reflection there. Could be his brother, could just be an 18-year-old kid who was just looking for a quick buck, so posted an ad on Craigslist and Jose hit him up. Kid had no idea what he was in for. I wouldn't be surprised if Jose got totally nude for that shower shot. Cameraman was probably like, hey Jose, we're only doing torso up, you don't need to get naked. No, fuck that. Here's a CEO lesson for you. No half-assed measures. I'm going full cock out, even if it's not on camera.
As an entrepreneur, I own a lot of brands, 5 of them to be exact, each of them requiring a lot of time, attention, and care. Most would find just building one brand to be nearly impossible, so the thought of having 5 sounds insane.
When I heard him say that, I damn near shit my trousers. I couldn't believe it. I was blown back into my chair. 5 brands! It truly does sound impossible, and yet, thanks to the power of cold showers and an early morning jog, Jose is able to do it with ease.
But with good time management, I'm actually able to balance everything perfectly. Now it's time for lunch. Eating clean, this is something that I live by. I preach about it all the time. Health is wealth. If you want to perform right, you gotta feed your body with the proper fuel.
This is a truly riveting daily routine. He gets up, he jogs, he showers, and he eats. Why the fuck didn't I think of that? Shit, if only I had come up with these ingenious solutions to wealth, I could have 5 brands by now, god damn it. And now, frankly, I'm just mad that he shared the Krabby Patty secret formula with the world.
You see, guys, your time, it's money, which means it's valuable. This is why I don't like to waste time, and instead I multitask. So while I eat, I like to do my tedious tasks, like answering emails.
What is this man? Nay, this god. He's able to eat and answer emails? Oh, Jesus Christ. Science said it couldn't be done. And yet Jose's proved him wrong yet again. As he said in the beginning of the video, do what can't be jerked off yesterday with what I can fuck today, or some fucking profound garbage like that. It's incredible. It's incredible, groundbreaking stuff. I looked into this because I got curious. This whole video is a promotional video for his Essential brand or whatever. This video alone, he claims to have generated $1 million worth of sales for his Essential brand. Now, I'm no 24-year-old 5-brand CEO or anything, but I can say with a high degree of certainty, you're not gonna get fucking rich by buying his Essential muscle tees. That's just not gonna happen. You're immediately doing it wrong. The video is supposed to teach you how to get wealthy, and you're immediately throwing fucking wealth away to make him wealthier. You've done the exact opposite of what you were trying to do by watching this motivational video. So if you bought Essential muscle tees thinking that you were gonna get Jose's life because you fucking did that, you're an idiot.
Now it's time for my evening workout. My brand image is everything, so keeping my body in shape is crucial. If that means hitting the weight room 6 times a week, so be it.
2 workouts in a single day? Jose, you've gone mad.
Now I like to focus on compound movements. Being that I was a scrawny, lanky kid just a few years ago, these help me pack on about 30 pounds of muscle. Now what that means for you is that whether you're overweight or scrawny yourself, you could do it too. There's no excuse.
Well, actually, there is an excuse, Jose. Not everyone is a super wealthy elite douchebag. The gym membership's pretty expensive for a lot of people, and compound lifts, a lot of them require access to weights that not everyone's going to be able to find for a cheap price for their own home gym. You know, you need bench press, for example, squat rack. These are things that not everyone has access to, unlike you and your fucking mansion here that you're probably renting.
Nobody else but you. Nobody else but you.
After the gym, this is my time to unwind.
More like behind. Could you have found a tighter pair of pants? I feel like I can see your asshole through these things. What are these, a size turbo small? Was this just the smallest pair they had available at Baby Gap?
This is my favorite part. I hop in the car and go for a long drive. Business is like a chess game. You always gotta be 3 moves ahead of your competition. So whether that's analyzing the market for new trends or a new business venture, going on these long drives allows me to think creatively and freely.
But only if you have a Lamborghini. If you don't have a Lamborghini, you have no right to be driving around on Jose's roads. Also, I don't really understand that. How the fuck is driving around aimlessly helping you in your business ventures? You are genuinely wasting time, which is one of the things you pledge never to do. It's not like you can get any work done while you're on the road except make idle calls every now and then at a stoplight, unless you're fucking texting while driving, which you shouldn't be. But anyway, this is a genuine waste of time by all definitions, just wildly, aimlessly wandering the roads doing fucking nothing.
At the end of the day, when it's all said and done, all the work has been put in, it's time to relax. This is when you let your mind at ease. And for everybody, it could be different, whether it's hanging with friends or reading a good book. For me, it's a good cocktail. Meet up with some friends and innately call it a night.
That's where his day comes to its incredible, exhilarating conclusion, and then he plugs Essential one more time. I gotta say, what a fucking boring day-to-day routine. This dude does less than a day than a professional high school gamer. Like, this dude's day consists of getting up early to jog, work out, shower, eat, answer a couple emails, work out, go on a long drive, and then get a cocktail and go to bed. When the fuck do you do anything interesting or productive for your business? You hype yourself up as this crazy fucking guru CEO, and your day-to-day activities are genuinely doing nothing. I mean, I felt like this was just something that was supposed to woo me over if I matched with you on Tinder or something. This didn't feel like anything of any substance, and of course, shamelessly plugging your brand, which allegedly worked for you, so congrats on that front. But this is totally useless if anyone's trying to be motivated by your day-to-day routine. The only thing this teaches them is, hey, maybe get up early and work out. the most generic advice anyone could ever give anyone. It's just a silly fucking trend of videos. I don't know why rich YouTubers always like to do these day-to-day motivational video activity things. Makes no sense to me. Doesn't help anyone. It's just shamelessly there to promote whatever merch they're working on. Just some dumb shit. That's about it. So, yeah.
Fitted. We took up our phalanxes and swords and reaped their harvest. Oh, there was awesome.
You all know I'm a big fan of conspiracy theories, as long as they're harmless, fun ones, such as, you know, reptilians controlling the world, talking about like zippers on the sides to some powerful people's necks that reveal a giant lizard underneath the human skin suit. Flat Earth is always a classic, fun one to play with. But then there's they're very dangerous ones, and I think one of them that's really taking a huge upswing in the amount of people that believe it is 5G causing the coronavirus. A month ago, this was a fucking joke across the entire internet. But now, in the last month, everyone's quarantined, locked down, desperate, bored, and I think they're getting fucking dumber. Because there's so many people that are now unironically believing 5G is the cause of coronavirus that I actually can't believe it. These same people probably believe chocolate milk comes from brown cows. It takes mere minutes of research outside of Facebook actual scientific research. It takes only minutes to immediately disprove that and find there's no connection between 5G towers and coronavirus. That shouldn't be shocking to the majority of people, but to some people, I'm speaking blasphemy. I am a puppet of the Illuminati to some people for saying that, because these people see the truth. These high school dropouts that failed every fucking course, no, they're the ones that understand the 5G connection to coronavirus. Not the scientists, not the experts. These fucking limp-dicked fucking idiots sitting in their basement for fear that the government's listening to them through their alarm clock, so they have a tinfoil hat and condom on. Those are the real intellectuals. And they're spreading this kind of shit on the internet, which is laughable and it's fun to make fun of. But now they're starting to set cell phone towers on fire? It's fucking crazy. It's getting actually dangerous now. So, how did this start? I'm not here to be a fucking science professor, so I'm not going to tackle every angle of this. I'm just going to point out the most common and the most obvious fallacies in this logic of 5G being the coronavirus culprit, the one that's really controlling it all, and how the government, big brothers, got us under their thumb. They don't want us to see the earth is really flat, so they're using coronavirus to keep us inside and erect more 5G towers. We'll start with the origin of this conspiracy, at least in regards to coronavirus. In China, Wuhan, a 5G tower was rolled out at the end of 2019, so just a little bit before coronavirus broke out, and people are attributing the tower as the cause. That is ground zero of coronavirus. The tower caused it. That's pretty much where that logic ends.
This is all people.
And then as it spread to the United States, they're saying the 5G towers are the cause of coronavirus in the US. Not because it's contagious through, you know, spreading and being around people, but because the towers themselves are emitting too much radiation and it's causing the coronavirus. And the coronavirus itself isn't even real. It's a made-up hoax to cover for radiation poisoning. I've spent a few hours researching the conspiracy theory and looking around what everyone says on Twitter in these circles that truly believe this stuff, and they seem to all agree that coronavirus itself isn't real. What it is just radiation sickness, because the symptoms of radiation sickness are similar to those that are being reported with coronavirus. So that's basically the whole conspiracy in a nutshell. And it is fucking ridiculous. So 5G towers have existed in the US since early 2019. While the idea of 5G has existed much longer, and most people seem to think we've had 5G for longer, we really didn't start getting 5G until early 2019 with actual towers and everything being built around the US. Those aren't make-believe. That's not like Tooth Fairy shit. It's real. You can go see those 5G towers in the real world, in person. It's not smoke and mirrors, no magic tricks. That shit is there, and it's been there since 2019. There were no cases of coronavirus in the US throughout all of 2019. And there were no cases of coronavirus in the US until the China incident, where coronavirus started to explode. And then you know how the story goes from there. It spread throughout the entire world. But they seem to think that it's not actually spreading from human to human contact. It's being transmitted via the beams from the towers of 5G. That seems to be their accepted belief. I'm going to immediately poke a hole in that. Israel has 7,400 cases of coronavirus with 39 dead. Israel has no 5G towers. None. So how the fuck can that happen by this logic? Some enlightened Twitter users will be quick to point out that the radiation sickness was transferred. Someone who was infected by a tower in the US or some other part of the world traveled to Israel and started spreading it that way. Well, that's impossible via your radiation sickness hypothesis, because Radiation sickness isn't contagious. You watched Chernobyl on HBO and you think you understand everything there is to know about radiation. Well, I'll tell you one thing Chernobyl got wrong. You are not some kind of walking fucking virus with radiation sickness. If someone you know has radiation sickness, they cannot transfer that onto you. If their entire fucking clothes, their entire wardrobe is covered in dense radiation and they try and suffocate you with that, maybe. But as a whole, radiation sickness itself is not contagious. So you'd have to immediately throw out the radiation sickness hypothesis because it wouldn't be able to spread. It'd have to be coronavirus, which does exist and is very, very contagious, which is why people are being ordered to stay inside. If it was radiation poisoning, radiation sickness, it wouldn't matter if you were around 1,000 people. No one is going to catch that from you. It's easy to poke 1,000 different holes into this 5G coronavirus conspiracy. You can turn this shit into a fucking pincushion because it is so weak. But so many people still believe it just because I think they want to. They want to believe it's something bigger, like some like grand conspiracy, just the man trying to keep them down or something. It's so silly. If you look into it yourself, it's going to be hard not to laugh at it because the leaps and these conclusions they draw are so nonsensical. It's ridiculous. I just picked two quick ones to point out because those are the two most obvious ones that they have really no answer for that I've seen. And I'm sure there's going to be some comments on the video that immediately disregard shit and still try and promote the idea that 5G coronavirus thing is real, which is just pathetic. But anyway, I know I don't need to poke holes in it because it's already so goddamn silly if you even look at it for a second. I don't like having to be your fucking science teacher here. I graduated from university with a human sciences degree, so I do understand a lot of this stuff. Granted, I'm not as brushed up on the whole field as I used to be, because, I mean, I barely fucking use that knowledge anymore. But I do get it, and I understand where this fear comes from. You're locked inside, you're desperate, you're looking for answers, and you have no idea what else to turn to. So Twitter has this giant fucking platform full of lunatics that seem to believe this and are promoting it as a real thing. And since you're constantly on Twitter with nothing else to do besides jerk off and read garbage Twitter posts, you see this and you start to accept it. I get it, and I'm not blaming those people. But it is a very dangerous thing to just blindly follow this shit with no science and not doing any research on it at all. Now, what I do find interesting is there is a community of real scientists that are apprehensive about 5G's implementation and the future of 5G and what health implications it could have down the line. The conspiracy side of things is using this to promote the idea that scientists are afraid of it and they think that the scientists believe that it caused coronavirus. That couldn't be further from the truth. None of those scientists that are afraid of 5G's implications down the line have said anything about it being coronavirus related, which is what I'm focusing on. The scientists' main concern is they haven't been able to study the long-term health effects of what 5G could do in the future. There's nothing about coronavirus or anything like that. This community just wants a little more research done on 5G before it's implemented, and they think it's perhaps a bit rushed. It has nothing to do with the fucking scientists thinking that it's the cause of coronavirus. Again, this isn't a small community either. If you look up any 5G video on YouTube right now, it's overwhelmingly disliked with thousands of comments saying, "This is bullshit, don't trust them, rise up sheeple, it's time we take back our lives, don't let them control our minds, you know, don't let anyone tell you what to believe," as they're being told what to believe by somebody else. You know, I'm all for questioning the media and questioning sources and doing a lot of research to form your opinions, but I find it seriously hypocritical how this community keeps saying, "Don't trust anyone, but trust me." It makes no sense. Like, don't listen to anyone, don't let anyone tell you what to believe, as they're being told what to believe by some dude in his shit-stained underwear in a chat room somewhere. It's fucking silly. It's very hypocritical. Again, I'm all for questioning things you see in the media and online. I think that is the most healthy thing you can do. But when you start just entering an echo chamber and only looking up things that support what you want to believe, you're not getting anywhere and you're only making the problem worse. Now, I'm only focusing on the coronavirus aspect of this conspiracy theory. It goes much deeper with 5G. 5G itself is a rabbit hole for a crazy amount of conspiracies, especially on YouTube. For some reason, it seems a lot of YouTubers and YouTube commenters really believe that 5G is this ultimate boogeyman, like this final boss that's holding back the human species. Like, 5G is the one that's keeping us from growing wings and opening our third eye. It's weird. I don't know why everyone's latched on to 5G as this mega evil mastermind shit, but they have. But in regards to coronavirus, which is all I want to focus on, there is absolutely no possible way that 5G has caused coronavirus. You can just look at data, like real time, because it's only been a couple of months. You can see that 5G had no role to play. You can pretty much trace where coronavirus started in each area that it's in. It's right there at your fucking finger.
All right, get one of these symbols and hold square. Everyone, get at a symbol. Who's not up here?
Fuck with rice gum and your life's done. You little score me hater, I didn't know the Shermanator was a nerdy skater. Don't threaten me with your viz, Mr. Vanilla Isis. You're the definition of what white is. Hell yeah, I get big checks. I've never seen anything like
Would you
this.
please excuse me?
Guys, hold square.
Viewers have hated Rice Gum's responses to the content cop. The numbers are really ugly. You can see it in the polls on his own Twitter account, on Keemstar's Twitter account, on the like to dislike ratio on Rice Gum's channel. It's everywhere. The haters include Rice Gum's own fans and definitely included me. Shit. Invited the rape victim over to his house to apologize to her, put her on a pole, and then fired money at her.
As far as that girl I trolled, sorry if that offended you.
Dude. Oh, this is gonna be a long sentence. Come with Dr. Downvote as we take a closer look inside the mind of Rice Gum, the imaginary pimp in YouTube's make-believe rap industry, and his 5-part, 6-part, never-ending response to the content cop.
I know, come here, Sam.
Tonight's the night.
This is idle. Feels scary this time.
Shoes cost more than your house. Promise me you'll go to hell.
The gate will begin out of control.
Respect, Rabbit. Surprise video! I know. I'm sorry. We're waiting on Tryhards 3. We're waiting on My Bad Pastor video. We're waiting on something from Ask the Devil about... cut me some slack, okay? You can't tell me that there haven't been some major events on this website recently. You probably know all about it already, but just in case you don't, I'm going to try to put it in simple terms. At YouTube High School, a district which apparently includes Nerd City, two of the most popular kids just got in a fight. And it was a bully fight, which are the best fights.
You picking on Moody again? Right here.
You want a piece of me?
Idubs and Rice Gum were out in the parking lot trading haymakers while everybody watched out the window with their noses up against the glass, even the teachers.
When he releases a content comp, that's like a YouTube holiday for me. I stop what I'm doing and I watch it.
I know. I can hear some of the adults in the room, maybe some of the parents being like, who bubs and what gum? Okay, on this side, Idubs, bully number 1. Now, I say bully, but a benevolent one. In recent years, Idubs has become feared for his ability to stunt the growth of crappy channels with his criticism. He's not malicious, but he is unpredictable and sort of a clever rascal. On the other side, we have bully number 2, who is in many ways the complete opposite. In the ways that Idubs can come across as genuine and grubby and self-aware, Rice Gum is flashy and self-aggrandizing and materialistic. And although he doesn't seem to realize it, most of his peers think of him as a bit of a bimbo.
He's fucking Rice Gum. I don't really like the guy. I don't like anything he does.
Rice Gum, do more, man. Keep going. These are fucking stupid.
You might be wondering, how did a guy with a reputation like Rice Gum become so popular in the first place? Well, because of kids. Rice rocketed to fame by mocking children. This is a very successful formula on YouTube that keeps being tweaked ever so slightly. It goes like this. It's rather simple. Kids love it when the person being mocked is their age, but is not them. It's an ugly fact, but it is the reason why some of the worst bullying still gets laughs in schools. It's attention noise. In that moment, when someone who's a little bit weirder than you is taking all the punishment,
to the arena,
you can be safe in the shadows.
With
Yeah, get out, it's not me. Also highly coveted and virally shared are Idubs' content cop videos. And for similar reasons, you get to see a targeted destruction. Compared to Rice Gum, though, Idubs' fan base seems to include more legal adults, and Idubs is highly respected by his peers. If YouTube's community is a living organism, Idubs is a key part of its immune system. When a pathogen begins to spread through trending or recommended, whether that's bad content or just a toxic personality, to keep it from replicating inside of YouTube's culture, Idubs attacks it and then cripples it. In his video, Idubs accused Rice Gum of having a caveman brain. And if Rice Gum's response to that content cop had been to sharpen a stick and then climb a
gotta-
tree,
you have to use
even that
kilowatt
would have
ohms.
been
It's
a
not
more
gonna work
thoughtful
with a
defense
firebomb.
than having the
You
rape
don't have to
victim, who he
stay
already
inside
humiliated,
the circle.
twerk for
You
him
can
for
train
cash.
them and
As
run
the
through it
dislikes
and shoot
indicate,
at the
the
same
recent
time.
uploads by Ricegum are difficult to enjoy for reasons that have
Well,
to
you
do
gotta
with
get
talent
kilowatt before you
and
do
his
it.
lack of a sense of humor. But even if you peel away those moldy things off of his
Hold on, I
content,
can't
at
get
the
you
center
right
of the problem is the fact that Ricegum is a rotten dude.
Hey.
Using evil YouTube science, we can go directly into Ricegum's mind and see what he was thinking. We're going in. Oh, it worked again. I'm inside the mind of Rice. I understand. The mind of a young man who always wants to say that he's bored.
I'm so bored. My life is so boring, man. Be really, really bored. This is bored. I'm just really bored. I think, girls, I'm really bored, so I want to try something.
I'm bored because I'm boring. And kids don't know that that's what it means when you say that you're bored all the time. It gives you a great cover. It gives you an out to make a genuine effort at something when you aren't sure how it's going to be perceived.
I just got one.
I'm really bored.
So, I'm going to start this video the way that I normally do by telling my audience, who I get paid an obscene amount of money to entertain,
I threw a
that I'm so bored of doing it.
Bro, honestly, I'm bored as shit. I mean,
Why do we get bored? And why does it matter?
iDubbbz called me a little bitch, and he pointed out that I'm always trying to show off that I'm rich. So the first thing I'm gonna do to win that PR war is I'm gonna have my roommate, FaZe Banks, who, in contrast to me, is kind of a high testosterone, sort of manly dude. I'm gonna have him come in, sit on the edge of my bed, and spray me with dollar bills out of a toy while I squirm around and act like he's tickling
so
me.
you know when it's filled, when these lightning rods turn.
As you saw with FouseyTube, I am very ticklish around men. Which is why, when I tell Banks to stop, I can't quite muster up the strength to say it with intent, like, stop.
As you kill zombies,
I say it like my no is a yes, like, stop, stop, stop. Like he's my boyfriend, who knows just where to put his fingers to make me squirm. Let's clear this up once and for all. I'm not a little bitch. Like all of my artistic pursuits, acting doesn't come very easy for me because I'm not very talented. So when I reenact getting a push notification from the YouTube app that would say, iDubbbz has just uploaded a content cop, instead of simply reading what I would supposedly be seeing on screen, I am going to phrase it in the form of a question like this. Yo, iDubbbz, content cop? And then I'm gonna freeze in place until he says his line, like the worst acting out of a school play.
yo, iDubbbz content cop?
I'm such a bad actor that most of my takes are gonna be blown takes in this video. Ironically though, I've actually made fun of people for bad acting in their YouTube skits before. Go figure.
Wait, but can we plot something? Like, help me plot.
Help me plot something. I don't know what to say. Yeah, I would never have a ghostwriter because I always know what to say. And ladies, are you not impressed with my room? I've lived here for 5 months, and I'm still draping an unsecured network cable across a leaning mirror and over 2 open doors. Wouldn't you want to walk into a booby trap like that when you get up in the middle of the night to pee? Come spend the night in my filthy frat house of a human aquarium. No, don't touch my cum bottles. Those are dirty. Those are special. Yay! Get ready for the worst apology you've ever seen in your life. Of course you remember this girl, right? The one that I mercilessly mocked for being the victim of a rape?
I don't know, I got raped.
Like, how long did the rape last before?
Like 5 minutes or less.
Oh, okay. It's not that bad.
We're gonna exploit her again today. You will not believe how thoroughly we do it.
I mean, you said something about how you got raped, and feel bad because not to just you though, just to all the rape victims out there, and just like it wasn't funny, you know what I mean? And I just.
Don't feel bad. I know you didn't
I'm
mean
sorry.
it. I know you didn't mean it. It's okay.
Oh boy, there's a lot going on here. Okay, so you might be wondering, why is this apology set up like a skit with silly pizzicato-style comedy music playing as the soundtrack and ridiculous fake tears? Why would I be pretending to cry if I'm actually sorry? That's not very sincere, right? That's literally the opposite of being sincere. Why would I do that? It's because I'm not sorry, okay? Wait till you see just how not sorry I am.
On top?
Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah.
Has at least one too many sorries for me. What I really wanted to do in this response video was just explain to you guys that this girl is a hoe. And that it doesn't matter what I said about her because she's just a fan of mine and she's irrelevant compared to me. But no, I can't say she's a hoe. So I flew her in and I set all this up so that I can show you that she's a hoe.
I'm gonna go back. Should I kiss you back?
Are you fucking kidding me?
See? She's a hoe. Hoe
If it's
confirmed.
not filled
Yes,
up,
I made fun of her for being raped. As you can see by the fact that she's a
Right in
willing
the
participant in the script and kissing me just
Right
like
in
my
the
stupid,
face.
horrible script says. I'm still the one with the power in this dynamic, and I can have my way with it still.
No one rapes my girl. Not even I raped my own girl.
Is it really fair that I'm getting all this hate for insulting a hoe? She inconvenienced me. I'm the real victim here. She should be apologizing to me, which is exactly why I wrote it this way. That's the neat thing about my skits, is I can just write down the reality that I want and then film it that way, and then that's what everyone has to accept. This is what happened.
You got raped?
Yeah, bro. And this dude, he raped like.
I'm just trying to
hella
stay on one
people.
side.
What the No.
I'm not running in a whole circle. I was just running in one little area. Yeah, that's what I mean. We can all just take one section and fill up that one. So I'll stay over here then.
So, this is from the Washpo Reporter. He says 30 million Americans could lose their private health insurance over the next few months, per new HMA. If there's 30 million Americans already without any insurance, and another 30 million Americans are going to lose it, that's 60.
It doesn't work if you throw a monkey.
But if Bernie Sanders is correct, he says 80 million Americans are either uninsured or underinsured. Plus you add this 30, I'm not a math surgeon, but that's 120 million people. That's a big chunk of America without health insurance in the middle of a pandemic when hospitals are overflowing. So what I was saying, and we've been saying, is that they have, you know, and what Dylan Radigan said. The day after they passed this bill, Dylan Radigan said it looked like they'll probably do some version of a UBI and some version of a Medicare for all. And I said, why would they do that? He goes, "Not out of options." That's my impression of Dylan, by the way. Out of options. And so that's what we've been saying. They're going to have to do. What are you going to? How do you pay for someone's coronavirus? Because anyway, let's get to it. This is ex-Obama healthcare. I'm doing the news like Joe Biden. Whatever. Yeah, I've talked enough about that. It's better off I don't talk. If that's the ex-Obama healthcare head, he's also a helper and founder of USOF Care. That sounds like USO fucking Care.
Yes.
But just so you know, according to Cali Girl Burner, she says, yep, and you didn't endorse it, and it's Bernie Sanders' Medicare for All plan.
This is supposed to be so
hang on.
easy.
Stand by.
Just so you know, she says, and I'll never forget what a vulture you were. You sued me when I had a spinal surgery trying to exploit me during my worst moment in my life. I know exactly who you are. So that's Cali Girl Burner.
Wow.
Does not like the former ex-Obama healthcare head, Andy Slavitt, because he sued her when she had spinal surgery. Tried to exploit the. It's according to Cali Girl Burner. I haven't vetted this story, so don't come at me. People are gonna. Don't Jezebel. Don't write an article about me that I didn't protect Cali Girl Burner sufficiently enough before I reported the story. So what is going on? Why do I bring up Andy Slavitt? Or Slavitt, whatever his name is. Because get a load of this. That's why, because right from the Obama horse's mouth, he says rather than open the ACA exchanges, Trump and Alex Azar just announced another plan, right? Because now all these people are getting sick and they don't have insurance, and so Hillary Clinton, she tweeted out, Trump should open the ACA markets again so people can buy health insurance because she goes, people are losing their health insurance by the millions because they're losing their jobs. Trump should open up the ACA exchange so they can buy health insurance. And I'm like, well, if they lost their jobs and lost their health insurance, where are they going to get money to buy health insurance? Hillary, do you see the disconnect? Does everyone understand now why we have to have health care for everybody? Because, hey, if you have a pandemic, everybody loses their health care. If you have a Great Depression, so you know in the Great Depression they say only 25% of the people are unemployed. We're going to exceed that. That's the projections. At least 30%. And I've heard people say 40%, which is way worse than the Great Depression. And by the way, you know how long it took the stock market to come back after the Great Depression? It took 20 years. So you can see it says Hillary Clinton tweeted this out on April 2nd. She says millions of people have lost their employer-tied health care over the last 2 weeks because of the pandemic. Millions. It's an easy call. Reopen the healthcare exchanges. That's the easy call. That's the easy call, you knucklehead. Do you see your brain on capitalism? Do you see what that is? Hey, people lost their jobs and they lost their health care. Well, let's sell them some health care.
Come on, Gladiator. Get all the way in.
Let's sell them some. Hey, because you know what that sounds just like? Hey, Steph, tell me the people ran out of bread.
Once we get a
People
gladiator
ran out of bread,
run,
Jimmy.
kill all
Oh,
the
well,
gladiators and stuff.
why don't they just eat cake? That's what that is. Oh, they lost their employer-based health care?
So don't
Well, why don't we just
gladiators
let them,
unless
well,
they're
let's sell them some health care
the
then.
last two right here.
Fucking nuts.
Unless they're inside these semicircles.
Do you see your brain on capitalism?
They'll fill up after this.
Do you see that? So, according to ex-Obama healthcare head, people without Trump and Alex have announced another plan instead of opening up the ACA exchange. What is that plan? People without insurance can get cared for free. And hospitals would get paid at Medicare rates. What?
Oh, now they are, yeah.
So people
Now we
can
go
go to
up
a
here.
hospital, and then he says something very funny.
Come up
I don't want
on the podium.
to take away his clever.
And
He
everyone
goes,
go
wish
to
there
one
was
of
a phrase
these
for that.
and hit square.
Nicely done. Tip of the hat to the guy who sued Cali Girl
So it
with
turned
chest
red.
spinal surgery.
No, not there, you guys. Look behind y'all.
So, what that means is
Destin,
you
you
can
gotta
go
come
to
up
the
here.
hospital. They'll take care of you, give you your medicine, whatever therapy, what have you, for as long as it takes. And then guess what? The government, Trump's government, is going to send
Over
a
here
direct
to the
cash
podium.
payment to that hospital to cover all the expenses at Medicare rates. And the only stipulation is that hospital can now not second bill you, because
go
they do
over
that
here.
a lot of times. Like, oh, a doctor took care of you and he wasn't in this
Come over
network
here.
and this, or they gave you this. That's not covered by Medicare. They can't. That's the stipulation.
Destin, come to
And
this
how are they
one.
going to disperse
You gotta
that
come
fund,
over here
those funds
this
to the
one.
hospitals through the Medicare
Behind
system?
you, Destin. Come here, to
What?
me.
You're either
Yeah.
going to give her what you earned.
There you go. Everybody hit
Huh?
hold square. There we go.
Trump is giving everybody Medicare? Well, that's according to Andy Slavitt, former Obama healthcare head, who.
You gotta kill
And you're like, well, maybe
kill
Trump's
them
just
with
saying
your
that.
staff, you guys.
Because I've heard them say
That's
that.
why
They
they
said a
keep
lot
your
of shit.
staff
They
for
say
a
a lot
long
of
time.
stuff. It's like first they say the right thing, and then they always do the wrong thing, right? During this crisis. Because first they were like, hey, Mitt Romney and him, and hey, let's give. And Kudlow was like, hey, let's give direct cash payments to people. And like, fuck yeah. And then Nancy Pelosi's like, no. No shit. So right now, if that's what he's really proposing,
It's okay,
you know
you
Nancy
go down,
Pelosi's
we'll
going to
be
be like,
right
no, we
back.
have to means test this.
Put our staffs down.
No, you can't do that. So if that's what he really means, but according to Andy Slavitt, so I'm like, well, let's see what they said.
I'm going to provide a brief update on the administration's plans to cover the testing and treatment
for the uninsured.
They're going to cover the testing and the treatment for the uninsured. So, you got pneumonia from coronavirus? Yeah. Come on in. Gonna take care of you.
After this,
What do you
we're
need me
gonna
to fill
have to
out?
save the
No.
zombie.
No filling
They're
out.
gonna
They're
need
gonna
someone
take
to
care
come
of you.
downstairs with
You
me.
need my stuff? No. We don't need your. Is there a copay? No. There's no. Do I have to pay? No. You have to just come in, and we're gonna get you well, and then you go home, and that's. But what? And then what?
We'll
And then
wait
the government
till,
sends us
we
some money
got
for
one
doing that.
zombie.
Can I hear it one more time? It's like I just don't
Wait,
believe
wait.
it.
Wait, there's
Actually,
more.
I'll go ahead
Yeah, I'll
and
play it
try to
again.
do
Okay,
it
great.
There's
now.
more.
I'm going to provide a brief update on the administration's plans to cover the testing and treatment for the uninsured. Getting the uninsured access to the care they need is a top priority for President Trump. We are already rolling out the $1 billion in funding from the Families First Coronavirus Response Act to cover providers' expenses for testing and diagnosing the uninsured. The CARES Act, signed by the President, includes another $100 billion.
The CARES Act, this is called. Already signed by the president. Okay? This is already signed, apparently.
$100 billion for healthcare providers. Under the President's direction, we will use a portion of that funding to cover providers' costs of delivering COVID-19 care for the uninsured, sending the money to providers through the same mechanism used for testing. As a condition of receiving funds under this program, providers will be forbidden from balance billing the uninsured for the cost of their care. Providers will be reimbursed at Medicare rates.
Now, that's the CARES Act that he already signed.
Anyone else got their staff? Because I don't have mine.
So, Joe Biden is a Harvey Weinstein Democrat, says. Democrats are about to get BTFO in November. Trump is going to give people Medicare for all. Joe
so you
Biden
get
is
up,
still
try to
saying
throw your
wouldn't help.
monkey.
The Democrats are
Oh,
still
about
saying
that
wouldn't
out.
help.
I got stuck.
Beth, comma, a toxic,
I got
says
stuck on
holy
you.
fucking hell.
I didn't get you up? I thought I got you up.
The Republicans are listening to Bernie Sanders more than the Democrats. That's for sure.
All right.
And
We'll just wait
turns
till
out
we save the
Bernie
zombie and
Sanders
someone can take the
has been
zombie
running
and do it.
in the wrong pro-war Wall Street party.
Whoa.
He should have been running in the Republican Party because they actually fucking would listen to him.
What is that? I thought there was a new perk,
pretty
but there isn't.
That's pretty. You know, everybody said, hey, why doesn't Bloomberg run in the Republican? Why doesn't fucking Bernie run in the Republican Party? Why didn't he? He's got just as fucking big of a chance of getting his shit
So
enacted.
we're just gonna save the zombie
In fact,
this
better.
round. How many y'all got?
Turns out. Imagine if he was in the Trump cabinet trying to push right now when Larry Kudlow says direct cash payments and Mitt Romney says direct cash payments. Bernie could be there. Boom, let's do it. This is a fun thought experiment. As
I've got one.
who's that atheist guy? Sam. What's his name? Sam.
Yeah.
The atheist guy.
Yeah, I know. Harris?
Yeah. As Sam Harris. This is a thought experiment. What if Bernie was a Republican? I mean, if he
We'll just
caucused
save this
with the
gladiator.
Republicans instead of the pro-war. If he caucused with the pro-war, pro-Wall Street, pro-fossil fuel Republicans
just
instead of
gave you a max ammo.
caucusing with the pro-war, pro-Wall Street, pro-fossil fuel Democrats. Let's just say.
Oh shit.
And
stuck.
pro-health, big
Who's
pharma,
next to me?
and anti-Medicare for all Republicans or the. This is, come on. So, as this is happening, I'm opening up yet another email from Bernie Sanders. Getting emails 2, 3, 4 day. Getting lots, not just from Bernie, but from all the Democrats, I'm getting, I don't know, don't ever donate and give your real email. I'm an idiot.
We'll just say zombie then.
So now I have to get another email. Anyway, so now my old email is just going to be
Here's
for
another gladiator.
political spam, turns
Here's
out.
another one.
Because I donated. So as this is happening, I get an email from Bernie Sanders, and it's all about what he's doing. Right now, he's got a new plan out. Now he's got a stimulus 4. He's got some big ideas.
What?
All of a sudden, Bernie's going to get you some health care now that he didn't get you before, because I guess no one knew anybody's going to need health care in a fucking pandemic. Like, isn't it amazing that the first thing they didn't do in a pandemic was institute health care for everybody in the middle of a fucking like, they didn't know that, oh, so we're going to have 30 to 40% unemployment, worse than the Great Depression. We have a system where people's health care is tied to their employment. And so what are they going to, so that they're going to get, okay, so let's make sure we get the healthcare thing taken care of, and then we can take care of the corporations that actually
You guys
don't need
know
the
how
money.
hard this actually is,
They
and
don't
I'm
even
getting them
need
on
the
the
money.
first try.
This is a rating.
I gotta shoot.
So
I gotta shoot 3 symbols through the wall.
it's amazing to tell you about our, Dylan Radigan also
With
said
the
this is
scorpion?
6. By the way, we're going to do a show. Hopefully,
really
I
hard
haven't
to
heard
do,
back from him, but
'cause you have to
we're going to do
line
a show
it
with
up
Dylan
exactly right.
Radigan, and he's going to answer your questions for like an hour or something like that.
And usually it takes me like a bunch of
So you can
tries,
write in and
sometimes.
ask questions to Dylan. We'll talk about stuff
already
maybe
on
even
the
longer than an
last
hour. I don't know. Depends on how it goes. But he said we're a sick country,
I may need help with it because this is
and
the
he's not
harder
taking it emotional this time. Remember the last time
How
he
many
took it
zombies
emotional
y'all
when that
got?
happened? When Obama did this to us,
All right,
he got
can
emotional,
someone come downstairs?
and now he understands that we're a sick country, and we are. And so, as this is happening, as Trump is announcing that they're going to pay for everybody's health care who gets sick with coronavirus direct from the government, you don't take bill, and the hospital is not allowed to bill you.
Who's downstairs with me? Okay.
So no,
Can you stand-
no, that is not Medicare for all.
So I'll tell you where
That
to
is
stand.
that is a first
Hold on, I
baby
thought we only
step
had one
towards it,
zombie left.
and it's
I don't
coming
need
from
to go
Trump.
down.
And I didn't hear Nancy Pelosi screaming that we should do this. I didn't hear Chuck Schumer. I didn't hear anybody screaming. Trump actually signed it into the CARES Act. So then I get this email from Bernie Sanders.
Great.
And he's talking about and he says
half the
Medicare
entire
must be
country.
empowered to pay all of the deductibles, co-payments, and out-of-pocket health care
All right,
expenses
where you at,
for the
Sam?
uninsured and the underinsured. That's what Trump's doing
Come over here. Up the stairs where I'm at.
right now.
Is that you
That's what
right
it sounds
here?
like.
Turn back around.
That's already done. No one in America who is sick, regardless of
stand right here
immigration.
next to the
Okay,
symbol.
so he's including.
You see it?
I don't see how they exclude
All right. So
immigrants
try and
or
stay right there.
undocumented people. I don't see how they exclude you. Show up at a hospital. How do you do? No, go out on the street and be sick
Got it.
with the coronavirus. Go spread around. So
All right. Now we're gonna meet.
he gets
at
to
the,
this, so that he
Shields.
says all that. So that's already doing that. That's according to what I just heard from Obama's health guy and the videotape that they signed it. It's into the CARES Act, and so whatever. See, he said what he wants here. It's happening. Trump's already doing it.
You guys got the perks
But
you
then
need and everything?
there's
'Cause
this-
we're about to get locked in here.
Let me be clear.
Well, we're
Colon.
meeting at the Shields.
I
That's
am
where
not
we're gonna be locked in
proposing
at.
that we pass Medicare for all in this moment.
Okay.
That fight continues into the future.
You should get
If
Dying
not
Wish
now,
if
when?
you have that one. Oh, you only have 2,000.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. I don't know what to make of that. I know you can't pass Medicare for all inside of a temporary stimulus bill.
Well, this
I
is
know
it.
that
We're
you can't
almost
do
done.
that.
We're about
You
to
can't pass a permanent
do a
thing.
boss fight.
But
Yeah,
I
this is
don't
the last step till the boss fight. Yeah.
I've been tweeting and saying on the show and texting and to whoever will listen just like Sagar and Crystal were saying that they should be using their power, which is their following and their threat to the establishment. They should be using that right now to leverage shit. You know how they got, the corporations got $4.2 trillion. The richest 1,000 people in the country got $4.2 trillion. Like that, right? And now they're going to buy up everything. All the stores that are closed on all the streets around you, they're all going to be bought up by corporations. Why couldn't you also demand that now? Why couldn't you say, yeah, and we have to give everybody Medicare for all right now? Anybody who shows up to a hospital, we just put it in the budget. How much is it a year? What is it? What is it, $3 trillion a year? Let's just do it. And you start off with, hey, anybody right now who loses their health care right now, you start off that way. And then here's my plan to kick it in for the rest of everybody in a year or two. And everybody, believe me, everybody's on board right now. Nobody has health. Everybody's losing their job. Everybody's scared to fucking death. And that's why I keep trying to make their campaign aware, or his people aware, that people are scared to death and they need leadership and they want a call to action. And Bernie's not giving anybody a call to action. Like, hey, you know what I'm talking about. You've heard me say it a million times. And so, of course, you know, they ignore all my outreaches, right? Because they're good at building. They're as good at building bridges as I am, apparently. And this is a tailor-made moment for Bernie Sanders. And he won't. It's like this. If there's ever a time you got a gun to their head, you know, I said, hey, if you're really the biggest nightmare. First of all, he said he's the organizer in chief. Now is the time to be the organizer in chief. Now is the time to be bold. Now is the time to make a demand, because shit is about to fucking hit the fan, man.
All right, stand on
and
it.
Trump knows it so much that he's doing his version of Medicare for all. If you get sick with this, don't worry about it. Go to a fucking hospital, don't worry about it.
Y'all gotta get on it.
All right? So I just beat Joe Biden. So Trump just beat Joe Biden. That's taken care of.
Well, Trump
Doesn't even have to call him a demented knucklehead. Go ahead.
Well, Trump also beats Hillary on this.
That's right.
It's an easy call. We reopen the healthcare exchanges. What?
Trump's like, fuck you. We're just going to pay for it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Wait,
you
come
lose
over
your
here,
health care,
off
you
the
get sick with
grate.
this.
Maybe
Don't
it's
worry
off the
about it.
grate.
So now there's going to have to be an expansion. They're going to have to expand it to anybody who loses their health insurance right now.
Anyone got a monkey?
I mean, how can you, right? Come on. You're going to hear stories of people faking their COVID when they really had H1N1 pneumonia. So they could get paid by, I mean, so we're going there. Now we need a big push. Now would be, okay, I'm not screaming about this right this moment. Because there's got to be something I'm missing. But if I find out there isn't something that I'm not missing,
I'll throw a monkey. Let's.
Are
we all over here?
What do you? I don't know. What do you? If someone's watching that's smarter than me and you think I'm missing something,
Come
please
over
text
here,
me.
Destin.
Because I texted it to a few people inside the campaign. And they,
all right, either a symbol was missed or
acting,
something. Let me check.
What's the word? Not smug.
I'm pretty sure they were all done. Actually, I know they were all done.
Like what? What's the problem? I go, did you read the part that's
they're all
highlighted?
there. All the symbols.
I go, have a good day. Like you're gonna play this play a fucking game? Really?
I mean, come on,
you're gonna play
seriously.
a game? You don't think people who read that are gonna fucking freak out? You don't think you're? What? What's the problem? Sir, swear to God.
See, I don't understand because it continues but for the moment we must act boldly to make sure everyone can get health care.
The next fucking line. Look what the next line. But for the moment, we must act boldly. Is that not a little contradictory?
But that goes back to what they were doing with this is an awful bill, but I'm going to vote for it.
I'm going to vote for it. We got to act boldly, but not that bold.
Come back over here to this one.
I don't know. So here's something. Maybe this is it. Because no one's texting me, motherfuckers. No one. Here's what I think.
Everyone's holding square.
Okay. Maybe Bernie, again, is afraid of the optics of, oh, look at Bernie's trying to use this crisis to push his fucking pet project.
Are we all on it?
And, you know, which is probably sure a lot of people would actually say that. And then he says, you mean, what he should say is, you mean a solution to people's problems? Which is what I would say if I was him, and I would even say it just like that. And, but he wouldn't. He would say, well, I don't know. Let's see what your system didn't seem to be working so well, so now I have this other. You know, he would never speak actually directly and spank someone. But
I mean, where is the guy that said, I am dangerous?
Whoever just got a staff, put it out.
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. Where is the guy who said he was dangerous to Wall Street? Where the fuck is that guy? I don't know. So again, this goes back to what I've been talking about since they passed this fleecing of America, and even before they started sending you emails bragging about all the shit they got you in that bill, which they did. Here it is. Here, I don't know. So,
Are we in a public or a private
so
match?
I know, I'm not saying they go, I'm sure the answer is, well, you can't get a permanent thing like that done in a
private match?
in a temporary spending bill.
Well,
okay.
whoever's leader,
All right.
pause
It's been 40 years.
Why would you stop?
Pause it for a second.
We've been trying to get this for 100 years in this country.
I know it's this one. No,
What
it's
the
definitely not
fuck?
that one.
You know, John F.
Can
Kennedy.
someone pause it?
What I'm
Whoever's,
proposing,
like,
Europe
close to
did
this?
decades ago. It's not radical. It's common sense. He said that in the 60s.
Pause the game.
Okay. 60
Hit-
years ago. That was
hit
60 I
options.
know math surgeon,
Hit
but that was 60
options,
years
dude.
ago. 60 years ago, before I was born.
Just hit.
He was saying that. I'm almost dead.
He's not host. It must be in a
He was
public
saying
match.
that.
Either he's not
And
host
Bernie's
or
not
it's
going
in
to,
a public
not
match.
at this time, at this moment. I don't think we should do that thing that everyone knows we should have did 60 years ago. You know that thing we did for seniors that everybody fucking loves? You can't have that. And especially not now.
We're all standing on it. All the symbols are done.
So I don't know. So now I don't know what people are saying in the chat now. I would love to know what people are saying in the chat now. So that's what I mean. He's not proposing that we pass Medicare for all at this moment. Why wouldn't you?
Martin Bennett says Bernie is playing 4D Buckaroo. Unfortunately, he's shit at it. That's what one of our guys are saying.
So
You gotta move once I revive you. There we go.
that's what I've been talking about. So is that clickbait? Was my title clickbait? Bernie gives up on Medicare for all? Because that's what that sounds. Let me be clear. I am not proposing that we pass it right now. Nope.
All right, you guys
Want to pass
leave
it now?
this area.
No.
Y'all are staying in here.
You think we can pass it now? Nope. Don't wanna.
I'm about to go down.
Let's
now,
wait.
too.
One. Well, that fight gets in the future.
Crazy.
You know, Jimmy,
In the
what's
future, after everyone gets sick and dead. Anyway.
And you know, you got that email today. That is an email
Today.
that you received this morning. And we have been saying on this show, on March 15th, he had that opportunity to meet his destiny.
Right.
And make the case to America. And just like scramble the brains of the
Save the
people who
last
were going to
option
ask
to
them
be
questions. Who the fuck cares about millionaires asking a presidential candidate
Candidate
questions?
question. Don't
when
answer
all
their
the president
questions.
had to do, like Donald Trump did, was seize the opportunity and speak to his base and speak to the people in need. But he didn't do that. And additionally, and I've said this before, he should have warned Florida. He should have warned Illinois. He should have told them, I value you. I want you and your family to be safe. Instead of waiting till April 1st to tell people in Wisconsin, don't go and vote. He has to.
Correct.
Since 2016.
Hey, this is the part where I tell you where our live shows are, but there aren't any. And then I would tell you to go join our premium, but nobody has a fucking job. So why don't you listen to everybody?
I don't know. I saw all the symbols. That's literally the very next step. Just save that gladiator that's out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you look up Odin part of the Easter egg for me?
Yeah.
And see if I missed stuff.
Hello, freak bitches. Be more considerate or more kind. It's about calling people out on doing something wrong and stopping them.
Do you think the intent matters more than the word?
100%.
Because I feel like we saw that a lot with. There's two big YouTubers that were in the news, or one was in the news. There was PewDiePie.
Yeah,
Felix.
let's talk about that because I saw his response video and I kind of got sickened.
Oh, really?
By what's happening to him.
Oh, by what's happening? I thought you were saying
no.
his words.
Well, it was
crazy. It was crazy.
The whole thing's insane. They're making it
Part
out
of
like
9.
he's a Nazi.
Right.
And he's not at all.
No,
he had made some videos where he had told people to not be Nazis, and to not, and to like to don't, you know, what was his exact words? I don't want to misrepresent him.
The thing is, it originally started with this whole Fiverr video that he did, and.
No, I gotta stay on here. Can you unplug it?
It won't play.
Alright, never mind.
There won't be any audio.
Yo, what's
So I literally shot.
Today I have a tutorial on how to complete the Odin challenge
Alright,
on
I need to
9.
skip that
Let's
part.
get straight into it. The first step in completing
So I shot all the symbols.
3 sets of symbols under the arena.
You can speed that part up. Yeah.
Using these symbols will unlock the see and aim at your teammate. If you're playing solo, you will need to just line up exactly where I'm standing and shooting. Symbol is the hardest to get.
How far?
It's located in the Daniel tunnel by the flooded corpse. Since the
A
symbol
little
is
bit
on
more.
the incline, you'll need to do a jump shot.
Alright. They're standing on the grate, right? That's what he's saying?
There'll be a grate in the back middle next to the shield.
Yeah.
When you stand on the grate, you should
Yep.
And holding square, right?
After hearing all 4 open,
Right?
I don't think he's holding square. Hold on.
after hearing all 4 open, you'll be transported to the next area. After hearing all 4 open, you'll be transported to the next area. If the round is
Right? What they do?
after hearing all 4 open, you'll be transported to the next area.
Hold on.
After hearing all next to the shield, when you stand on the grate, you should be able to hear the sounds of waterways opening. After hearing all 4 open, you'll be
What is he
transported
saying?
to the
You should hear the sounds of waterways opening.
Yeah, I know that. And you hold square. Okay. That's literally what we did.
Okay.
Alright. You guys meet me back in Odin. It's literally what we were doing. Maybe the game was just glitching out or something. But you literally stand on that grate, all of us, and hold square.
Yeah. Yeah. Damn, how many people are there? It's like 6 people.
I don't know why this isn't working. All on it. Yeah, this is it. No, just hit square. Don't hold it. Let's just hit square, maybe. That'll work. I really don't know. The thing died. He became a zombie instead. Get back on it? Yeah, either game glitch, because I did all the right steps, so I don't know. I said the game, like sometimes the game just mess up. Alright, I guess it's not gonna work. It's supposed to lock us in here. We're supposed to kill. This is the last part of it, literally. It's not gonna work. I'm gonna look it up again, I guess. Alright, I did all that. I shot all the symbols.
After getting all the symbols lit up, head to the pit. There'll be a grate in the back middle next to the shield. When you stand on the grate, you should be able to hear the sounds of waterways opening. After hearing all 4 open, you'll be transported to the next area. If the round is a boss round, you'll be transported to the next round. After the flash of light, the lights
See? That's literally what we just did. So it's just not working. All the symbols are lit. I really don't know. Unless I am missing a symbol, but I know I'm not. That one's done. I'm coming back, Sam.
Yeah. Sure.
ice round we can go to? Try what? Just to see if we can get it to work? Alright, we can head back down there then. Let's go. We did both. We stood on both. Yeah. I was like, okay, let's try the one behind it. But it didn't work. We did both of them. Yeah, you were. Yeah, we did both. We can do it again. But I even turned my mic off to see if I could hear it better. So I could mute y'all. We can do it again. We stood on this one. Behind, right here. We did. Destin, you're not on it. Did it work? I don't know. We stood on this one too. You guys are on the great. Then get on the smooth one. Really? We did that. We did that. You told me, but we already did it. Unless we all weren't standing on it, but I said that. We just gotta kill zombies. Yeah. That's crazy, because I had us when we first went out and said, okay, everyone get off the grate. And it didn't work. Make no sense. You can. Yeah, you really can. He said. Oh, now you're a liability. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, just wait until after the monkeys. We're about to get a max ammo after this wave. King Zeus and Danu. Everyone in here? Everyone got what they need? Alright, let's go. We gotta all stand by the gate. You guys gotta come over here. That's why I asked. I didn't hear it. No one heard you. Alright. I gotta repair my shield now. So when we go to kill the elephant, the trick is to first get off his belt. And there'll be like a red glowing thing on his belt. That's what you need to aim at to shoot. And then you gotta shoot at the red glowing thing on his head. It'll be a different color when the second elephant comes out. Are we all here? Yeah. to me too. Y'all went to the gate. I sure did. You gotta shoot at his belt. Remember that the red on his belt there? You gotta break it so it come off. You gotta break the chains. So shoot at the red. That red, like, diamond looking thing on his belt. Yeah. You gotta shoot at that to break it so it come off. He throws fire and things at you too. There. Now you gotta shoot at his head. His forehead. Throw monkeys every now and then, you guys. He'll make you fly too. Right. Yeah, you gotta break his belt too. His is green. Like a bluish green. Oh. Oh, God. Yeah. You know what's the worst thing? In gauntlet mode, they don't even spawn you any max ammos during this. Yeah, he'll keep stomping on you so you can't revive him. Anyone got a staff? Dang! He just threw some fire at me. Alright. Y'all shooting at his forehead? There you go. That'd be cool if it did.
and charcoal, right? Yep.
That's you, guy. That was it. The end. Good job, y'all. Oh, that was long. Yeah. He said you gotta get HD.
HD what? There we go.
go time.
Cool.
166. Damn. That's huge. Okay, that's a little much. Is this a Surgeon General? Why don't they look like that?
I listened to it all and I said, Andrew, is this something I don't get? Is this about Queen Victoria? She's the main cat, and Disraeli and Gladstone are other cats, and then there are, poor cats, and am I missing this? And he took a terrible, painful, long pause and said, Hal, it's about cats. And we never discussed it again.
In 2012, New York Times food critic Pete Wells published a review of Food Network personality and human can of Bud Light Lime,
Right on.
Right on! Guy Fieri's massive Times Square restaurant, Guy Fieri's American Kitchen and Bar, fittingly located right across the street from the Majestic Theater, which at the time had hosted Phantom of the Opera on Broadway for nearly 25 years. And while some 8 years later we've come full circle to where we've all decided that Guy Fieri is both prime mean fodder and also good now,
people shit on that dude all the time. And as far as I can tell, all he ever did was follow his dreams.
2012 was a different time, and Wells's review pulled no punches. Guy Fieri, have you eaten at your new restaurant in Times Square? Did panic grip your soul as you stared into the whirling hypno wheel of the menu, where adjectives and nouns spin a crazy vortex? When you saw the burger described as Guy's Pat LaFrida Custom Blend All-Natural Creekstone Farm Black Angus Beef Patty, L-top, lettuce, tomato, onion, and pickle, SMC, super melty cheese, and a slathering of donkey sauce on garlic buttered brioche, did your mind touch the void for a minute? Hey, did you try that blue drink, the one that glows like nuclear waste? The watermelon margarita? Any idea why it tastes like some combination of radiator fluid and formaldehyde? What is going on at this new restaurant of yours, really? And in a way that food reviews seldom do, Wells's piece blew up and went viral, with everyone sharing it to their Facebook and Twitter timelines, cheering and celebrating the epic ponage of Guy Fieri, that sun-drenched, frosted-tipped buffoon, by one of the most widely circulated newspapers in the world. And while rubbernecking trash fires has been a time-honored tradition as long as civilization has been a thing, the commodification of our need to see trash being eviscerated by the critic intelligentsia has become an ever-evolving industry. One can, after all, easily elevate their online brand with a well-timed takedown.
There's no mist in the galaxy! Ding! That's not Earth! Fake! Ding!
And with Tom Hooper's 2019 Trainwreck adaptation of Andrew Lloyd Webber's musical of the same name, there was blood in the water.
Watching Cats is like stumbling upon an unholy and heretofore unknown genre of porn. Every time these horny fur demons tongue a milk bowl and start moaning, I was certain the FBI would raid the theater.
Glad to report that Cats is everything you'd hoped for and more. A mesmerizingly ugly fiasco that makes you feel like your brain is being eaten by a parasite. A viewing experience so stressful that it honestly brought on a migraine.
Can you make a movie so bad that the Academy takes back your Best Director Oscar? Asking for a Tom Hooper.
By the time I left the theater, I wasn't even sure what a real cat looked like anymore.
To assess Cats as good or bad feels like the entirely wrong axis on which to see it. It is, with all affection, a monstrosity.
I am not a cat person. Second off, after watching this frankly mortifying film adaptation of Andrew Lloyd Webber's Cats, I'm not altogether sure I am a movie person anymore either.
Finally, a whole new generation can discover that Cats the Musical is 2 hours of human-feline hybrids without genitals having no-touch sex and begging for death via song.
Cats is the worst thing to happen to cats since dogs.
Cats is pure nightmare fuel. The rejects from the island of Dr. Moreau putting on a show is bad enough, but add to that more crotch shots than a Michael Bay movie and every imaginable pun, and that still won't prepare you for the hellscape that is children's faces CGI'd onto mice.
For the most part, Cats is both a horror and an endurance test. A dispatch from some neon-drenched netherworld where the ghastly is inextricable from the tedious.
I felt the light inside me slowly fading.
Oh God, my eyes.
Are you blind when you're born? Can you see in the dark?
I was one of the very first people to see Cats, the movie, the musical, if Tom Hooper is to be believed, some 24 hours after the film was even finished. This was not because I'm the world's biggest Cats stan, or because I'm just that important. It was because I cajoled my friend who got invited to a critic screening to let me be her +1. See, after weeks of reveling in the pure unintentional Salvadorian madness that was the trailer, I was keen to be one of the first. I got my complimentary cat ears, they gave us Cats temporary tattoos and Cats champagne, presumably to help black out what we were about to see, and we settled in for the ride of a lifetime. There were two types of people at this screening. People who were familiar with Andrew Lloyd Webber's Cats, and people who until now had lived in blissful ignorance. I was, in fact, sandwiched right between two of these people. To my left sat Angie Hahn, critic for Mashable.com and who knew all about cats, and to my right, Emily Vanderwerf, critic at large for Vox.com and the person I cajoled into taking me, and who, like me, was familiar with cats. Emily spent more or less the whole film making this face, and Angie spent the whole film making this face. Both of them deeply enjoyed the experience, for the record. Maybe not the film itself, but definitely the experience. For people who hadn't seen Cats before, the question seemed to be,
And say a cat is not a dog.
is this it? Is this what Cats is? Is this what Cats has been the whole time? And on that day I was like, I mean, yeah, that's pretty much Cats. What did you expect?
And say a cat is not a dog.
And if you follow me on Twitter, you know I spent most of my December and January obsessed with the Cats movie, which was every bit as much of a train wreck as I had hoped. And why? Even now, I honestly could not tell you. But the more time I spent on Cats and thinking about this movie, the more I had to actually confront these questions. Not just the question of why am I so fixated on this unquestionable disaster, but why is Cats? How did this become a thing? Because that the movie and the stage musical exist at all, let alone that the musical was as popular as it was, is somewhat baffling. I got so fixated on this that I started a podcast about it where I explain musicals to my friend who hates musicals. Information in the description. And of course our pilot episode was about cats, but even there where I attempt to explain that which is Cats, I kind of failed because that question of why came up a few times.
So it still leads to the real question, which is, who likes cats? I would argue it's kids.
I say I don't know. Like, I don't know who Cats is for because I don't know anyone who's ride or die for cats.
I'm literally looking at a person who's ride or die for cats.
No, I'm not.
You can deny it all you want.
And I don't think that in that episode I answered that why question satisfactorily. And part of that is, I think, the mistake of conflating the why for the stage musical, which is almost 40 years old, kind of like me, and the why for the movie. I realize now that those two why God whys have very different answers. The first time I saw the film, I was like, well, what did you expect? This is Cats. But I'm going to have to walk back this assessment. If we are asking why this happened, and wholly conflating this with this, then, my jellicle friends, we are asking the wrong questions. Cats the Musical is based on a collection of poems entitled Old Possum's Book of Practical Cats, written by T.S. Eliot and published in 1939. As the poems were originally written for Eliot's young godchildren, the nature of them skews light and comedic, short and whimsical. Sir Andrew Lloyd Webber not only grew up with this book of poetry, he also just loves cats.
How? It's about cats.
Just big fan of cats. Nothing deep, nothing weird, just man just likes him a cat. But Lloyd Webber didn't come to the idea of turning practical cats into a show until the late 1970s. A friend had asked him if he'd be interested in composing music set to poetry, and one day, while Evita was in rehearsals, he thought of that book that his mother had read to him as a child.
My mother used to read them to me, and I always loved them, and I had them myself, and I kept them for years. I always thought that there was something about them that was very musical, I guess.
But it wasn't until he had a long liquid lunch with producer Cameron Mackintosh in 1980, however, that Cats the Stage musical became its own moving engine. But a large dance-centric show was a daring move for musical theater at the time. Cameron was already friends with acclaimed choreographer Gillian Lynn, who would ultimately choreograph the show.
The man was wonderful when he made love to me, but I hated him.
But getting the rights from T.S. Eliot's widow, or finding a director even...
Everybody thought we were mad to do a show about cats. Everybody.
But it turned out that T.S. Eliot's widow was not as hard a sell as they feared. After years of dodging requests to make Old Possum spook into an animated film from companies like Disney, she was afraid that Old Possum would turn out like Winnie the Pooh or something. Sir Horny Lloyd Webber came to her with a more novel, adult approach.
So I plucked up my courage and I said to Valerie, I said, what would, if I wanted them to be a bit like Hot Gossip? She said, Tom would have liked that.
If you're not familiar with Hot Gossip, here was their big hit at the time. Hal Prince was not available to direct this show, however.
Oh.
And after being passed over by multiple stage directors, Lloyd Webber and Mackintosh settled on Royal Shakespeare Company director Trevor Nunn. But right off the bat, Lloyd Webber kept running into problems of people not getting it.
All cats are jellicles, you see. This is made clear in one of the unpublished poems.
Yes. But all the other cats are jellicle as well.
All cats are jellicle cats, fundamentally. You see, dogs are pollicle dogs, cats are jellicle cats.
Cats is more like a review than a traditional plot-driven musical in its format, which isn't a surprise given that it's based on a collection of poems without much connective tissue except for the whole cat thing. But it was director Trevor Nunn who suggested giving an emotional through line to the show that would give it some semblance of a story. The plot, well, if it can be said to have one, is similar to Broadway's previous longest-running show, 1975's A Chorus Line, as characters take turns singing to win a contest, and the sympathy vote goes to the one busted old lady, long in the tooth and yearning for another chance. In Cats, she's Grisabella, the glamour cat, a stinky Sally Bowles with whiskers. Along with her are a bunch of other feline hopefuls, sporting names like Munkustrap, the Rum-Tum Tugger, Skimbleshanks, the Railway Cat, Jenny Anydots, the Gumby Cat, Asparagus, the Theater Cat, A-Nut Chief, the Cancelled Cat, Nala, the Girl Boss Cat, Fieri, the Flavortown Cat. And the success of Cats was by no means a given. The ambitious nature of the musical meant that few theaters were willing to risk hosting it, and then when they eventually did secure it, the New London Theatre saw a massive overhaul of the theatre itself just for this production. Funding was also coming up short, and Lloyd Webber had to take out a second mortgage on his home just to complete it. So Cats was, weirdly enough, an underdog passion project that Lloyd Webber risked everything for. And all of this was before the show could be considered anything remotely close to done. The writing process was a work in progress throughout previews right until opening, in no small part because figuring out the connective tissue between a bunch of poems wasn't exactly a priority for Lloyd Webber, who just wanted a bunch of people in Lycra to sing about being cats.
Hal, it's about cats.
Now the pig, although people may say what they please, is no British dog, but a heathen Chinese.
But a major issue was the lack of an emotional linchpin, the showstopper, that emotional ballad that is the keystone of every musical. Cats didn't really have one, nor did it have a character to sing it, and none of Eliot's whimsical poems really lent themselves to that sort of ballad. Said character came in the form of one of Eliot's unpublished poems, Grisabella the Glamour Cat, a poem about a sad, has-been cat that Eliot cut from his collection because, given that the collection was for children, he considered it too sad.
It was a poem that he wrote, which he thought was too sad for children. And I got it from Valerie Elliott, who was T.S. Eliot's widow.
So, Grisabella the Glamour Cat became the song that served as the character's entrance. But what would she sing? As a composer, Lloyd Webber would sometimes write a song, but not really have a home for it in whatever show he was working on.
Smack it.
The song that would become Memory,
the melody for it at least, he had written several years earlier, and was basically saving it for just such an occasion. So there was the melody, but there weren't really any cat poems that fit it. So the lyrics are inspired by, rather than directly lifted from, an Eliot poem that was not part of Old Possum, Rhapsody on a Windy Night. I say inspired by because the lyrics went through a lot of versions, one of which from Lloyd Webber's former lyricist and writing partner, Tim Rice, who had co-written with him Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, Jesus Christ Superstar, and Evita. Now by this point, Lloyd Webber and Rice had well and truly fallen out, even though neither of them have ever really publicly explained why. But Lloyd Webber asked him to do a pass on it. Rice was like, fine, he did, and then he was like, actually don't use my lyrics. But then they used his lyrics during previews, and he got really mad, and he threatened to sue. It was a whole thing.
I did write a lyric, remember? You went into the show for a couple of nights after it was taken out and given to a lyricist chosen by the director.
Eventually, it was Nunn who found the most agreeable interpretation of the poem, and lo, Cats has its signature song completed sometime during previews. And despite all of those low expectations, despite the no plot, despite the weirdness, despite the lycra, despite the hair, despite everything, by 1981, Cats had opened in London and soon swept the Olivier Awards, coming to Broadway some 18 months later, and there swept the Tonys, including Best Musical. But despite the show's success, critics were not super enamored with Cats, ripping apart the gossamer-thin plot, the weird mood, the focus on dance, which, according to theater professor Alison McLemore, musical theater scholars tend to be biased against. Broadway legend Elaine Stritch just walked out. Said Stritch later,
I just hated every minute of it. The cats came out through the audience, and one of them came near me. And I remember looking at it and saying, "Don't touch me." That is how much I hated this show.
But in spite of all of its strange, gaudy, borderline Showtime after midnight drapings and utterly befuddling story, Cats managed to amass its own army of stay-at-home moms, lonely 12-year-olds, and perverts that critics could never hope to dissuade.
It's for everybody. It's for kids. It's for adults. I've seen it about 9 times now, and every time it's better than the last.
I enjoyed it more tonight than I did 18 years ago when it first came out.
It's very exciting. You know, different things are happening. Like, you know, it's very emotional. You know?
To quote a Guardian article from last winter, there are no labored political messages in Cats, only the horny pleasures of watching the rum-tub tugger hip-thrust his way through increasingly surreal dance routines.
Cats is the best show I ever saw.
Gorgeous, simply gorgeous.
Cats was also the original blockbuster mega musical. On the business side, everything that was wrong with Cats worked to its benefit. No stars meant cast changes were not a problem. Thin story meant those lucrative foreign tourists don't miss anything. No money quote from the Times Review? Well, we don't need it. We've got this amazing poster that would only be harmed by critic quotes. Minimalism, baby. The actors also traditionally interact with the audience, which, while not much fun for Elaine Stritch, helps most theater goers lose themselves in the shamelessness of it all.
Jellicles come to the Jellicle Ball.
Nostalgia is also a factor. While Cats fans do come in all ages, the super fans tend to be aged 40 plus and remember the original West End and Broadway versions. Another part of the show's appeal is that there are so many characters for audiences to relate to. And for most fans of the show, the fact that it is so weird, so removed from reality, is not a bug, but a feature. In his New York Times review of Cats, Frank Rich wrote that despite its flaws, the reason people will hunger to see Cats is that it's a musical that transports the audience into a complete fantasy world that could only exist in theater. Rich added some 40 years later, it is not fun to watch a great magician on television. You have stagecraft. There are things in the theater that are very hard to translate to film. And once again, we circle back to that question of, but why though?
What's a Jellicle Cat? What's a Jellicle Cat?
Steven Spielberg and Amblin Entertainment reached out to work with Andrew Lloyd Webber on an animated version in 1989. Spielberg's vision was to be set in a dark World War II era London and to be somewhat Brechtian in tone, which, okay. The concept art that has been released is actually pretty cool, and as is the case with most musicals, an animated adaptation makes way more sense than the Nietzschean horror that we eventually got. But ultimately, between production delays, squabbles about the screenplay, and how to create an actual plot, and the failure of Amblin's other animated films like An American Tail, Fievel Goes West, We're Back, A Dinosaur Story, and Balto, the studio shut down in 1997 and ended any hope of the animated film coming to fruition. A multi-camera version of the stage show was filmed and released in 1998, shortening the musical and adding new elements like force lightning. So this should be good enough. We have this. We don't need a live-action movie. And of all of the musicals to adapt, it makes the most sense that Cats had evaded adaptation for so long, despite its popularity. Universal bought the film rights to Cats sometime after the Amblin production folded, and it kind of existed in that development hell limbo ever since. Lloyd Webber kind of hinted at something being in the works as early as 2013, but we didn't see movement until about 3 years later. So what happened in that time?
Ladies and gents, this is the moment you've waited for.
Well, Greatest Showman came along and made $500 million worldwide. Obviously, I'm not Mr. Universal, but we can surmise that Mr. Universal saw the long-in-development Cats project and thought, hey, let's give that the go-ahead and then we too can make $500 million. And while we're there, let's attach to it the last guy who won a bunch of Oscars for a musical. That's the ticket, $500 million and Oscars. Everybody wins. So, it does kind of feel like we're missing a step here, that a prestige musical adaptation equals Oscar bait de facto. For most of the early history of the Academy Awards, musicals were a major presence, if for no other reason that in the early days of talkies, musicals just made up a much larger proportion of films that got made. But as we covered in the episode about road shows, the big studio musical was kind of on its way out in the 1960s in favor of more heady experimental cinema. But then we had a couple of big hits and more importantly, big Oscar winners in the form of Mary Poppins and The Sound of Music. So that created a sort of boom and bust for the musical as an awards darling, but also for the movie musical in general. After Hello Dolly was a critical and commercial failure, the Hollywood musical was kind of dead for a while. So after that you had movies like Cabaret, which while unlike big studio musicals in most regard, did win a bunch of Oscars, but that was kind of the end of the era of musicals as Oscar darlings. You'd have your Greases, your Little Shops, but they were more like popcorn movies. They weren't awards bait, and musicals mostly moved into animation. Hell, the next musical after Cabaret and All That Jazz in the 70s, both directed by Bob Fosse, to get nominated for Best Picture was Disney's Beauty and the Beast. So fast forward to 2001, where we are still firmly in the musicals equals popcorn movies mindset. Moulin Rouge was not designed to be an Oscar movie. It was designed for Baz Luhrmann's Romeo plus Juliet, made a bunch of money, and he has a budget now, so let's just let him do whatever he wants. And Moulin Rouge is an even bigger hit than Romeo plus Juliet.
Outside it may be raining, but in here it's entertaining!
Now, Moulin Rouge came out around the end of May, but like Greatest Showman, it had really good legs. And by the time award season comes around, it's still in theaters, so Fox was like, hey, let's just go ahead and do a 4-year consideration campaign, and boom, Best Picture nominee. Who would have ever thought?
Everything's going so well!
This sets the stage for the already in development Chicago, itself fueled by Harvey Weinstein's 4-year consideration campaigns of attrition. And not only does Chicago win Best Picture, but 5 other awards in 2003, the first musical to win Best Picture since Oliver in 1968. Now, 2 things here. One is that adaptations of Andrew Lloyd Webber's musicals have historically not yielded very good results. Either commercially or with regard to awards. I mean, don't get me wrong, they try. The most successful to date is the 1996 film adaptation of Evita starring Madonna and Antonio Banderas, which while not an Oscar darling, despite winning Best Original Song, it did win a bunch of Golden Globes, including Actress for Madonna and Best Motion Picture Musical or Comedy. Then, of course, there's Phantom of the Opera,
Into darkness deep as
which was also released in the thick of award season with high hopes. It did have a pretty aggressive 4-year consideration campaign, and it did yield a couple of Oscar nominations, including, bewilderingly, cinematography. For more on why that is terrible, watch the video I made on why it is terrible.
This is the point of no return!
Second is that Cats is not structured like a Hollywood screenplay, even in relation to other Andrew Lloyd Webber shows, which do tend to have, like a plot. So right off the bat, even in comparison to projects like Phantom of the Opera or Evita, with Cats, they are starting at a huge disadvantage, which I suspect Mr. Universal knew for a long time, considering how long it took them to get Cats out of development hell. How do you give this thing the structure of a Hollywood movie while also keeping it recognizably Cats?
I can dance how he dances too.
Let me see.
It's easy.
Well, apparently you don't. So it wasn't just the incredible, unexpected success of Greatest Showman, it was also who directed the film. And I am absolutely 100% positive that Tom Hooper would never have been attached to Cats if the song Memory was not Cats' biggest staple. Ignoring Universal's aggressive For Your Consideration campaign for Les Miserables, a movie which proved that musicals can still be Oscar darlings even into the 2010s, most point to Anne Hathaway's rendition of I Dreamed a Dream as the thing that clinched her an Oscar win.
It came true.
So attaching Hooper to Cats was a no-brainer. Cats has the big Oscar-winning ballad, Les Mis has the big Oscar-winning ballad, it's some synergy.
There are dreams that cannot be.
But Les Miserables was a harbinger of things to come, and for every truly bewildering decision that Hooper made in Cats, the warning signs were always there. When philosopher and media theorist Marshall McLuhan famously said, "The medium is the message," what did he mean by that? Simplistically, it's the idea that you can only receive an idea or a story through a medium, be that medium a poem, a novel, a film, a stage show, or even just the act of talking.
Zip zip. Toop toop.
It is not the idea or story itself that is being expressed, but a medium that is expressing it. Therefore, the medium should be the focus of study. According to theater scholar Linda Hutchin, while no medium is inherently good at doing one thing and not another, each medium, like each genre, has different means of expression and so can aim at certain things better than others. So let's look at Les Miserables as a case study. You have Victor Hugo's novel Les Miserables, you have the PBS Masterpiece miniseries starring Dominic West and David Oyelowo, and you have the Boublil and Schoenberg stage musical.
This woman leaves behind a suffering child. There is none but me who can intercede.
3 different mediums telling the same story. But owing to difference in medium, they tell them in very different ways that are designed, first and foremost, to fit their respective medium. So what can often happen when you have someone schooled in one medium who is suddenly having to figure out how to most effectively do another, that can lead to some dissonance.
I think what I was trying to achieve was a combination of extreme realism so that the film would feel rooted in a visceral reality, but also allowing a certain heightening of reality.
We saw this in Phantom of the Opera, directed by Joel Schumacher, where there's a lot of little things that just show him trying to make it less of a musical, like having them speak singing lines that don't make sense to speak sing.
But why is it secret? What if we to hide?
And then having Butler scream half his lines instead of singing them.
Curse you! You little lying Delilah!
And this, of course, works both ways.
I don't go so far, camera right?
The producers, the 2005 film, was directed by Susan Stroman, who also directed the Broadway stage show. The producer shows us what it's like when a stage director is uncomfortable working in the format of film. People who've never seen this show but did see the movie, an adaptation which is faithful to a fault because it's basically just the stage show, are like, that's it? That's the winningest, Toniest show ever?
There.
But this film version is emblematic of how medium matters. So much that worked on the stage and led the producers to win the most Tonys of any musical by a single production in history just didn't translate to film.
Fat!
You hear me?
Fat! I'm not that fat. Fat!
Quoting film scholar Robert Stamm, film clearly has resources that the stage can never have. The power of the close-up that gives the microdrama of the human countenance and the separate soundtracks of film that permit voiceovers, music, and the non-vocal to intermingle. Linda Hutchin adds, and when we sit quiet and still, in the dark watching real live bodies on the stage, our kind of identification is different from when we sit in front of a screen and have the reality mediated for us by technology. So live theater naturally requires way more suspension of disbelief than film does. You are in the same room with these people. You have to applaud after every musical number. You can see the sets. You can see that the snow isn't real. The actors are probably pantomiming like half of a set that isn't there. But the medium of film works against that necessary suspension of disbelief.
I'd rather just sing.
Stop that. You're not going into a song while I'm here.
And must be adjusted for with stylism. That's why musicals tend to work better as animated movies than live-action movies. An animated movie requires more suspension of disbelief because this isn't real. It's a drawing.
Why was everyone singing?
We've just got a song in our hearts.
And therefore it fits more easily with the requirements of believing that these characters might suddenly just burst into song.
How is it you all know the words? Did you rehearse?
Yeah, every Thursday. Didn't you see the flyers?
Of course, film directors do sometimes figure out ways to bridge this gap gracefully. Chicago springs to mind. It manages to work with the realism of the tone while incorporating the more theatrical framing, all while making it work within its own internal logic. And sometimes other musicals just don't care about how realistic or not the framing is.
Your pork is ready.
And they just don't bother caring about that. The Mamma Mias are a good example. They are not going for high art, and that's fine. But part of the tilt toward realism in film is because the Academy tends to reward a more realistic style. Not always, but overall. And for those of you out there who argue that Tom Hooper's style is actually kind of weird, strange angles and lots of dead space of exposed brick and wallpaper does not an unrealistically styled film make. Yes, Hooper does use a lot of unsettling visual language, and I'll get to that in a minute. But that doesn't mean that groundedness and realism isn't ultimately what he's going for. So in addition to a sort of stylistic discomfort with musicals in general, there's also incentive to make the visual style of the film more realistic. So his proclivity for dragging the medium of the musical kicking and screaming into the style of realism preferred by the Oscars, it was only a matter of time before he slipped into the uncanny valley. So the tactic with Les Mis' visual language was, in part, visual realism. But in addition to that, in order to make it feel more immediate and more realistic, Hooper also elected to use set sound, recording the actors as they sang. Rather than the more traditional way of doing it by having the actors sing along to playback. Hooper went to very great lengths to make the performance feel more authentic.
By recording it live, Tom is allowing us the spontaneity of normal film acting.
And it was a great gimmick to sell to Academy voters. So the medium of musical theater, which in the case of Les Mis and Cats requires the cast to be singing the whole time, already requires a much higher degree of suspension of disbelief than film does. And not just realistic, actively at war with the big emotions of the music. You have extreme close-ups constantly for 3 hours on actors who are singing songs designed to play to cheap seats. Well, he did. Les Mis is bad, but it won some awards. So even though the main impact of that movie is endless Javert memes,
My name is Georges Valjean. And I'm Georges.
The formula, according to Universal, appears to be Tom Hooper plus beloved classic musical equals profit. So that's how we got here. Let's see what we got.
Well, I don't know what I expected.
Although I will attempt to find rationale, if not reason, in the film version of Cats, there are many bewildering choices that I can only attribute to Hooperian whimsy. From horny Judi Dench scissoring in delight after Gus the theater cat, to Jennifer Hudson spending most of her screen time in close-ups with her face covered in snot, to McCavity being played the way that he is.
Scary.
How do you manage to make Idris Elba unappealing?
And you know what? I'm gonna dab.
The aspect of the film that drew the most attention, positive and negative, after that first trailer was released was the uncanny valleyness of it all, which all goes back to Hooper's attempts to draw this weird, fantastical show back down to realism. Said Hooper in an interview for The Atlantic, "I wanted to keep it very grounded in the present moment, The thing I'm most proud of is that you feel grounded watching it. It's not that fantastical. Which, it's cats, dude. Blame has been laid upon the visual effects team, which...
Nobody more than us understands the importance of good visual effects.
Okay, let's talk about that for a moment.
We've used digital fur technology to create the most perfect covering of fur.
So Hooper wanted the film to be grounded and not that fantastical, and part of that was wanting his actors to be X amount of unencumbered, and also to shoot on practical sets, a weird scale. So he elected that they should not use mocap suits. Despite the fact that the suits they did wear looked plenty ridiculous, allegedly, this is hearsay, no one has gone on the record to say this, Hooper didn't want his actors distracted or encumbered, so no mocap suits. So all of the digital fur technology had to be done manually, which not only ballooned the post-production budget, it massively increased the labor required to finish it. But after the trailer hit, allegedly, again, this is through my grapevine, Mr. Universal kind of panicked and slashed the funding going to post-production. And that, in part, is why you get these shots that look, well, kind of bad. And why you've got like these floating faces, and why there are some shots that aren't even finished. So when you hear horror stories of the VFX team for Cats being underfunded and understaffed and overworked, allegedly, again, no one has gone on the record to discuss this in any meaningful detail because they don't want to lose their jobs, so this is all hearsay, this is the result. So the manually rotoscoped digital fur technology, the slashed budget, and Hooper's bizarre insistence on making changes up to the 11th hour, in part, leads us here. But even if it had gotten the time and money it needed, could this have worked visually? Would this have worked for audiences? Probably not. Hooper's dedication to making the movie feel grounded backfired horribly, no matter how much time the VFX team had. These decisions were all rooted in trying to bridge that realism gap, so much so that certain elements are somehow both overthought and underthought at the same time. The film's approach to the titular animal is both way more literal and way more dense at the same time. One wonders if any of these people have ever even seen a cat. The film adds way more literal cat things that aren't even there in the show, like their ears move around, they crawl around on all fours and paw at each other, they lap at things, and go meow meow meow. Gillian Lynn's choreography in the show is designed to be like more evocative of the idea of a cat, not a literal imitation of a cat. But here we are, not 10 minutes in, and we got a crotch-licking joke. I'm a kitty. Meow. And all this adds up to create a suspension of disbelief problem that isn't there in the musical. There are not humans in the musical, for instance, but here they are at the beginning of the film. We see them before we see any cats. Humans with their human bodies, throwing away a kitten in a bag, who also has a human body. But as in Les Mis, Hooper just doesn't seem comfortable or particularly interested in the medium of the musical. The breaking of the fourth wall, for instance, pretty common in musicals.
Are you blind when you're born?
We see this in Les Mis in a scene where, in the musical, Gavroche is addressing the audience.
How do you do? My name's Gavroche. These are my people. Here's my patch.
But we can't have that, so in the movie he addresses some random rich dude.
How do you do? My name's Gavroche. These are my people. Here's my patch.
But then in the following line he addresses the audience anyway, so...
There was a time we killed the king. We tried to change the world too fast.
Cats the musical breaks the fourth wall a lot more than Les Mis. The cats address the audience, they explain things to the audience, they interact with the audience physically, but we can't have that, so the movie gets around this by making Victoria the fish out of water. They explain the Jellicle thing to her instead of the audience. So cutting this...
Do I actually see with my own very eyes a man who's not heard of a Jellicle cat?
Sets up in the movie that fourth wall breaking is not a thing that is done here. Which, you know what? Fine. It's a movie, not a stage show. So then they hold to this change for the whole movie until the end when they have Dench address the camera for like 5 minutes straight.
You've heard of several kinds of cats. Should need no interpreter to understand the cats are very much like you. You've seen us both, our habits and our habits habitat. But how would you? So first, your memory. I'll say a cat is not a dog. With cats, some say one rule is true. A cat will condescend to treat you are spoken to. Myself, I do not. A cat will condescend to treat you a dish of cream, or you might now and then, and so in time you'll reach your aim and call him by name.
Movie adaptations also often change the arrangements of the songs, which, again, fine. But in Cats, it just feels like Hooper did it because he was bored with them. The Rum Tum Tugger is one of the show's most high-energy numbers, and Derulo is actually a pretty good Rum Tum Tugger.
It's party time. With your permission.
Except for that accent. So why, God why, do we keep interrupting this number for Rebel Wilson's bad improv?
I think he just got muted, because those notes are like,
In the very next scene, we interrupt Bustopher Jones for more Rebel Wilson shenanigans. Anyway, back to the song. Even during Skimbleshanks, the best number in the movie, a mouse yells, "Cats!" Like, yep, that's what we're watching. These things wouldn't be bad in and of themselves, except that they don't add anything. It's like he's breaking up the musical numbers because he feels like they're too boring to stand on their own without something to break them up.
I can dance how he dances too.
Let me see.
It's easy.
The filmmaker's discomfort/disinterest with the material expands beyond just the medium of the musical and the show that they're adapting itself. There's a patent rejection of anything non-heteronormative that's pretty overt to anyone familiar with the stage musical. There is a lot of no homo in this movie.
Romantical cats.
Yeah, God forbid that this guy be clocked as anything but the straightest manly man. It is often played in the musical that Mistopheles and Rum Tum Tugger have like a little something going on.
The Rum Tum Tugger is a terrible bore.
And we can't have that, so both of them get their no homo moments with Victoria. And Mistopheles gets it in the form of an all-out subplot.
I'm coming, Victoria!
For all the other terrible cat puns and figures of speech that they added in the movie, I'm surprised they didn't add something about how, like, Rum Tum Tugger loves the pussy.
Romantical cats.
Heterosexual cats, heterosexual cats, heterosexual cats. But if there's one scene that was always doomed to failure, or wild success depending on how you look at it, in anything live action or remotely realistic, it is the old Gumby cat sequence.
I have a Gumby cat in mind. Her name is Jenny Any Dots.
Wherein we hear about the titular Gumby cat who lays around all day but at night teaches mice and other vermin to, like, you know, be upstanding members of society. The show accomplishes this with pantomime and props that are, like, you know, garbage from the junkyard that the cats are hanging out in, made to look like, you know, mice. There are multiple times in the show where the cats pantomime other animals and objects, like mice and dogs and roaches and choo-choo trains, by appropriating trash and turning it into props and such. Now they could have done that, but realism. So instead we get this.
Dilly-dop, 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 wop-woo, dilly-dop, 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 wop-woo.
And it just keeps escalating and getting more and more horrifying.
Now for the icing on the cake.
I can't even make commentary on this, so I'm not gonna. Except, why, God, why did they give the mice children's faces?
Dinner and a show.
From the moment the trailer came out, my biggest question was how would they try to give Cats the shape of a Hollywood movie? I kind of deep down thought that they'd be smarter than that and just wouldn't bother. Like they'd just let it keep its review-like qualities and have it be something kind of disjointed in the vein of Fantasia. but wow, did they fly wildly in the other direction.
I can't be on a barge in the middle of the Thames. I'm supposed to be going to the ball.
Oh no, you're not going anywhere, Puss in Spats.
Structuring the film with not one storyline from the musical on steroids, but two. The first is the enormously expanded part of Victoria, who's the protagonist now, and the emotional through line of Grisabella. A kitten with one brief dance solo in the show and no songs, the film gives her a little orphan abandoned in the world of the Jellicle Cats narrative and takes this moment from the stage show and makes it the emotional through line of the movie. And I'm not saying this is handled gracefully in the show, but the movie tries to bolster it, and in doing so, reveals the whole thing's weaknesses. It is distantly implied in the show, but stated outright in the movie. Why is Grisabella shunned by the other Jellicle Cats?
Who was she?
She used to be the star of the windmill.
Then she went with McCavity.
McCavity. Trying to add a little more logic to her story is not the most counterintuitive change in the world, but it does conflict with the other big change they made. McCavity. McCavity is like an obstacle that shows up towards the end of the show. Like, earlier some cats titter hearing about him, and then later he shows up, he kidnaps old Deuteronomy, they immediately undo it, and no one ever speaks of it again. And again, I'm not saying that this is good. It is charitably flimsy, and McCavity is not really an antagonist, more of like a thing that happens. The tension of the story, if it can be said to have one, is just the question of who gets to die. Who gets to die the good death? McCavity in the show doesn't really care about this, but in the movie...
I'm determined to win, and I prefer my competition chained up.
Wow, it's his life's goal, that heaviside layer. Why? Because. And then, as if all this doesn't make you want to crawl out of your skin enough.
The Napoleon of crime.
Okay, so McCavity is the color of Idris Elba. Like, couldn't they just make him like a black cat or give him some like stripes or something? I get that that could be problematic, but I don't think that the only alternative is to tumble head over ass into the uncanny valley by creating a cat that's just the color of human skin, which is itself kind of revealing. Like, imagine if one of the white actors had the same treatment, just a cat the color of human skin. Would they have not caught this for the uncanny valley yikes that it is? So McCavity's function in the movie is to remove the other cats from the competition so he will be the Jellicle choice, despite the fact that he seems to be doing pretty well in this life, but whatever, he wants a new one. McCavity also serves the dual purpose of extracting your A-list celebrities who wanted to be in the movie but didn't want to be on set for more than 3 days. So he ferrets his kidnapped celebrity cats, and also Skimbleshanks, to a boat which is manned by Ray Winstone, who is also a cat. And despite McCavity's magical powers, once they, I don't know, get bored of being tied up with a large chain, they escape easily, they get back just in time for memory, and then this happens. Anyway, so when Grisabella shows up at the end after the whole boat fight, it's like, well, the movie's already had its climax. We got old Dude back, why are we still here? Oh right, the heaviside layer, the big climax. Making the McCavity subplot more of a focus leads to the resolution of that subplot getting way more screen time and involving way more characters. And it gives it the feel of the climax of the movie, but it's not. Memory is the climax. So the film builds in a new climax on the boat.
Now, Tiger, make her walk the plank.
While also keeping the original one. Jennifer Hudson is such a good singer that, like, I've never not watched this scene and gotten chills. Like, the arrangement and mixing are so good that even in the 2 rowdy screenings I've gone to, the audience reverently listens to this bit. The plot was always paper thin and flimsy, and it was that by design, but the film doesn't make the plot, such as it were, less flimsy, it just creates more of it, and more nonsense that the film obligates itself to explain, because we have committed ourselves to the style of realism and logic. But ultimately, if you want to ask the question of why Cats is the way it is, Cats is the story of hubris. Awards hubris, celebrity hubris, director hubris, just good old-fashioned hubris. Like Les Mis, they wanted to have an all-star cast. But Cats is a terrible thing to adapt for big stars because, unlike Les Mis, it requires its cast to more or less be on stage the whole time, as opposed to Les Mis where you can have Anne Hathaway for her 20 minutes of award-winning screen time, and then she's out for the rest of the movie. Cats is not designed like this. You're either a cat that has a solo or a cat that is in the ensemble, but you're on stage more or less the whole time. Most of the songs don't have the cat singing about themselves, but another cat doing the singing.
Gus is the cat at the theater door.
The movie changes this by having them half the time just singing about themselves.
Gus is the cat at the theater door.
Gus the theater cat, Buster Jones, and especially the old Gumby cat come to mind as songs that were changed to give the stars more screen time.
Don't get cocky.
Because they certainly were not changed because the arrangement was better. And wow, did they fuck up the old Gumby cat by giving this song.
When the day's hustle and bustle is done, then the Gumby cat's work is but hardly begun.
To Rebel Wilson, who is not only not a great singer,
When the day's hustle and bustle is done, then the Gumby cat's work.
it also mixes a three-part harmony. Because if you want Rebel Wilson in this movie for 20 minutes, she gots to get her a solo. Or in the case of McCavity, they take a duet and make it a solo, because Taylor Swift is not sharing the stage, my friends. So what do we do with a bunch of celebrities that want solos and want to be in the movie, because it's got the awards guy attached to it, see, so it's gonna win awards. But they don't wanna, be on set for more than like 3 days. Corden's got his talk show to work around, Taylor Swift's on tour. You know what, we can't be bothered by being on set for more than 3 days. Well, how about McCavity kidnaps the A-listers? This not only solves our problem of not really having a threat or tension, it also means that we have a real solid good reason for these people not being in the background, when they are not the center of attention. So not only do we now have a lazy reason to get our A-listers who don't want to be in the background out of the movie, we also made the movie worse. Go team. And no awards hubris musical would be complete without the unnecessary new song.
But at least you have beautiful ghosts.
This one's called Beautiful Ghost. It was co-written by Taylor Swift and Andrew Lloyd Webber.
You can't write a modern lyric for Cats. So, if you can't get T.S. Eliot, get T.S.
And it, like all of these musical numbers added to the movie to win an award, is completely unnecessary and totally grinds the movie to a halt, more than it already was.
So I'll dance with these beautiful ghosts.
If Francesca Hayward sounds kind of unsure, it's because she doesn't really know the song, because they more or less finished it, the day of.
We were just rushing. We had written it the day before. I came in and we had the sheet music made up and...
Like an hour or two before they shot it.
It's a dreadful day.
Terrible.
Taylor Swift over here looking at Lady Gaga, Oscar winner, I want that. One step closer to EGOT.
And her singing it got us a Golden Globe nomination.
Wow. So what, in the end, is the fallout of Cats? Are we gonna have a bunch of Cats copycats? Is Cats gonna be like the Sharknado of musicals? Well, I doubt it. First of all, Cats is kind of one of a kind. It was a massive, massive loss. And despite the fact that it's probably going to be the new darling of midnight screenings and supplant the likes of Rocky Horror in the Room with its cult following,
Hi, doggy.
these are not the tracks that any other studios are going to want to follow in. But I have heard some concern that this might kind of be the end of musical movies. In an Entertainment Weekly article, conflicted theater fan Mark Snideker wrote, "I fear a similar turmoil that happened in the 80s may occur again, because Cats is, at its core, a musical that confirms for people who hate musicals why they hate musicals. But though we did not ask for it, though we are not responsible for it, though we need not answer for it, I believe theater fans must not abandon Cats, because as much as we may hate it, we can't deny that we care about it. You care about it."
But how would you address a cat?
Here is the thing. Some musicals, not all, but Most of them require a visual medium that jives with the way that the musical itself is constructed. Les Miserables was constructed for the stage. Cats was constructed for the stage. That is the thing about theater, especially in a show like Hamilton, which basically has no props, let alone a set. It is constructed so that the audience has to imagine what's going on in the story. Overcoming that suspension of disbelief is built into the design of the medium, in a way that it is not with film. But your traditional Oscar bait movie does not allow for that. Oscar bait movies demand visual realism, and it's very rare that something actually gets rewarded for being stylistic. It happens, but the Academy prefers gritty realism right now. That's just how it is. To this idea that there might be a backlash against musical films, that Cats might be the end of Hollywood taking musicals seriously, to that I say, good. Good f***ing riddance, Tom Hooper and your musical awards bait bullshit. Popular musical being adapted to films because Oscar bait is a disease. The only way movies like this work is either through hyper-stylization in the vein of decent films like Moulin Rouge or Chicago, or animation, which likewise can rise visually to the magical unrealism inherent to the medium of musicals. But gritty realism? Oscar bait? No thank. Like, I love Hamilton, but Hamilton the movie?
I will kill your friends and family.
Please no. Yes, I will gladly take your live recording that you filmed 5 years ago and won't release till next year. I will take it. But the Oscar bait musical, the adaptation for adaptation's sake, let it burn. Musical theater right now is kind of in a new golden age. It is doing just fine, and it does not need legitimacy from Hollywood. We do not need film adaptations of musicals just because it's brand name recognition, just because Chicago won a bunch of Oscars. So if Cats marks a demarcation where musicals aren't being adapted for the screen anymore, good. I don't want Hadestown the movie. Super do not want Hamilton the movie. If you watch any one of these amateur animatics on YouTube, I promise you they work way better than anything Tom Hooper has ever done. So thank you, Cats. Thank you not only for being the true embodiment of modern horror, a monument to celebrity hubris, but also for ending this nonsense of bad musical adaptations with aggressive for-your consideration campaigns and Oscar dreams. Wow, we don't need it. Just save everybody a lot of heartache and money, and just film the damn thing. Cats 98 will always be there, but Cats 2019 is a cautionary tale of a completely different sort.
Someone is smoking over there.
Something we cats would never.
Filling their lungs with thick, dark hair.
What a disgusting thing to do.
Cats have 9 lives with 8 to spare. Humans have 1.
With none to barter.
Why do they smoke?
Why don't they care?
Humans are smart, but cats are smarter. Listen to cats, you men and women. Take care of your lungs. They're only human.
The American Lung Association, the Christmas Seal people.
An accident!
An accident! The humans had an accident!
There was a child in the car.
A child? A child?
A child? Cats have 9 lives, children only 1. Help them live that life. Buckle them into a car seat. No one wants a child to become a memory.
Memory all alone in the moonlight.
You ended up with that. What'd you unlock?
So wait. Since roughly the Return of the Jedi era, because those are the age of those Star Destroyers, he was conjuring them at Sith.
He's been working on that Sith planet for 30 years.
At least.
Yes.
So, and then all the people that live, I guess there were red stormtroopers, but they didn't have Sith powers. They were just,
even though they're called Sith troopers,
they were just
worked
loyal.
for the Sith.
It was not part of the First Order,
Yeah.
or even I guess even the Empire, but they were just. Oh, but didn't they look like First Order stormtroopers?
Yes.
Wouldn't they look like classics?
Don't think about it.
If the Star Destroyers,
They're in the movie for 5 seconds. It doesn't matter.
We gotta move on. We gotta move on. There's other things
but if the Star Destroyers look like classic Star Destroyers.
Wait, now Ray has to go to this planet to get this thing.
Here's a magical space coin that will grant you access to the Supreme Leader's Star Destroyer. But anyway.
Look at these horses!
So wait, almost an entire, more than a generation of human beings lived and worked aboard Star Destroyers, basically hovering in formation.
No, because they came up from the ground at the start of the movie.
So they were
all underground.
Did he conjure those people with Sith powers or Sith magic? Or were they just living and working on Star Destroyers?
I'm going to assume they were living and working on Star Destroyers. He just had his loyalist faction on that planet hidden away and no one else knew about it. That's what I'm assuming, but I could easily be wrong because it's not explained because we got to get through it. We got to get through it.
Were all the people in the hoods in the giant arena at the end, were those people?
I thought they were the embodiments of the thousands of dead Sith that had come before. That was
That's how I interpreted it.
Interpretation, but I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
I thought they were all like an illusion.
I accidentally restarted.
Well, it's the same thing.
Same basic thing.
Some character at some point said Palpatine was conjuring Star Destroyers, meaning they weren't being built in a giant space factory or
just willing them into existence?
Yes, slowly with Sith power.
That's stupid, but we are talking about Star Wars.
Because I think that was their cut around of people asking logical questions like who built the Star Destroyers. In Star Wars, you have the magic of the Jedi, which is in real Star Wars, right? The original.
Okay,
people.
yeah.
You have the magic of the Jedi that's always kind of like low key, subtle. And then you had the nuts and bolts kind of real world stuff, the X-wings and the Star Destroyers that would break down, droids, things like that. And in this, they've merged them because you sit there and you ask who built. These are actual machines. They're actual spaceships. Like, who built them? There's 10,000 of them. Who is building them, and how does this go unnoticed?
See, it's Star Wars, and none of that is important, and that's kind of why I hate Star Wars.
Well, yeah. I mean, this is like the nail in the coffin. As far as with the exception of Mandalorian.
That's a whole other discussion.
Mandalorian, a lovely departure from Star Wars. A great show.
It's not nonstop noise.
It's not perfect, but it's great in comparison to this. Like, this is like a shit show. The more you think about it, and I think those tweets that we read at the beginning of this are people coming out of this
overwhelmed by stimulation.
Stimulation that you're there at the premiere and everyone's excited and oh my gosh,
you're seeing things you know.
Seeing things, yeah. And a lot of reviews were saying like fan service, and this wasn't very fan servicey to me.
I mean, it's building on things. It's reintroducing things from the other movies. Like Lando shows up, he's completely useless.
Yeah.
I was really distracted during the big end battle, not just from the fact that things were flying in every direction and there's no sense of geography, but like everyone's taking it so seriously, and then they cut to senile Lando, and he's just like laughing because he doesn't know where he is.
I've always been amazed by the
Oh, Billy D. Williams.
Billy D. Williams.
I was like, oh, that's Lando when he had the mask on.
Oh, sure. Lando. Surprise, surprise. It's Lando in disguise.
Because he was walking.
Surprise, surprise, I'm Lando in disguise.
Because I think Billy D. Williams.
He has a cane. He can barely walk.
So it's like, he's like, hey, guys, come on, run. Get on this thing. And then
Wait, for what?
And he's got a little bar stool under him, and he's like,
kind of.
So I was like, oh, that's Lando.
But the worst in terms of fan service, as far as like something that took me right out of the movie, was at the end when Maz Kanata gives Chewbacca his
the medal after 40 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
This is for you.
Why does she have it? Why would she give it to him at this moment? It's for the audience's sake.
It got lost in the mail. She found it in the same spot she found Luke's lightsaber.
Oh yeah, but that's a story for another time that we never got to.
Nope. Well, yeah. Maz Kanata had Luke Skywalker's lightsaber.
The janitor found it.
It's a story for another time. It was in her mystery box.
Oh man, how was that as a fuck you to Ryan Johnson when Luke Skywalker shows up in this? And Rey tries to throw her lightsaber away and he catches it. He's like, this is the most fucking important thing ever. And he looked right at the camera and flipped off Ryan Johnson.
Hey guys! Wow.
Watching the whole thing together, I freaked out. Something like this doesn't track. You can't follow what's happening. You can't follow what the big stakes are. I got really scared.
Well, Luke had a change of heart since he died, right? He became one with the Force, and now he's a little more chill. He's less like bitter and cynical as he was in Jedi. You always said, Last Jedi, the Luke Skywalker storyline that he's, you know.
It's the most interesting idea that movie has.
And everybody hates it. They ruined Luke Skywalker.
I still think you could have made a good arc out of it. You still could have gotten to a point where he's accepted the Force again. But it's a character arc, and you get to that point in like the third movie.
Yeah, just the fact that he acknowledges something that was unintentionally made clear in the prequels, which is that the Jedi are kind of awful.
So good.
Like the fact that he mentions that
Not
in
right
The
now.
Last Jedi. I was like, okay, that's interesting. But now it doesn't matter. You're right, have your lightsaber again.
They just left him in a really poor position.
Yeah.
I think a lot of little slight. Snoke in a tank for sure. The lightsaber bit.
Well, Ryan Johnson didn't create Snoke. He just killed him.
Right.
Well, it's because nothing matters. That was the driving force of that movie. Rey's parents are nobody. Snoke doesn't matter. All these things that were set up in the last movie don't matter. So yeah, then what do you do after that?
He's trying so hard.
You scramble and you make a movie that feels rushed because you're trying to do this kind of shit and have it pay off.
It's overcompensating too. Because all you gotta do is, if that's your plan, is okay, let's fix all these things that everybody hated about The Last Jedi. You can do that without shoving 15 other story ideas into it.
Well, yeah. The idea that Rey is Palpatine's granddaughter, right? The whole time she thought, I don't know, maybe they should throw in some clues like, oh, maybe they're part of the Skywalker family.
Well, if somebody smart were in charge from the beginning and planned this out, maybe you could have done.
No, I'm saying from Last Jedi.
Okay.
You're starting with this movie, right?
Yeah.
You could do that. You could play with that Rey backstory a little, mold it, change it a little differently. But what Jay is saying, and what I agree with, is the entire cast, other than Rey, Palpatine, Kylo Ren, and maybe Leia to a certain extent, are all completely useless. Finn and Poe and Rose and C-3PO and Chewbacca, Lando, everyone's useless. They're given the bulk of the story, which is to also to track down some guy who was sent to kill Rey's parents because he might have the Wayfinder, which could lead. That's what Luke was searching for to get to the thing.
We gotta go get a thing that'll tell us how to find a thing that'll take us to another thing.
And Palpatine didn't need 10,000 starships to blow up every planet, and all that shit was in there. So then they could have a space battle. And then you had 2.5 hours to flesh out this convoluted. Because there's that little scene where Rey and Kylo were talking.
What?
Oh yeah, the scene where they're kind of forced talking again.
And she sees the Vader helmet and stuff like that. That was good.
Yeah.
You know, but
the whole Star Destroyer confrontation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Have a handful of scenes like that, and one or two little action scenes that are, remember when they went to the Burning Man festival? I mean, what was that?
That was where they had to go to get the thing that would tell them where the other thing was.
Yeah, and there's so many, we got to get the thing to get the thing to get the thing. And it's and all of that just confused the whole storyline and the whole emotional stuff. Kylo killing Han Solo, his relationship with Leia, he's still wavering between if he's good or bad. Rey is also kind of not sure who she is, whether or not she's failing at her Jedi training. Remember, she couldn't hit the ball. And then she had to hit the ball with her spear. I always thought the end of that spear looked like a lightsaber. Turns out it was.
That's great.
You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, is that she built her lightsaber out of it? Yeah.
the tip
I
of
didn't
it.
notice that.
I've always thought
I didn't
that it
notice
looked
that.
like a lightsaber on the tip of that spear. It really does.
The whole ending of this movie, like, I had no sense of where anyone was. Everyone's just flying, and there's 5,000 Star Destroyers. And then we cut to
And they gotta
Palpatine, and it's
blow
just
up
flashing
just
light.
the one for some reason.
Yeah. That's the other thing, too, and that's another, like, just 80-yard line. They blow up that one, and then there's, like, some line of dialogue about how, like, everyone in the entire galaxy is now destroying all the other Star Destroyers.
For some reason, and I don't understand this at all, none of the Star Destroyers could leave the Sith planet.
You know, here's why.
Unless they had the navigational beacon from the other Star Destroyer.
Yeah.
They can't just say, point at their ship at a star and just go that way. They're just stuck there. I don't know why.
They were all interlinked because it was hard. Poe had a line about it.
Of course he did. One line, right?
And it was, they can't all leave the planet because the navigation's too hard.
You just turn your back to the planet and start going in a direction.
Although all their ships came to the planet and left at the end without any problem.
Who are we talking about now?
All the giant fleet of all the ships from all over the universe
Oh,
all came
yeah.
at the end, but they all fought in a battle on the planet, but then they also just left
Yeah.
at the end. So they didn't need a navigational beacon. But remember, they were going to blow up that navigational beacon, and then the bad guy, General Pride, was onto him.
Yep.
And so they switched it to the main
Oh
the
shit.
main
Oh
ship,
shit.
and
Oh
then they
shit.
just shot a gun at the main ship and blew it up.
No.
Couldn't once they know they're going to get blown up, can't they just switch it to a different ship? Can't they switch it to like 8 different ships? Oh, switch it to each individual ship. There you go.
We haven't gotten all the navigational beacons in stock yet. They're on order.
He hasn't willed them into existence yet.
Yeah, he's still working on that. Why did you wait? Why didn't you do that first, Palpatine? It takes him like a year of dedicated concentration with Sith magic to will a Star Destroyer into existence.
Oh, Palpy? Can we just talk about Palpatine? The part that made me laugh the hardest was when he just shot his Force lightning up into space, and it flew everywhere. It's such a shame, too, because there's like a couple moments early on in this movie where the two of them are interacting, and it's like, these guys are great together. And then, like, Adam Driver's great, like, Richard E. Grant, who is General Pride or whatever Pride, he's a great actor. And it's all just in service of nothing.
We don't know much about General Pride.
No, just mean and evil incarnate. Never smile once.
Like, all these good actors.
That's why they go off and do movies like Marriage Story.
That's true. In between doing big Disney films.
Adam Driver, Star Wars pays for his mansion, you know. Marriage Story pays for his coffee.
Did anyone notice, because I've generally liked Daisy Ridley in these movies, but in this one, she seems checked out. There's a part when she's on the ruins of the Death Star.
She's been getting hate for how long has it been now?
That's true. It could be
6
some
years?
of that.
Yeah.
Her character's a Mary Sue, so I hate her as a human being. But there's a part when she's on the ruins of the Death Star, and there's that moment where she's fighting the dark version of herself, you know, and the dark version has the double-sided lightsaber or whatever. She looks like she's laughing. She looks like she's holding back laughing when she pulls out the red lightsaber. Like, she doesn't care anymore, does she?
I think they said, have a devilish grin.
That didn't come across at all.
Yeah, I came off as sort of thinking this whole thing was a farce. And it's true. But, no, yeah, she, I mean, I think in the very first movie, you know, she's a relatively unknown actress in the first movie, so she's giving it her darndest.
Yeah.
You're probably right.
She's done. She's over this shit. Well, that was something, too, that came out recently, right? Like, in interviews where all these main actors were saying, like, they're done with Star Wars after this. Finn was like, I don't want to be Disney Plus or something like that.
What would it take to get you to come back to do Finn again?
In what?
I mean, I don't know if Finn is...
You ain't gonna Disney Plus me. I ain't getting no Disney Plus.
How did Ray know where that little farmhouse was?
She's just there. She found it on Google Maps. It's in Tunisia.
Don't think about it. It's emotional. It's emotional, Jay.
The Force. The Force.
The Force.
Oh, the Force.
Force emotions, Force emotions.
Remember, Leia and Luke's ghosts were hanging out there, so they they guided her.
Oh, okay, that's fair. Why was that random old lady just in the middle of fucking nowhere?
So that she could say the line, "I am Ray Skywalker."
I'm just a Skywalker now. I've just decided it.
They made her old because she's wandering around the desert. That's her path to go shopping and come back to her house. She goes past the old Skywalker, or Lars homestead, many times.
I'm shocked that wasn't a callback to somebody.
There's very few characters it could be.
What's Watto? Super elderly Watto.
It could have been that super old lady who said, "My bones are aching, Annie. There's a storm coming." Do you remember her?
No.
You don't?
I don't remember. I've seen
bones are aching? Is that what she says?
She warns them of the dust storm that's coming.
Okay.
Oh, my bones are aching. It's coming up, Annie. You better get home quick.
So Rey's a Skywalker because she just decided to be. I know thematically what they're doing, but it's just like
she chose the lightness over the dark.
Yeah. The Skywalkers are all that exists.
It got very Jedi at the end, join the.
Where it's like anticlimactic and not very good.
No, Return of the Jedi.
They just blatantly redid the throne room scene
Yeah,
from Return of the Jedi.
because he opens up the ceiling so that she could see the space battle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Going to die.
Just with lots more strobe lights.
Yes, and join me. Whatever. Those are the more interesting stuff in the movie. Everything every other character did was boring. Remember the magic space dagger?
Oh god, that disappeared.
Oh yeah. No, well that guided them to the wreckage of the Death Star, and then I guess it's not important after that, right?
No, remember, she held the dagger up and the little thing came out?
Yeah.
And she held it up?
And it made the shape of it. It was like the Goonies. They do that with the...
I guess it just wasn't important after that, yeah.
It was to help her find where the Wayfinder is, the little Borg cube, Borg thing. It looked like a Borg nodule thing that's in the Borg ship.
Why was it a dagger? I was waiting for her to have to stab Palpatine with it.
That was probably in there.
Like one of the edits, one of the
Yeah, there's things like that. Like at the end when Lando, that girl sits next to him, I thought it was going to be like revealed that that's his daughter or something. I kind of feel like maybe that's something that was in
I'm
another
assuming
edit.
that's just we don't have time.
It's possible.
Why even put that in the movie then? Why have Lando meet this random character?
Why have Poe's old flame show up? Why have that random character at all? Why have the horses?
Yeah.
There's so much that should have just been cut out.
So the magical space dagger, where did that get found?
That got found on the planet with all the rave dancers.
After they got sucked down into the beads, did they find it?
That whole section of the movie felt like more Indiana Jones to me than anything else. There's
her
quicksand, and then there are underground tunnels, and
there
bones.
Some archaeological stuff.
Yeah.
Even her holding the dagger up with the felt like him putting the staff of Ra in the hole.
Yeah.
And the sun shines through the thing. And
when was that dagger made?
It had Sith runes on it.
It knew to line up with the crashed remains of the Death Star. And it's got ancient Sith runes on it.
The Force, Rich.
Oh, the Force. It's not sloppy writing. It's the Force.
The little that comes out like alters its shape.
But the grooves on the dagger lined up with the wreckage on the Death Star.
In the future, it knew the future.
The Force. Yeah, the Force. Oh, that's so dumb.
But that dagger, C-3PO interpreted it because he wasn't programming, didn't allow him to speak Sith language.
That's why they had to go to the World War II village. They had to wipe his memory, which someone thought that was funnier than it was, them wiping his memory.
No, they wanted to give C-3PO a heroic moment. That was his sacrifice
for
the
then
greater
after
cause.
that, then there's so many jokes about him not remembering anything.
When I was editing our last video, I was watching an interview with Anthony Daniels, and he said he constantly tried to get George Lucas to give C-3PO some kind of moment.
Oh.
And it was like, how about C-3PO does this? I tried to give him a little humanity. And George's response was always, he's always scared. And then he would come up to George Lucas again, and George, here's a moment where C-3PO could save the day. And, no, I was always scared.
That moment in
Like,
this,
it's great listening to. I don't particularly like Anthony Daniels. I think he's kind of
He's a
full of
little
himself.
arrogant, yeah.
But that when he tells that story, George Lucas just shut him down every time. He was always scared. Shut up. And then he eventually gave up. So that was probably Anthony Daniels, his ego pushing up. I got to do something heroic in my final film as the world's greatest character ever invented, because I play him.
that moment too, and it was in the trailer where they're about to wipe his memory, and he's like, "I'm looking at my friends for one last time."
Friends that hate you.
Yeah, well, that's the thing in the trailer. I was like, I'm assuming, out of context in the trailer, that this is they're pulling memories of him with like Luke and Leia and Han from when he was younger.
shit.
Oh no, but he's talking about these new characters that he barely knows.
That hate him.
That hate him.
Yeah. But yeah, so C-3PO interprets the language on the dagger, and it says to go to Endor, the moon of Endor, right?
It's not Endor.
I guess it did, yeah. Yeah.
The moon of Endor.
Okay.
Endor is a forest moon. And I think the Endor system is a bunch of planets.
Yeah.
Because they show several planets.
They're not on the Ewok planet.
No,
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No, well, we see that at the very end. They get a little Wicket cameo.
Yeah, you're right. So I guess it crash landed on a different planet, even though it was in orbit of Endor.
J.J. Abrams doesn't like space. He doesn't
No.
he doesn't want to understand space.
See, I just assumed, like you did, when we talked about this, when the Death Star wreckage crashed on Endor, it obliterated the forest for decades.
Yeah.
And so that's why it was all kind of like flat and dead grass and stuff. So I really don't know. It was on, but basically the knife, the magical Sith dagger, said to go there to find one of the little triangles.
You need a MacGuffin to find a MacGuffin.
There are several MacGuffins, and that's the Sith Wayfinder, which looks like a Borg device to me. It's glowing green, and it's like a physical device, which is so weird that the Sith would need like a...
For an ancient magical...
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like, if you're a Sith or you're in tune with the dark side of the Force, the story logic would just assume that you would be led there.
You know what? I'm just delighted when Star Wars ever decides not to resort to space magic. So I'm fine with it.
All right. But yeah, so the Emperor had one on the Death Star in his little closet because he was a clone of an ancient being known as Palpatine. He should have changed his name when he became...
You're gonna die.
He should have called himself like Bob Smith or something.
Assuming your clone theory is what happened, we still don't know.
We're not really sure. Everything happened so fast.
I still think it might be his corpse from, well, at least his charred body from the Death Star explosion.
He landed on his fingers? Is that what you're
Well,
saying?
he felt fingers first. When
I broke a nail.
He was falling into the core, and then when it blew up, that pushed him like away, and that's why he survived.
Flew out of space.
He flew out into space after that.
He was shooting lightning so furiously it burned all of his fingers down to like
Yeah,
nuts.
yeah.
The heart of the original movies is those characters. And even though I don't love Return of the Jedi, all the stuff with Luke and the Emperor and Vader is great. It's emotional, and this is just...
This is so similar to Return of the Jedi, because Return of the Jedi, while good, has its flaws. And its flaws come in the second and third act. The opening, fine. Jabba, we got to rescue Han, a little adventure. And then after that, they had nothing to do with the characters other than Luke.
Yeah.
Leia becomes a basic, like, ground troop person.
And Han is there also.
And their epic love romance is now just them. We got to break into this bunker. And then the idea of a second Death Star is goofy, and we have nothing for Han and Leia and C-3PO and Chewbacca and R2-D2 to do.
Yeah.
Except for do all these things on the Ewok planet. And that's essentially this movie. We have nothing for Finn, Poe, Rose, C-3PO, R2-D2, BB-8, Eeyore? Igor?
Well, they're still, they have nothing for those characters to do, and they're still introducing new characters.
Yes.
Presumably so J.J. Abrams can pay his friends.
Yes, they add the lady who rides around on a horse, ex-stormtrooper. Her name was like, I don't know,
Zana.
Oh yeah, Zana or Lana or.
I know that because I had to buy her action figure.
Okay, Zana.
It's not Zana, is it? Then the two new characters in this are Zana and Zori?
I think so.
Really?
Someone's getting lazy.
Maybe one's Yanni.
That would be a shock if Yanni showed up in this film.
Remember I thought that they went to that Smuggler Cove planet to meet Zori Bliss, the bounty hunter, because she had components for the time travel machine.
Oh. I would have wholeheartedly welcomed time travel into this film.
Yeah.
Instead of, we got to go to the place to get the thing that will lead us to the other thing.
It would have made for a bigger mess.
Yeah, I would have welcomed a bigger mess.
Yeah. I'd say the final act of this movie is a pretty big mess, just visually, viscerally. That's when it got kind of like fun schlock to me, where it's just like nonsense, and the Emperor's handing it up.
Yeah, Ian McDermott's
He's always great.
Always great. That's always true. If he was a little more comical, I would have enjoyed it more. It wouldn't have fit the tone properly.
They definitely went for a sitcom.
I like the atmosphere of that whole place he was in too, how like dark and moody it was. But I guess I figured that wasn't enough, so then they turned on the strobe lights.
But it was basically a Jedi, and the rest of our characters are doing a thing to destroy a thing. Right? You gotta take down the shield generator. You need the Ewok's help. And the battle starts, and then the Emperor.
They got they even got like ground battle segment when they have to storm the top of the Star Destroyer.
With not primitives, but
they got horses.
They got horses, so there's that element that not non-technological. They're just people that are driving horses and living off the land because they're stormtroopers. So there's an Ewok-y thing going on there.
That J.J. Abrams.
Rich,
He knows how to remake other people's movies.
You've said it a million times. Star Wars is
creatively bankrupt.
Wait a minute. Finn, early on in this movie, says, Rey, I have to tell you something. And they think they're going to die. And then he never tells her.
I don't know why they left it in the movie, but I'm assuming they were going for like a love plot. Like,
sure.
He
well,
loves
that's his whole
her.
thing is like, in the first two movies, yeah, he's always concerned about where's Rey, what's happening to Rey, how's Rey.
But if you're not going to have a payoff
If you're
for
not
that,
going to pay off, just cut it
cut that out. Yes.
They ran out of time, Rich. The movie's coming out in 2 days. We got to just stop editing.
Was there so much in the movie that they just couldn't edit? They couldn't edit it properly.
That's some of the stories. They're saying that, yeah, there's just lots of different edits and re-edits of this movie, so who knows?
He's trying to tell her that he's gay. So we have our first gay Star Wars character.
We have that in this movie, though.
There is
two out-of-focus females in the background kiss. So progressive. Way to go, Disney.
There was that old lady.
It was that old lady,
pointy
the bird
nose.
lady.
Yeah, the bird lady. She I guess was a lesbian. So how progressive? Wasn't a main character. They wrote off Poe as not being gay because he did that thing where he's like, "Hey, Kerry Russell." He's like, and then she
Did
goes,
you see that?
"Yes." Yeah. Were your eyes closed during the film? At the end,
I had to take a mental break.
She's still wearing her stupid helmet because it's not actually Kerry Russell. She's in one scene where her eyes. I think her and J.J. Abrams had a joke. Inside joke. They said,
"We're gonna tell people you're in the movie."
No. How little can you be in this movie, and how much money from the back end can you make? And it's like a private joke. They said
See your eyes for 5 seconds. Yeah.
and the rest of the time, it's just and she did her voiceover in like the sound booth for like an afternoon. So she was on camera, her eyes for 10 seconds, and then she was in the sound studio for half a day, right? And
now she's gonna make $10 million.
Yes, at least a couple million. And she had a body double, like in her Zori Bliss costume. She never took her helmet off.
Yeah.
But at the end, she's you don't even see her face. And Poe is like, huh? He's doing like a, how about you and I? Like
He started doing this, which I thought was weird for Star Wars.
It was implied that they might have been a thing way back when. And then she goes, and he goes, and then he walks out of frame. That was got a case of the not gays.
Yeah. Just make Poe and Finn gay. Make them super gay. Why the fuck not? That's how they come across in this movie. Just do it. There was some interview with J.J. Abrams where he was like doing that like wishy-washy. Like I mean, maybe they could be. We're Disney. We're progressive, except not really. We just want to give the illusion. They're so phony.
Is this a new term? Passive progressive? It's like a play on passive aggressive. Because remember, what's it? Josh Gad's like minor character. In
Beauty and the Beast. Yeah, he's a supporting character. He's gay. You see him dancing with a guy in one shot. Look how progressive we are.
We wouldn't do it with the main character. Can you imagine Finn and Poe like kissing? Like I mean, like I wouldn't care. A majority of people wouldn't care, but it would be a thing.
If they did that, then Star Wars fans would complain about it on the internet.
Some Star Wars fans.
And they don't complain about anything on the internet
No,
now.
half of them would complain, half of them would champion it.
Yeah.
Because we're in like split down the middle politics
Everything,
with Star Wars. But yeah, Finn is not in love with Rose.
Yeah.
Because remember, she's like, I want to come with you. He's like, no, stay back. And then he pats her on the shoulder. He's like, do you remember that? He's like, stay back, buddy.
She's clearly in the friend zone.
She's been put in the friend zone even though she smooched him in The Last Jedi.
Disney's market research says they don't want you in this much of the film. You stay here.
And she basically almost killed herself to save him. Like, and then he gives her, for that, she gets a pat on the shoulder and stay back here, buddy.
Yes. Oh, you're breaking my heart.
Finn and Rey had good chemistry on screen. They shouldn't have spent the entirety of The Last Jedi apart.
I think Poe and Finn are good together too. Like the scene in The Force Awakens when they're escaping. They get in the TIE fighter or whatever, and they're trying to escape. Like those two are good together, and then they're separate for the entire rest of that movie and all of the next movie.
They got like a little buddy cop vibe going.
Yeah.
One's a little more attentive, and one's a little more like loosey, hotshot kind of guy.
Regardless of whatever flaws the movies had, those characters or actors do have good chemistry together.
It makes you wish they were in a real movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My personal opinion, all of Star Wars is just a fluke.
You gotta take it a little easy, Luke. You may be the hottest bush pilot this side of Mos Eisley, but those little skyhoppers are dangerous. Keep it up, one day, whammo, you're gonna end up a dark spot on the downside of a canyon wall.
So the Empire Strikes Back is the linchpin that is holding this house of cards together.
The first one was a disastrous film until
Editing-
Marsha Lucas and
Editing and breakthrough special effects saved it.
yeah. And music.
Yeah.
The John Williams score. It was like a perfect storm, and George Lucas was, he was the second luckiest man in show business after Ringo Starr. I got this space thing with there's a monster or something. Yeah, hundreds of talented people make this work.
You say the second luckiest? George Lucas sold Star Wars for $4 billion, motherfucker.
No, all right. And let's also, very briefly, to close out our review, address the comments that say, well, now do the prequels look so bad?
No, yeah, they do.
Yeah.
They're not better because these new ones aren't great. It doesn't somehow make the prequels better.
Prequels still are bad.
Like, literally none of the characters in the prequels are likable or interesting.
And the stories make no sense. And everything about those movies. And that's the thing with this, like, they look great, the effects are great, the actors are good, and it's just, it's the stories that's lacking. I will say, at least the prequels are fun to make fun of. There's so many baffling, weird things in them, and these new movies are just so bland and kind of forgettable.
A nice blend would have been having some of Lucas's ideas in this new trilogy. I know he was talking about like the wills and the Force and all this. Like
it's more George Lucas weirdness, basically.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, we don't want your ideas. They're too weird. But blending that and kind of mixing that with some modern day talent and kind of figuring out a new way to go, they really need to plan this stuff out.
What do you do with Star Wars now? Where do you go?
There's a whole bunch of high-paid people asking themselves this question right now, as they watch the reviews come in.
They sound a little more panicked than you, though.
I just think it's out of gas. It's very hard to nail down exactly what to do with Star Wars. I think The Mandalorian's on the right track in terms of just scaling things back. like that episode where they're on the space station. So simple.
It's just it's 5 characters total. It's like
One hallway set.
It's fascinating.
To see the contrast between that and then this movie. Fuck. I feel like I'm being smacked in the face by this movie.
We're doing recommendations.
Guys, killed 9 gladiators.
No.
Did you already get your pieces?
No, we're not doing them, or no, you wouldn't recommend it.
Well, not if you're prone to seizures. There was a sign outside the theater that said that.
Yeah,
That's a thing.
Maybe wait for it to come out and like stream it, but like turn the speed of the movie down to like 1/4 speed.
Oh. Fuck! I'm not gonna have a. I'm not gonna have a panic attack.
That's the new option by Netflix. To watch your movie at 25% speed.
So you don't feel like you're having a heart attack from Star Wars.
Here's a magical space coin. This will grant you access to any Star Destroyer. Oh, that's what that was. I'm giving this to you, Poe, for use in scene 312. How did this ship get aboard? I heard you chuckle.
Oh yeah.
The guy comes in there and he's like, "This is rusty spaceship that they just left on."
They just completely cut out how they got on board the Star Destroyer. Like why nobody noticed this rickety old ship landing, and our characters getting off the ship.
No, Rich. Wrong. 2 stormtroopers walked up, and they said, "Show us your identification," and they shot him.
Did that really happen?
Yeah.
You know what? This movie. No, seriously.
It happened so fast.
It happened so fast. I did not notice.
It was not like. Do you remember Star Wars?
No.
Remember?
Oh yeah.
When they landed the Millennium Falcon got tractor beamed into the Death Star, and then
they hit under the things
and waited for like 2 hours, and then they scanned the ship, and then they.
It's like a scene.
Yeah.
Like a constructed scene
a
with a point.
Yeah. They were infiltrating the Death Star, and they had to be very fucking careful not to get
Then
caught.
the guys go in with the equipment, and then you hear the noises.
Hey, can you give us a hand down here? The stormtroopers go up to find out what was that noise. Then they steal their costumes. Then they do this whole thing where they have Chewbacca as their prisoner.
They come down, they pretend
the
communicator's not working.
TK421, why aren't you responding? And TK421 has a problem with his trains. Oh my God, it's Chewbacca! He's murdering me! And then they have this whole plan.
Or you just have somebody say, "How'd the ship get on here?"
That's the perfect scene comparison because it's basically the same scene.
Yeah.
Where there's 2 stormtroopers and they just come out guns blazing and murder them in this giant hangar bay where there are windows everywhere, security cameras.
This scene's 30 seconds long as opposed to 5 minutes.
Oh, it was like 8 seconds. And then they just run out. And just storm, and they're just shooting everyone in the hallways.
Yeah, they run down the hallway and they shoot a bunch of people, and then 2 stormtroopers come up to him, and Ray just uses force.
Yeah.
So why don't you just do that with all of them?
Are you going to recommend Rise of Skywalker?
No, but I am going to point out that this entire trilogy has just been a waste of potential.
Yeah.
Adam Driver's great. I know everyone hates Ray. I still like the main cast. I just don't think they ever did anything really interesting with them.
Yeah.
Succinctly said, well, Jay.
No, I would not. I think this is the worst one. I think I like The Last Jedi more than this. I don't really like The Last Jedi.
At least The Last Jedi took its time.
Yeah, this movie is just so exhausting and not in a fun, like, ooh, it's so action-packed kind of way. It's like, I'm done with Star Wars.
As are a lot of people.
Now, let's talk about The Mandalorian.
Thank you, dog.
Can I give my recommendation, Jay?
Absolutely.
No! No, I echo the sentiments of Rich almost exactly. The cast is good. Some ideas are okay, but overall it's a clusterfuck. And I think that's what a lot of people is doing. But did it leave me in tears? No. I don't want to say if you legitimately like this film, you have a low IQ. But if you legitimately like this film, you have a low IQ. Because you are watching all the things happen so fast, and the critical part of your brain that kicks in, that's supposed to kick in,
It doesn't have
But
time to.
Wait a minute.
Give
Wait a
me-
minute. Wait a minute. It keeps going by. It's like being on like some kind of roller coaster ride where you can't even process. You know what I mean? It's just all the undulations and the speed, and then at the end, I think that was fun.
I heard the John Williams score.
Yeah.
It's like you're on the little cart going through the haunted
I thought
house.
I was.
But
It didn't
none of
give
the
me my
scares are very
special.
spooky. So they just have the car go by really fast.
Yeah, that was insane.
Well, was that a monster? Oh, was that a what?
You know what I think was the saddest part too? Forgettable. The score
That
was
one little
for being an exclusive John Williams score was forgettable.
Yeah.
Except for the moments where you're supposed to remember things when they would bring up the old
Oh
music.
yeah, Leia's theme and
Yes.
all that stuff.
Certain, like when she walks into the Death Star's throne room, you get that.
Dun, 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 yeah.
So the old stings that would come in throughout with the rest of
You did not want to die.
Ray has a theme. I like her theme.
What is her theme?
Do 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 do. It's very whimsical. It's different than the
Okay.
other stuff. So.
All right. 19. We need to get out of there.
Hey, it's something from the series that I
This is
remembered.
news to me. It's news to me. Ray's theme. What the fuck are you talking about?
Ray's theme from Ghostbusters? Does Ray have a theme?
Ray Parker Jr.'s theme.
Ray
from
oh
Ghostbusters?
yeah, that's a great theme. Yeah, that's
They're going to remake that song for the new movie. When there's something stranger things
They did that for
in your neighborhood, who you gonna call? Finn Wolfhard. And maybe the girl who was in Godzilla.
40.
But if they were both in Ghostbusters, it'd be too obvious. What's her name?
Millie Bobby Brown?
Billy Bobby Brown.
Millie Bobby Brown.
Millie Bobby Brown.
Which is funny because Bobby Brown did a song for Ghostbusters too.
It all ties
It all
together like
connects.
the Force. Do you remember when?
I will no longer question logical loopholes in these Star Wars films.
Do you remember? Here's another thing that'll blow your mind.
Oh,
Jay.
oh, okay.
Bobby Brown's cameo in Ghostbusters 2, he said, "Hey, can I have one of those proton packs? My kid brother wants one."
Hey, you guys got another one of those proton packs? My kid brother really wants one.
The proton pack is not a toy. I guess it's right.
Then Egon tells him, "No, a proton pack is not a toy." Cut to 30 years later, and kids are firing the proton packs.
Oh, I forgot I took all my attachments off on this.
The proton
I wonder
pack
why
is
this gun is so crappy.
The proton pack is not a toy. The proton pack is not a toy.
Directly against Egon's recommendation, his own fucking granddaughter.
Paul Rudd will be the kid who gets to use a real proton pack.
What?
What?
The kid brother will end up grow up to be Paul Rudd.
Bobby Brown is
Bobby
black.
Brown's a black
He's
man.
adopted. It's fine. He's adopted.
Ooh, swing and miss, Rich.
Thank you guys all so much. And thank you guys all for being here too. I think we're done here, right? Are we done here? We keep on running.
I quit. I quit Star Wars. I'm done. I'm never talking about Star Wars again. Bye.
We'll see when we talk about The Mandalorian.
We'll see when we talk about the Picard series and Ghostbusters 2020 and everything else that's coming out that just continues to ruin our lives. We've never addressed our George Lucas bust.
Oh, is that who that is? I thought it was Bob Vila.
Goodbye, everybody.
Yeah, or kilowatt.
It's over though, you know. We don't have to talk about Star Wars movies for at least a year or two.
As always, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, and go see The Rise of Skywalker when it opens in theaters this Friday, December 20th.
Thanks for watching, and may the Force be with you.
Bad Boys of Star Wars out.
You good.
to the end of the movie. But don't use words, okay? I'm gonna count you at 3, 2, 1.
It's actually so much worse than that. Let's begin. Never has the Lucasfilm logo been more cursed than in this wretched sack of lies. Though, as expected, we open with the title crawl. The dead speak. What? The first 3 words, really? It gets even better with the translation on the cam copy. Deaths are speaking. Oh my goodness. Anyway, the galaxy has heard a mysterious broadcast, a threat of revenge in the sinister voice of the late Emperor Palpatine. Yep. Palpatine is alive and he's sending his voice out into the galaxy for what I am sure is a very good reason. General Leia Organa dispatches secret agents to gather intelligence. Okay, just your run-of-the-mill intelligence, I assume.
Intelligence?
The most sophisticated computer in the world.
While Rey, the last hope of the Jedi, trains for battle against the diabolical First Order. Trains? She trains now? I'll have to see it to believe. Oh my god, look at her go! Meanwhile, Supreme Leader Kylo Ren rages in search of the Phantom Emperor, determined to destroy any threat to his power. Though I will say the translation seems to be more accurate. Kylo Ren is angry. Yeah, that's about right. I wonder if this film will have Kylo straddle the line between the light and the dark, and maybe he'll have to commit to a choice at some point. That would be a big change. So what a great start. Good old Sheev is alive and plotting, Rey is gaining more power, and Kylo is the boss of the de facto empire. We begin with following Kylo to some red and white aesthetic planet. I've been told it's Mustafar, but you know, it's hard to tell these things. And I think a lot of viewers have some PTSD in relation to red and white planets at this point. We discover that Kylo is murdering everybody in order to collect MacGuffin number 1.
So, a random ass villager just says, "Whoa, I like that chick. Here's a McMuffin." Here's a McMuffin. Here's a McMuffin.
Oh, sorry, McMuffin number 1. The McMuffin gives him direct references to the location of Mr. Palpatine. And so you may be asking, why would Kylo need the McMuffin to get there once he finds out what planet it's on from the McMuffin? Well, Sheev's planet, Exegol, is essentially clouded in space cancer. And this space cancer is so dangerous, Kylo's singular TIE interceptor can just narrowly make it through with a McMuffin plugged directly into his navigation. Though this becomes pretty irrelevant, as when he arrives, it clearly shows that the space cancer only represents one specific direction of approach to the planet. So, like, couldn't anyone get here at any time from many directions as long as they know where the planet is? I mean, fuck, couldn't someone have found this by accident at this point? Why would they need a McMuffin once they see the space cancer? Just go around it, you dopey twat. Also, I guess Sheev really did survive episode 6. He's just a little worse for wear with white eyes and tism fingers, but it is him. Congrats, dude. I thought you were dead for sure. In Lucas's mind, Palpatine was absolutely dead after Return of the Jedi. Well, silly George, don't you know that's subjective? Unfortunately, this fucks with pretty much everything in Star Wars, but I suppose we can explore that a little bit later. At this point in the movie, they crank the lighting and sounds to a degree that epilepsy warnings had to be handed out. They commit to this for so long that I legit couldn't fucking focus on the people in the scene. It's to support the creepy factor, but holy hell, calm down. As Kylo moves through, we see a whole bunch of test tubes with containers that, I can't believe I'm about to say this. This is real. This is a thing, okay? I'm not lying to you. Okay. As Kylo moves through, we see a whole bunch of test tubes and containers with botched Snoke clones. I say again, botched Snoke clones. Literally attempts at creating Supreme Leader Snokes, implying that Emperor Palpatine can just create from scratch a hyper-powerful Force user from his fucking bedroom in an instant. Snoke has been around since before Luke had tried to murder Kylo in his sleep, so yeah. Creamy Sheev has been busy. I mean, somehow he could have made an entire army of scrotum-faced, hyper-powerful Andy-Serkis CGI motherfuckers by now. He hasn't, but, you know, precedent is there. No longer does it take a lifetime of training and struggle to become the most powerful Force user in the galaxy. You can just poop one out of a test tube and drop him into the leading seat of the mightiest Empire clone that ever existed. Just like that. But yeah, apparently Snoke was his own dude who trained Kylo well, but ultimately he was created by Palpatine. He's like a meat puppet, maybe? So like, why did he even exist if it was all Palpatine anyway? Why not just be on the throne yourself like you already were for so long? Did nobody in this universe wonder where Snoke came from? And if you're just gonna take over for him as soon as he dies, why weren't you just there to begin with? Like, I know we wondered where he came from. He turned up out of nowhere, and what, for the people of this universe, they just accepted that? Seriously? I always thought that we just didn't know things that they did, but they know as much as us. Was this always the plan?
The total surprise from about a year ago. And it said, we're thinking of bringing back the Emperor. How do you feel?
Okay then. What was the interaction of Snoke with Luke, Han, and Leia? Did they all think that he was this real-ass guy? Apparently Vader's voice was faked by Palpatine, as well as possibly Snoke's voice in the head of Kylo, or he claims as such.
I have been every voice you have ever heard inside your head.
Which is pretty awkward, isn't it? First, we have to acknowledge that Vader just abandoned his family as a Force ghost, and when his grandson was being told that he should follow the dark side by a fake Vader voice, Anakin just let that happen. Not to mention that Kylo's whole fucking motivation was to... what was it again?
I will finish what you started.
So, wouldn't finding out that the voice you've been following for years is fake shatter your entire worldview? Maybe it puts into question every last action you've ever taken. Well, no, not really. He still absolutely intends to rule the galaxy as a dark side user, so... meh. I'm going to take this opportunity to say that for the last year and a half, a podcast I run with Rags had a bet going with the guests. The bet was to choose who you thought would be the most inconsistent character in The Rise of Skywalker in reference to their past appearances. Now, every character was on the table except Palpatine, because we didn't actually know he was going to be in the film before making this bet, and I think a lot of people would have chosen him, so, you know, it wouldn't be fair. I think there's reason to assume that he wasn't going to be in this film. But someone else was disqualified, and that's Kylo fucking Ren, because my god, this character is so utterly inconsistent that he's become the personification of tangled up Christmas tree lights drenched in yogurt and acid. I'm not even going to pretend that he has some semblance of a through line in these films. Be good, be bad, I don't give a shit anymore, just commit, you greased weasel. Kylo threatens to kill Palpatine, and Palpatine responds,
I have died before.
You died before? I don't think death means what you think it means. And even if you're like a dead ghost thing inhabiting your own corpse, how does your body survive exploding twice? Well, he provides us an explanation. He repeats the line we've all heard from episode 3.
The dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural.
And that's it. That's it for the whole fucking movie. He just says he's alive despite having died because of the dark side. Thank goodness we're able to bring back old enemies arbitrarily. What in the world would we have done for stakes otherwise? Imagine they had to create a new enemy, one that could bind the old and the new, one that could have been pulling strings in the background from as early as A New Hope, one that could have had a close relationship with the character whose soul is being torn in two ways, and one that isn't motivated entirely by power. Well, fuck it. Let's kill that guy and make him a test tube baby created by the guy who died twice 30 years ago. The absolute state of Lucasfilm. Just what the Kylo is instructed to kill Rey and become the ultimate power in the universe. The manner in which Palpy can make this happen is by combining his forces with the First Order to create the Final Order. Remember Order 66? Remember the prequels? Because that's the point to which Disney has sunk this franchise. They now desperately cling at the chance to be anywhere near as good as the prequels. Holy fuck. Regardless, this is the Final Order, implying that he had this shit planned for ages and it's his end game? I wonder if there will be any comparisons to that movie in this one. So, Palpatine is referring to about 1,000 Star Destroyers in terms of his forces. Not sure how he managed to get thousands of Star Destroyers made, much less ones individually equipped with the ability to destroy planets. Seems kind of impossible on what's a desolate, lightning-ridden wasteland. Oh, and during the delivery of this information, the Emperor lifts all of his Star Destroyers out of the fucking floor of Exegol with the big gay. Apparently these things were built below the ground and he just plowed them through his own planet to raise them up. And they come fully stocked with every crew member that an enormous spacecraft would require. What fresh hell is this? Why would you not have these things built on the surface prepped for liftoff? The whole point of this place is that no one can reach it without a McMuffin. And the first person to ultimately get here that doesn't work for Palpatine was shown them immediately. They do not need to be hidden. It also can't be to do with the harsh weather since they were run through the fucking ground and they sit in the sky for the whole movie. I don't think Mr. Sheev cares about their structural integrity. So, why would they be embedded in the floor and have people in them? Unless this planet is hollow and there's a whole bunch of scaffolding and workstations below. I really doubt it, but let's go with that. What about the integrity of the entire area? What stops your weird science room from being buried? There's a good reason why contractors exist, you decrepit omelet. And I'm sorry, but what's gonna be the damage on these Star Destroyers? Because, you know, I'm a pretty weird dude, so take this with a grain of salt. But when you have your maiden voyage for a brand new ship, I don't think it's good practice to plant it into the fucking ground. None of it makes any sense, but it sure does look cool. Must be a J.J. Abrams film. Anyway, we flip over to Finn and Poe, who are meeting with an informant that wants to provide them some info from a spy in the First Order. They manage to transfer the info to R2-D2 and make a daring escape before it's too late. This is on the Ice Comet, by the way, the glorious visual from the trailer. Now, you might have been giving yourself the old question here of, hang on, what the fuck is happening? Who is the informant? Who's the spy? How did the First Order just find these guys so easily? No, we're not getting any information on that. We've jumped a nebulous amount of time into the future, and they are just in this situation. It's a perfect setup for some action. Stop complaining, stop asking questions. I want to highlight as well that this creature tells them to win the war, thanks to this information he's provided, when it essentially amounts to confirmation that Exegol exists, Palpatine is alive, and he has a Star Destroyer fleet in the thousands. Because yeah, they were already losing, but now I'm sure this will turn the tide in their favor. And actually, aren't they fucked? How can they possibly escape? The First Order can track people through hyperspace, and they've been found, so it's too late, right? But then again, it's a Star Destroyer that's required for that. Like, you need a big structure and a power source or whatever, or like a breaker. So it's not like TIE fighters can do it. Well, that's where you're wrong, kiddo. Twice, in fact. TIE fighters can now track through hyperspace to the point of it being instant, almost like they're traveling with the person they are chasing. But that's not an issue, because there's a new invention in this world. It's called light speed skipping. And light speed skipping is essentially hyperspace jumping instantly several times in a row. This is how Poe can lose anyone who's tracking him. Now, I didn't know that was possible. Nobody fucking did. In fact, I'm pretty sure there is a very blatant line in the original trilogy that is designed to tell us that they shouldn't because it's a really quick way to die. But this is a kind of no-choice situation since Ryan has locked JJ in with hyperspace tracking. Then again, it was JJ's choice to have them being chased in the opening 5 minutes, so what do I know? I think it's relevant to say that it gives JJ an excuse to take us to a whole bunch of crazy places places quickly. He loves his visuals, that JJ. But it doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? First of all, if the coordinates are random, then he should be hitting the dead of space pretty much every single time, considering the ratio of things versus not things out there, which means he would never have lost the TIE fighters. However, if these were places he actually knew about and was heading to, then he was way beyond lucky to be alive. He seems to appear in these places with no idea of exactly where he's gonna land. Do you understand how lucky he is to have landed in each of these worlds with 1,000 obstacles each and not hit any of them? He should have been turned into Holdo soup. And that leads us to the third and final location that has a random space Cthulhu worm that technically saves their lives by stopping the remaining TIE fighters that for some reason blunderously fly into it. Was this intended from Poe? Does he know when the worm moves around, or was all of this just extremely lucky? And how is it that he jumps almost instantly? Are these worlds that close together? Do you guys remember how long it took to get from Tatooine to Alderaan? I guess none of it matters. It's just stupid space stuff. Besides, Ryan kind of ignored his own rules with the hyperspace tracker at the end of The Last Jedi anyway, so who really cares? Finn seems to be vehemently against the whole idea, by the way, which is interesting since it's the only option they have to save their lives, though Poe admits that yes, this is the best they have because Rey isn't on this mission. Just looking to clarify here, Rey is now better than Poe at piloting, and he has to lament the fact that she isn't there to save them in a more effective manner when it comes to piloting. What can she do that wouldn't be light speed skipping and would save you from the First Order exactly? And I mean, fuck, piloting is like Poe's only thing, but I guess he sucks at it compared to Rey? Because everyone sucks at everything when compared to Rey? And hey, if your neck hadn't already broken from the different locales, characters, and tones, we suddenly cut to Rey. She's being trained by Leia, who knows how to train a Jedi now? Okay.
They fly now! They fly now!
Rey is meditating in midair while moving a whole bunch of rocks because this shit was boring, I guess. We gotta crank it up JJ style. More rocks, consistent levitation. This is Rey, motherfucker. She even floats down with a sigh of frustration as if the whole flying part is easy. I guess Palpatine should have looked into that. The problem is that she can't get them to be with her. Apparently, she's trying to hear the voices of all the past Jedi through the gay. That's just something she can meditate toward, I guess. Regardless, Leia is here, and she gives Rey Anakin's lightsaber. It's been repaired. RIP TLJ. We see a lot of running, jumping, and ooh, look, the droid that Luke used. Only this is Rey, so we gotta crank it up. She's not just blind, she's not just taking many shots at once. She's balancing on a thin log over a chasm. Fucking, yeah, you go, girl. Wait, why does this person need training? At the end of this little segment, Rey drops a tree on BB-8, and she's like, oh no, sorry, then begins to push the log off. Which, what are you doing? You could literally do this. Just pull it off him with your god powers, you irritable numpty. Just before Finn and Poe return, Rey is having a look-see at those
Sacred Jedi texts!
And she happens to see a page all about McMuffins. Yep, that's what she happens to see right before the plot kicks in with a need for McMuffins. I'm sure it has absolutely no relevance. As Finn and Poe get off the Falcon, they meet up with Rey and we get some instant chemistry. Just add years of off-screen history. They have this weird thing invented out of nowhere that Poe and Rey do not like each other because they have different approaches to everything. It's a conflict that's presented, developed, and then dropped, which is actually applicable to a bunch of things in this movie.
Rey! Rey, I never told you anything!
Poe is angry at Rey for not helping them as well as damaging BB-8, and Rey is mad at Poe for damaging the Falcon. You know, damaging it, while he saved his own life, the lives of Chewie and Finn, and he secured the information. Because Poe's just not allowed to do things right in this saga. Finn even backs it up by saying that Poe is always in a bad mood. Since when? Wasn't he always the fun-loving one?
So who talks first? You talk first? I talk first? Permission to jump in the next swing and blow something up?
Good to meet you, Poe! Good to meet you too, Finn!
Very hard to understand you with all the...
Search him.
apparatus.
I guess he got funds surgically removed during TLJ like the rest of the characters.
Go away, now!
Anyway, Rey and Finn are as chummy as ever. They all speak as a group, and the film tries its best to pretend that they've been together for ages. Rey says the compressor is down, and thus Poe can't lightspeed skip. But then he says that he can, and he did, so... Yeah, and the Falcon is fixed in about 10 minutes for the next adventure, so who fucking cares? The conversation gets heated when Poe says that it's essentially stupid of Rey to be training to talk to past Jedi when she is the best fighter they have and they need her help to win this war. She has no response to that because there is no fucking response to that other than saying, yeah, she really shouldn't be training. See, I figured she would know she's the best with everything she's done and she would be helping them, but she just stands there and asks about the spy. There's so much to say about this interaction from a writing perspective. Hell, I'm sure someone will do it at some point, but this story really wants us to accept these folks as friends, with an unbreakable bond along with values that conflict despite two of them sharing less than 1 minute of screen time. It's so rushed. Speaking of which, with the intelligence retrieved from the spy, the Resistance confirm that Palpatine is back and they all shudder gasp. Of course, several members try to reconcile this impossibility and a hobbit gets involved. Mary suggests that it's dark science, cloning and the like.
No one's ever really gone.
He describes cloning technology as secrets only the Sith knew, despite there being a galactic war, half of which was fought by clones, but nah, lol, it's a Sith secret. Poe goes on to say that Palpy is building the largest fleet the galaxy has ever known, and it's going to attack all 3 worlds in 16 hours, which is interesting for many reasons. First, if that's all you had to say in the message, then why did you need this fuck-off transfer? You could literally have shouted it to these guys, or chucked them a USB with a notepad file on it. Would have been a hell of a lot faster than this shit.
For some reason, to transfer like a sentence of information, it takes like a minute to put it through a big floopy wire into R2-D2. You could have just said it to him. You'd literally have just been like, this is the information.
Your R2 is a 4.1 USB connection, right? Because that's what we've got. And I've got to find an adapter if he's not that thing. We should have just earlier, but
It's the fact that the wire is so massive as well. It's like the data is actually physically getting pushed into it. Like,
just sludge. Like data sludge.
They literally just could have called out.
How do computers function in this universe?
They
Jesus.
don't.
Well, like, you're right. They could have just called out, Palpatine's alive. He has a fleet of ships on this planet, whatever it's called, and is going to attack in so many days. That's the whole message right there. I said it right there. They could have just
You could have written it on a piece of paper, tied it to a rock, and flung it in the hatch. And the way
This rock has everything you need to know.
But in regards to the information, I don't even know what free worlds are at this point. Did the First Order take over everything or not? Are they going to destroy every single free world? Really? They aren't going to capture them, control them? If this is the plan, then shouldn't the free worlds be mobilizing their own attack? Isn't this something that the good guys should look into, whether or not they have a plot to find a bunch of McMuffins? And hang on, wasn't Palpatine interested in having an empire, not pieces of planets floating around the galaxy? Wasn't there actually a point to the empire beyond killing people? Destroying Alderaan was a message to the rebellion. This just seems to be a desire to destroy many free worlds with strong resources for no other reason than being evil.
The Empire improves every system it touches. Safety, prosperity, trade, opportunity, peace.
Lol, no. Evil is on the way, folks, and its origin is Exegol. We now have the stakes of Return of the Jedi, but we're JJ, so we gotta crank it up. And all of this was poofed into existence between movies because Ryan left JJ with fucking nothing at the end of TLJ. Unfortunately, however, Exegol isn't on any star charts, which leaves them no choice but to die. We tried, folks. See you next time. Empire wins. Unless someone has information on how to get to Exegol, like maybe a person who just read a passage in a book about it? About McMuffins? On an unrelated note, Rey talks to Leia about Luke apparently having searched for Exegol for a long time. He nearly found McMuffin 3 but failed and put his notes into the
Sacred Jedi text!
For some reason he did that, and then he went into exile, I guess. Though Luke did discover, somehow, that you need a McMuffin to get to Exegol, and Luke's trail of one went cold in a desert somewhere, and so that's where they're going to find one. Just go into a desert, huh? Just an entire planetary desert. Oh, okay, yeah, that's a good enough lead. Let's go. For clarification, though, because you guys might not be following, they want to stop the Emperor's new fleet, but they can't even get to it. They have accepted this information as true without any confirmation because a spy in the First Order told them. A spy that's assumedly only been active since the events of TLJ. It's not like luring all of the top players of the Resistance to a desert planet sounds like a trap. Nor does it sound like a trap to lure all of the the Resistance ships to one very rocky planet. But okay, let's trust the information. The plan is this. In order to get to the Emperor's fleet, the book says they will need a MacMuffin, specifically MacMuffin 2, because Kylo has MacMuffin 1, and there are only 2 MacMuffins that can get a person to Exegol, for some reason. But in order to get the location to MacMuffin 2, they will need MacMuffin 3, and MacMuffin 3 is apparently in this desert. This is a very intelligent plan. Before they leave, Finn makes sure to ask an old friend along for the journey. Shrek is back. But since we're looking to repair the errors of The Last Jedi in this film, JJ opts to have Shrek spend the story pointing at consoles and scanning things. If I'm being specific, however, Shrek says that the Resistance are scanning old Star Destroyers in order to exploit weaknesses. I wonder if that throwaway line will be relevant later. But the important part is, Shrek is not coming.
Rose is like, nah, can't come. Nah.
I was like, thank God. Stay here.
Someone in my cinema literally said, thank God.
It's such a blatant move. Just like, yeah, I'm busy with like looking at stuff and things. You go ahead.
Alright, pineapple?
Daily gold change 5,575. Oh, that's a unique quantity of money because that's just one tiny little factory and it just paid for 50% of its upfront cost. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the Spiffing Brit and today we're playing Bannerlord. Now, this game has just released into early access and you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. Fresh pickings for exploits. This is the long-awaited sequel to Mount & Blade Warband. When I say long-awaited, I mean really, really long-awaited. And as you can probably guess, just about everyone in the entire world is playing it at the moment, because of course it is a very fun game. Although because it's in early access, it's very buggy. So we're going to see if Bannerlord is a perfectly balanced game with no exploits today. If you're new here, welcome, do consider subscribing, and if you're extra majestic, you might have even given the video a like. So sit back, relax, grab yourself a nice cup of Yorkshire tea, make yourself right at home, and let's dive into this video. But before we actually jump into any of the exploits today, ladies and gentlemen, what do you think Spiff's actually going to destroy today? Is he A, going to find a way to get unlimited money? B, find a way to get unlimited free troops? C, find a way to get unlimited experience? Or D, all of the above with extra helpings of Yorkshire tea? Go down into the comments section and vote, and you may be right. Let's dive into this video. So today, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be demonstrating quite a few fun little exploits for you. You see, the developers have got a very nice custom character creation where you can make your perfect chappie and send them off into the world to go conquer it, or just make a lot of money, or just do whatever, maybe just raid a bunch of places, whatever floats your boat. The only downside is the developers forgot that one issue might arise with the game. That is that it might fall into my hands, and in those hands we found ways to make money. Oh, some ways that really should not have been discovered. And then using that money is also completely broken, and I'll be demonstrating that later on. Anyway, it's time to create our character. So who's going to be our super powerful character today? A Vlandanes who get more upgrade and XP stuff, a Sturgian for lower penalty in snow, an Empire for construction speed, extra speed on horses, more speed in forests, yeah. So basically, 3 of these upgrades are useless because they're speed bonuses in minor regions. Why on earth you'd want that? I don't know. We don't really care about speed. Empire, sure that's great, but you've got to control actual towns and cities in order to get that bonus. Vlandians, I don't even care. Who we care about? That's just pretty much useless. You're gonna upgrade your troops no matter what. They'll die before they hit max level anyway, if you're playing it right. We're going to be playing as the Aseri. Reason why: caravans are 30% cheaper to build, and there's a 10% less trade penalty. These are the trade boys, and trust me, the trade boys know how to make money. So it's time to make our character today, ladies and gentlemen. I know, a lovely, powerful character, going to give him lovely and defined cheekbones just like that. However, instead of that lovely spiffy moustache or any of that facial paint, we're going to whack on a proper big bushy beard. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, our legendary character. Just look at him. He's a majestic and happy chappy. Little does he know it, but we're going to actually take him on into the world of Calradia, and he's going to conquer the entire thing. Although he's going to do it with as little fighting as feasibly possible. So he wants to actually invade land. You don't need to in this game. Anyway, we need to create an upbringing for our lovely child, cloud, and of course what you're going to do is just spam all of the merchant options so that you max out your trade stat as fast as possible. There you go, just drop them all in, and of course when it says before your life set out for adventure, your biggest achievement was investing some money in a workshop. This is very useful because we also gain a skill in smithing, which you're actually surprisingly going to need. So here is our legendary character, the fantastic Spiff. I know, look at him, he's majestic, he's going to be making a lot of money, and don't worry, he's not going to look silly like that for much longer. Oh my, look at the wiggle physics on this. Yes, sword is just one long salami stick, it's just really wiggly, and the bows are inside of Spiff's arm. Oh, that's not comfortable at all. Anyway, let's throw ourselves into the game, whack everything to normal difficulty, and trust me, do not enable death, good god. That's painful stuff indeed. Anyway, it's time for us to start the game. Now that we've finished the little tutorial section, which I've skipped over, we actually need to create a family name for ourselves, and of course we're going to go for the Brit as our family name. So we are of course Spiff of House Brit. Oh, and of course we need to make our lovely banner. Oh, well, when it comes to banner design, of course, what do we go for? Ah, the humble tea leaf. What a beautiful design. Oh, now look at that. Doesn't that just inspire you when you see such a beautiful tea leaf? Majestic indeed. When you start out the game, you only have yourself and 1,000 dinars to basically get you by. Now, for most characters, this is kind of a death sentence, but for ourselves, this is actually pretty good indeed. Because of the character setup we have, in actual level 1, we can sink a focus point into trade, and focus points are basically a way of saying, I want to specialize in this category. So because we've spec'd so much into trade and we have a social skill of 5, we're going to learn the trade skill at 14 times the normal rate. Trust me, this is very necessary because learning the trade skill takes a really long time. Also, 100% please pick up Wholesaler. If you don't, you lose the campaign. Very important. And then Charm. Lovely stuff. Pick up Charm as well. Good stuff. So we have got a lovely trading character, and how on earth do you trade in this game? Well, you simply buy products from one place and sell them to another. Now, because we're early in the game, we only have a carrying capacity of 30, which is not really enough to move any goods about in any profitable way. So we're going to need to use exploit number 1 in order to generate enough money to become a trader, because 1,000 just isn't enough. Now, in order to get ourselves started, we've purchased 648 gold's worth of salt from the settlement of Aptifina over here, for only 18 gold pieces each. Now, we were recently in Poros and we saw that the price of salt was much higher than that, and so even though we are massively over encumbered, we're going to slowly waltz our way over to Poros and drop off all of our salt. Now, I did actually have to drop off some of the salt and recruit a couple of lads because I was getting chased around by bandits most of the time, but the salt which we managed to buy for only 18 we can sell here for 40, meaning we get 700 of our gold back. Anyway, how do we gain more resources? Well, we can take our small squad of men over to Onika here. Onika here sells olives. Olives we can buy for 20 and sell for 42, so we're going to buy as many olives as we physically can, even go over the party limit just a little bit, and also recruit a couple more men just so that we can carry more goods, and then move the goods all the way back to Poros, where we can then trade them off for 42 each. Very nice. Now we're up to 1,100 gold and we have a party of 6 dudes. Lovely stuff. Now, in order to really get the trade rolling in, it's a good idea to buy a couple of pack mules because they're really going to increase the amount of carrying capacity you have. They provide 100 each, which is really good. Also, I'd strongly suggest walking around with a group of about 8 men and just feeding them only grain, and that should keep them on side and happy with you, which is good. Oh, that was one incredible fight with the looters. They outnumbered us, but we did manage to beat them, and some men did flee the battle. Good stuff. And there we go, we've leveled ourselves up. Oh, we even get some prisoners too. Lovely, lovely. Though a lot of our men are now dead because of that, but you know, these things happen. Now, once again, we're going to buy a bunch of olives as well from the exact same settlement for about 20 each, and then ship them all back to Poros once more. It is literally just around the corner, and we make a profit of about 10 on each of them. There we go, we're now up to 1,400 gold, and we've actually leveled up our trade stat to 47 as well. Very nice. Now, I've made my way over to Tarcticus, which is just a little bit further on, and these guys produce grapes. Now, grapes are incredible because they only cost 20 to purchase, and you can sell them for 63 at Vostrom, which is not actually too far away from us. So we're going to buy 45 grapes and make our way over to Vostrom, which is just a quick hop for our little caravan. Now, grapes aren't that good to sell in Poros, sadly, but that doesn't really matter because we can still stop off here for a trade and buy ourselves another 2 mules to give us a carrying capacity of 590, which is of course very nice. Anyway, onwards to Vostrom with our brand new upgraded party. Oh, and look at that, we're moving so much faster now. 5.1 speed. Whoa. May not look like much, but trust me, this is true party pod racing now. And here we have it. We arrive at the lovely city of Ostrom where we can deposit some wool, which I bought. And seeing that grapes are actually not selling for much here, we're actually going to move on. Yes, the grape trade is not strong here. We must go to other places. So it's time for us to head to Dan Ustica. Dan Ustica is a lovely city. Very, very useful little city to have. We're going to be doing a lot of business with it later. Now, you might be sat there wondering, why on earth is trading so overpowered in this game? Well, it's overpowered for one very, very strong and simple reason. If you look at your character's skills, you see the trade skill tree is a pretty perfectly normal balanced skill tree. You have your little modifier here so that you don't have to upkeep your workshops that much and you get more carry weight. You have this one here so that workshops gather average price rumors, which is very useful. You can add toll gates and distributed goods, artisan communities and all that. But the most important one, by a very, very, very long shot, is the everything has a price upgrade. This requires a level of 225 in trading, but when gained, you can now trade settlements when doing barter. Bartering is a lovely simple mechanic where you can walk up to any lord or character and say to them, hello, I would like insert thing from your inventory. I will give you either gold or something from my inventory for it. In our case, we can give gold. Lots and lots of gold. Oh my goodness, I found just a tiny little villager in the middle of nowhere where for some reason they're willing just to buy grapes at a price of 30. That's fine, that's going to improve my trade skill. Thanks, lovely person. Evidently you haven't had a grape supply wagon in a very long time. Now I'm going to buy a metric ton of hardwood here because, you know, it's ridiculously cheap at only 19. And there we go, we've purchased ourselves 61 units of hardwood. Now hardwood has many uses. You can use it to trade and gain money that way. You can also use it to cause a few shenanigans in the game. So currently the economy of the game is a smidge broken. Not only can you sell resources to villages at way above the price you should actually be able to sell them at, you are also able to abuse the smithing mechanic in this game. You see, you can buy yourself a bunch of these crappy iron pitchforks for 66 gold each, same for these pickaxes and these pitchforks and these simple bastard swords. They're quite good, 151 each. So you can buy all of these bad boys for 745 we paid, and then what we can do is smelt them down for resources. So we can turn these 2 pitchforks into 2 bits of wood. Fantastic. We can turn this simple bastard sword into 4 wrought iron and 2 iron as well as 1 crude iron, which is a fantastic trade for 1 piece of charcoal. And then we can actually just go back and sell the resources we gained. So 1 piece of iron is enough to actually pay for the bastard sword which we smelted down. It only costs 151 to buy it, and yet we've managed to sell its parts for 430. We can do the same for the wrought iron and the crude iron, and we can also sell some of our hardwood as well, which we gained. Lovely stuff. That's how the smithing mechanic is pretty cheesy early on in the game. So we're going to buy the other 2 bastard swords, as they are the most perfectly balanced weapon to use this with. They only cost us 302, and we're going to convert them into more than that. Remember, 302 to buy, how much are they going to sell for? 1,413. Oh, game. I mean, that's that doesn't feel very balanced now, does it? Especially considering you can get these swords from fighting in battles. So yes, if you are out in the fields fighting people, do not sell the weapons. Take the weapons back to a smithy. You don't even need any skills in the smithing tree, and just melt them down into pure money. So we've made our way up to 3,800 dinars at the moment, but we are going to need more. So we're going to buy a bunch of flax to sell at Danustica, which is always a great thing to do. And buy some furs as well, they're quite useful. They do sell for a fair bit. You can even buy some silver ore, why not? And bam, after that trade, our trade skill is now up to 50, and we have 4,000 gold in the bank. So why not visit Danustica and see what lovely weapons they have. They have no weapons? In fact, we can sell pitchforks and pickaxes to them. I mean, why not? Because they're just garbage, but wow. Never expect that from such a town. So we've gone to Honora once again, bought a sword for 151, and we're going to smelt this bad boy down. So we spent 151 buying the sword, and we'll sell the sword's components for 513. Another glorious upgrade. Now let's go sell the rest of this hardwood. And so we sell all of our hardwood, and we're bam, even more profit. We're now up to almost 5,000 gold. Now this process of just hopping back and forth, buying hardwood or fish or grapes and grain from over here and trading them, or the lovely hardwood trade where you can buy hardwood from here or this village and run it down to Danustica or Hussenfulk, is up to you. You can do any of those, you're going to make a lot of money, and you want to keep doing those until you hit around about level 20, and then that's when the magic fun's going to start happening. So you join us sometime later. We now have 10,000 gold in our inventory, and we've actually improved our clan a bit. We're almost clan tier 2, but most importantly we have a few companions with us who are able to aid us in combat, which is very useful. Now, a interesting thing has happened here with the game's economy. You see, grain is actually selling from Danustica at a cost of 9, which is a unique price for grain to be at, to say the least. Now, because grain is selling at only a cost of 9, that means we can probably sell it for more than 9, because I'm pretty sure that's the lowest the game will even allow it to go. We can then take our legendary grain supply just over this bridge, heading all the way to Honora, where we are going to sell about 300 units of grain. Yes, we've now hit the point where we are moving massive quantities of goods about, because we have 9 mules and 8 sumpter horses who are providing 1,700 carrying capacity, which is very useful stuff indeed. At the end of the day, carrying capacity is speed. And we bought this grain for 9, and we can just dump all of it into the market over here to get the price down to 10. There we go. A lovely trade. Oh, we've managed to actually improve a level and get up to trade level 66, which is very good. Now, with all of our fantastic trade, we're hitting the point where we can actually buy our first caravan. Now, caravans in this game are a fantastic source of infinite wealth, and I strongly recommend everyone purchases as many as they can. And also, once again, another lovely easy trade is to buy salt from Danustica here and sell it to the city bordering it just to the south. Now, as you will notice, the map borders have changed a bit because the Southern Empire has expanded massively. For some reason, in the current build of the game, the Southern Empire are just very powerful. I'm yet to see them lose a single fight. Anyway, let's sell that salt. Now, even though it's a risky time to do this because I only have 16,000 in the bank, we are going to actually start our first exploit here right now, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going to be broken. From this point on, we have just unlocked the infinite money button. You see, as soon as you hit around about 15,000, ladies and gentlemen, what you can do is hop into the city of Honora here and just take a walk around the city center. Now, this game, like the previous game, has workshops. These workshops produce goods, and the goods are sold on the market, and of course they make a profit depending on how well the goods sell. Now, in this lovely city here, they have a wool weavery, a velvet weavery, and a pottery shop. 2 fantastic businesses, I'm sure, but they're probably only making around about a few hundred or so a day. A few hundred or so a day is not enough for me. No. We need much more than that. You see, there's currently a bit of an issue with the game's coding, and that would be that one business seems to... Oh, please ignore the deadly texture on the floor as well. That's fine. It's not there. Early access game. It's fine. But yes, there seems to be an issue with the game's coding, and that's that there is currently no balance with the workshops. Some workshops are just objectively better than others, and can be built in just about any location and still make a ridiculous amount of profit. So we're going to go to our shop worker here and say, I'd like to buy this workshop. It will only cost you 13,000 to buy. What a lovely idea. Of course we're going to do it. Now, he probably wants us to keep it open as a wool workshop, which is what it is. Instead, we're going to choose the wood workshop option. You see, the wood workshop crafts bows and shields out of just simple hardwood, and this is a fantastic idea. So we've sank 13,000 into that, ladies and gentlemen. A great start, I must say, as well. Now, as you can see, we have our carpenter here, costs 100 wages, and tomorrow it's going to give us some money. Now, what the carpenter does is, as the game expressed, buys hardwood off of the local market and makes goods using it. Now, because we have a hardwood village right here, hardwood is very likely to end up on that market at a very low cost. But we can also manipulate the market by buying 170 hardwood from this local little village here and dumping it onto the local stock exchange. Sure, we might not necessarily make much of a trading profit, but what does matter is something else entirely. So we're going to dump all of the hardwood we gained into the market and technically make a loss on it, ladies and gentlemen. Oh no, what a shame. What if that loss lasts for no time whatsoever? So simply sit back, relax, and just wait in the village for some time. There's no rush, ladies and gentlemen. The local wood workshop is about to do its magic. Now, it's going to take a while for this carpenter to come online. In its first day of operation, it made 51 gold, which is lovely. It meant we didn't really lose much money operating our army, but I'd actually like that wood workshop to actually pay itself off. But don't worry, all of that will come with time. Oh, gold change 211. Did we just just gain 211 gold? Looks like we did. Our wood workshop is now actually making money. Very strange. Oh no, I wonder what this could possibly mean. Oh, and now it's really starting to happen, ladies and gentlemen. Daily gold change 5,575. Oh, that's a unique quantity of money because that's just one tiny little factory and it just paid for 50% of its upfront cost. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, this is certainly a unique situation to be in, and you know what we're going to do. We're just going to keep dumping hardwood onto the local market because we can. And we might as well just wait in the city until the next day ticks over and we get our next injection of cash. Oh, look, 4,000. Lovely stuff. Now, I think this is bugged because there's an extra 0 in here somewhere. Most other workshops are going to be making you around about 364 rather than 3,641. But nonetheless, we can just kind of sit back, relax, and let the money tick in. One thing else we can actually do is we can talk to our workshop and we can actually sell it for 30,000. Now, considering we bought this workshop for 11,000, this is absolutely ridiculously fantastic. Anyway, we're just going to let it tick by, and then with the next injection of cash, we should actually be able to set up, yes, yet another workshop, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to buy some hardwood from Odrisa here, and probably set up another workshop in Danustica. So we're going to dump all of the hardwood onto the trade market of Danustica and actually make a nice decent profit off of the back of it, and also walk around the town centre to find the local woodwork shop. Well, actually it won't be a woodworking shop, but it will be. Now, whilst you can make money using trading, and I have probably made around about 100,000 from trading on my main character, it's not actually anywhere near as effective as the workshop, because the workshop allows you to maintain a massive army and not have to worry about paying them. I think I was fielding around about 200 troops, which was costing me around about 1,700 a day, but all of the wages could be paid for very quickly by just one single wood workshop, and we're about to double our income from the wood workshops by setting up a second one right here. So hello there, shop worker. Get ready for me to buy this workshop. Only 14,000, no problem, you're now a wood workshop. Away you go, my friend. Good luck. Now, it's going to take them a little while to get themselves up and running, but once they do, they really do. Anyway, whilst that's happening, we're actually going to travel over to Vostrum and let them set up their lovely little workshop. It does take them a while to get the workshop up and running, so you do need to make sure you have a little bit of money ticking over from other things, like say other workshops or trading or taxation, whatever floats your boat. So we're back sometime later, ladies and gentlemen, and the legendary party of Spiff has, well, after only a few days, generated 82,000 gold. We are generally making around about 6,000 to 14,000 a day just by doing quite literally nothing, which is a very nice position to be in. And yes, our infinite wealth is really starting to come online, but of course we need to get our entire character and clan up to clan tier 2 before we start making ridiculous quantities of money, and also before we can join the Southern Empire as being one of their vassals, because it is relatively useful to start out as a vassal and then go on to conquer the world. Sir Spiff is already a very wealthy individual, although admittedly you wouldn't be able to tell that from the way he dresses or the weapons he uses. It's mostly just all of the cheapest stuff you can find in a shop, because Sir Spiff does not have to fight. Sir Spiff can use the broken tactics system in the game, you see. Currently we have 14 points in tactics. If we were to get up to 100 points in tactics, we'd have a plus 10% simulation advantage. If you were to get it right up to 300% and beyond, which you can technically do, then you'd be getting over 30% in terms of a simulation advantage. The only issue is the tactics leveling up system is pretty damn broken, because you can pick up tactical superiority, meaning all of your soldiers do 5% more damage in simulations. You can then couple that with ambush specialist, meaning archers deliver 60% more damage in simulations in forests. So you add those two together, suddenly you get 65% more damage from any archers if they're sat in a forest. And guess what, they also have more ammunition. Oh, and you can make your infantrymen do 50% more damage to cavalry in simulations. It just gets more and more broken. Eventually you'll hit a point, if you go down the tactics path, where you can auto-resolve battles far better than you could actually do by playing them. And honestly, there's no reason to not just auto-resolve every single fight you find yourself in. Anyway, I'm going to go adventure about the map and hunt down a bunch of bandits in order to get myself up to Renown level 2. If you want some tips on how to grind out Renown, I recommend going to war with one of the factions who have settlements which are really far away from any castles. Like say this settlement here of Urzenur, or this one up here of Urikaskala, because you can often defeat the peasants distance without anyone interfering, which is lovely. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, some time has passed and we're on the trail of some lovely looters. 35 of them, in fact. Oh, and they cannot outrun us. I mean, come on, have you seen us? We've got such a majestic army. Surrender or die, brigand. Oh, you'll never take us alive. I think I might. Right, let's just send the troops in, because after all, a true general doesn't fight his own battles. Oh, and we increase our tactics, gain some influence, gain some renown, and we didn't even lose a single soldier. Now that's a good victory. Now you will notice that there's a change in my flag, and that's because I've joined the Southern Empire, and in return they've given me Cyratos Castle right here. A lovely little castle, although admittedly it's seen better days. It's a bit shaken up at the moment. Its prosperity isn't too high, but equally it's not the worst it possibly could be. Now even with this level of prosperity and having a castle and 2 cities, this combination of land is actually only providing me with about 500 gold per day. This is terrible, because as you remember, 500 gold per day is much less than we're actually able to produce using our lovely wood workshops. Owning land is actually useless, but what isn't useless is owning a lot of factories. Now that's where the money comes from. And just to demonstrate how crazily overpowered the wood farms are, this here is my clan's profits without any wood farms, with 2 ironmongers working. One makes 1,607, one makes 437. At the same time, we also have a bunch of caravans running around the world, and each caravan gives me anywhere between 50 and 1,000 each day, which is exceedingly varied, but it is still rather profitable. Now I'm going to switch over to using the wood factories instead, and you're going to be noticing a slight change in my profit. Ladies and gentlemen, we now make 21,000 gold a day. This is broken, to say the least, because we are generating 20,000 gold per day, which is more gold than most characters have who are running around on this map. The system is not particularly working. Now, what do you do with all of this money? Well, what I've decided to do is just sink most of it into my caravans. My caravans are doing quite well at the moment, making about 1,000 to 600 each. So my caravans are running about the map with some companions who I literally hired in a pub, knew them for a day, and said, here, take 15 grand, find about 40 lads, and go make me millions. And that's what they're going to do. Oh, look, we almost made 30 grand that day. Very nice. Oh, we just sold a bunch of flax. Oh, that's very nice. And a bunch of fish. And all of the hardwood in the world. Oh, the world is looking good. We're now trade level 105. We're on our way to making a lot of trade. Now, in terms of how to use trade to take over the world, one thing we can do is use great investors. So that each profitable caravan gives us an extra 1 renown per day, or use artisan community, meaning every profitable shop gives us 1 renown a day. Either way, it doesn't matter. We're going to get a lot of renown from them. What is crazy powerful is villager connections. Your workshop production is increased by 25%. Now that is very nice. Anyway, we could really do with increasing our stats, because in order to level up in this game, it's not a case of killing people. I need to gain a total of 28 skill points in other categories in order to level up. So that might be helping wounded soldiers, heal in settlements, building and operating siege engines, spot tracks to hideouts or travel on rough terrain, just ride on a horse, use a crossbow, throw something. It's all things we can do quite easily. Speaking of which, we can go train some skills on these looters running around. Why not? Now, instead of using the auto-resolve system, which I would like to do, we're actually going to attack these bad boys because I've equipped a spear, and by using the spear to get a couple of kills, I'm going to gain a couple of points into getting closer to leveling up. This is the pay-to-win method of leveling up, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, now I think it's time for me to go get myself some kills with my pointy spear. Whilst, of course, I get backed up by my lovely men in the background. Oh, that's a nice kill. Also, one crazy broken thing in the game at the moment is horse archers, because horse archers can skirmish around the enemies and they can always outrun them, and they do crazy amounts of damage. Oh, my pole arm's up to 9 now. Very good. Oh, there's only 6 of them left. Oh my goodness, this has been an absolute slaughter for the poor enemies. Oh, and they've killed my horse. Oh, well, that was going to happen. And of course, when I'm in danger, we just send all of the men in to assist. Although there's not really much to be scared of, because fighting looters is not exactly too difficult. Oh no, they're all running away. That's not very nice of them. Horsies, go chase them down. Good horsies, good. Sadly, my horse is dead, but it's fine. He resurrects himself after the battle for some unknown reason. Anyway, that's a glorious success for all of us. I've gained 13 skills in the polearm category, which is very good. Of course, when you're out and about on the world fighting, your troops do level up. Now, what do you do with your troops when they level up? Well, you can promote them into glorious higher categories. I know, it's amazing. Now, when it comes to upgrading your infantry, the game's quite nice. It does cost money, but the game does warn you how much money it's going to cost. So we're going to upgrade this watchman, we're going to upgrade those archers, we're going to upgrade those footmen. Sure, why not? Make them all hunters, that sounds great. Get some more brigands in there, a massive veteran super shield dude. There we go, just spend a lot of money upgrading all of my boys. Now, because this game doesn't want you making any mistakes, and so that it allows you to go back on your decisions, you won't actually be spending any money until you hit done here. So as you can see, we have 533,000 gold, 427. So yes, a lot of money. But of course, it's going to cost us 937 to upgrade our men. We don't want to do that, so instead, what you do is you just click off, literally anywhere. I'm going to click on the inventory. And it says, do you want to make those changes? And we say apply. And what you'll notice is that our gold didn't go down at all. We still have 500,000, 333 men. But what you'll notice is all of the troops in my party have upgraded to exactly what they said they were. Here, look. Here's our brand new veteran warrior dude. Yep, that's fine game. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Upgrading troops in this game is a very important mechanic, and of course you can just cheese it like that. Another way you can absolutely defeat the troop recruiting mechanic in this game is by abusing the party system. You see, if you stand near one of your own castles, you can create a brand new party, and this party will immediately go out and try and recruit some men, then come back and assist. The only downside is that it's completely and utterly broken, because upon creating a new party, if you use a character, it doesn't cost you any resources, and yet they immediately appear with 5 units of their culture type. So if they're of the people of the West, they immediately spawn in with 5 units of heavy cavalry. They spawn in with basically 5 late game super good units. What you do is you take that and you immediately disband the new party, and what that means is you get the character and all of their men immediately become yours. So you've just suddenly magicked 5 great late game units out of thin air. You can then repeat this process as many times as you like because it costs you nothing to do so. Consequently, you can run around the map with an army much larger than you really feasibly should. You could quite easily pair it with the infinite gold, so you just buy 1,000,000 grain, and then even though you'll have men deserting you about every 5 seconds, it doesn't matter because you'll have such a large army. Oh my, it's Oros the Hand with 46 dudes. Oh, you, my friend, are a lovely target to have. Come back here, you're not going to run away. We're going 0.1 speed ever so slightly faster than you. We will catch you. Oh, and of course, we've got some assistant. Serenor's party, lovely. And there we go, we've caught up to them. And they have no wish to fight us, but we can still kill them nonetheless, and because they're 46 very well equipped men, even though it's going to be a bit of a tough fight, and I could gain a lot of tactics from this, it's a very valuable fight to have indeed. Alright, let us attack this actually manually. I'll try my best not to off myself by accident. Now, even though we've only been fighting for a very brief period of time, all of them have suddenly decided to rout. Oh my goodness. Alright, so we're just going to have them charge down by all of our men. I'm not even going to be able to get many kills from this. And there we go, we've killed as many of the enemies as we feasibly could. Now here's another cheeky exploit demonstrated by Spiff and his desire to improve himself at the cost of just about everything else in the game. Now when it comes to leveling up any weapon in the game, it's entirely calculated off of damage you do. What this means is once the battle's over, you can actually just straight up farm damage from anything left on the battlefield. These can include friendly troops, even my own horse. Now what does this mean in practice? Well, it means I can use my bow and arrow here to straight up kill the horse of one of my own men here, and don't worry, it doesn't matter because he's gonna respawn with a horse as soon as the battle's over. But by just shooting the horse in the head, I'm gaining experience from this, despite the fact that it's an ally. Oh, and he's fallen off his horse. I can also shoot him in the foot and wound him if I like. As you can see, we gained 1 increase in skill from our archery, 1 in the horse and 1 in the polearms. Very good. Now it would appear that my faction has decided that we are going to war with the Northern Empire, which is fun and exciting. I mean, they're about of equivalent size to us, so that's gonna... Oh, actually, no, they look even larger. Oh, this is going to an extra challenge. I like it. Bam, and there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. An end for our glorious first episode in the adventures of Mount and Blade Bannerlord. My mind really wanted to say Warband. It's going to be really strange getting used to calling this one Bannerlord. But hey, I mean, there's hardly much of a difference between the 2 games. Where did the 8 years of game development go? Certainly not on adding new features. Nonetheless, I did actually have a lot of fun playing this game. game. And I have a very, very exciting second part to the video coming up very soon, of course. It's absolutely rammed full of even more exploits and even more bugs which I discovered along my journey. So hey, if you're one of the game developers, you might want to consider subscribing because there's a very interesting bug report going to be ending up in your sub feed very soon. As always, if you have enjoyed the video, feel free to give it a like, as it does massively help myself out. And if you're a Patreon, thank you very much for your majestic support, you lovely sausage. And if you're sat there wondering what video you'd like to watch next after this absolute monstrosity of an exploit, well then look no further than these ones on screen now, hand chosen by myself to be exactly your cup of tea. Anyway, I'll see each and every one of you in the next one. Have an absolutely lovely day, and goodbye for now. So we put this bad boy on, and now if we go to our level up screen, we can see that our health is now at 12,000. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, I'm the Spiffing Brit, and today you join me in Skyrim. That's right, our long-awaited expedition into Skyrim to break the game has finally started, and to think it's only taken us just half a year to finally do an exploit video on the most broken game in existence. Thank you, Todd Howard, our Lord and Savior, for making it in such a way. Now, Skyrim is such a unique, it's such a beautiful and such a majestic role-playing game, which I'm pretty much certain every single person in the universe has played. And so here we are today, ladies and gentlemen, to show you one of my favorite exploits, as well as many others, because let's be honest, it's Skyrim. It's physically impossible to play the game without showing off exploits. The game literally just throws exploits at you, and you have to go, please, no, Todd, stop, why didn't you bug fix this years ago? So today, here we are in the fantastic game, where I'll be demonstrating to you, ladies and gentlemen at home, the most overpowered weapon in the game, the common household utensil of the fork. So without further ado, let's start a new game. Oh, here we are. We're in the character customization. I have the alternative life start mod installed, mostly so that I don't have to sit through that horrible, fantastic tutorial that Todd Howard created for all of us at home. So yes, we need to create a character / hero to be our adventurer through this wonderful world. Now, there are many different people to choose from and many adventures we could have with some of these fantastically beautiful people. Oh, but I've got an idea, ladies and gentlemen. I have a fantastic idea. I think today, ladies and gentlemen, we should create the greatest man ever to exist. Now, many of you at home might have been watching E3 and think, well, of course, it's got to be Keanu Reeves. But no, ladies and gentlemen, it's not. It's Keanu Reeves' long-lost cousin, Rihanna Keeves. That's who we're going to be creating today. And I think unlike our previous adventures into Skyrim, we probably shouldn't just make all of our characters of eyes that stare into the void, no matter how much I do enjoy it. Oh my goodness, eye height slider. Oh, Todd, you shouldn't have given me such powers. Oh yes, Rihanna Keeves, he's going to have very low down eyes for some reason. Oh my goodness, what a beautiful little goblin. Oh, I need these massive eyebrows. Yes, we want the bushiest boys alive. In fact, you know what? We're going to have his eyebrows kind of migrate away from his eyes. They just don't want to be included there. They want to be free. Right, I don't want to say weird things happen every time I create a character, but, you know, I'd say this one's gone surprisingly well. Right, now we just need Rihanna Keeves' beautiful hair. Oh, there we go. It's perfect. Oh, it's absolutely beautiful. I mean, I'm pretty sure Keanu Reeves' actual chin isn't like that, but Rihanna Keeves can be. That's the joy of creativity and imagination. That's what Todd Howard wanted to teach us about. The joy of creating something beautiful. Yes, very beautiful, aren't you, Rihanna Keeves? Right, let us finish and name our character. Yes, Rihanna Keeves. Perfect. The greatest hero I could ever wish for. Right, now we just need to pick our life. You know what, we could do the vanilla start, but I think so many people have seen it, it's best we probably skip it, and instead we'll go for arriving on board a ship, and I'm gonna say we just arrived in Dawnstar for some reason. Yes, this makes sense. After trying to escape the success of his cousin, Keanu Reeves, Rihanna Keeves decides to jump on board a boat and sail away to a far-gone land, where Todd Howard, one of his friends from primary school in the chess club, promised him safety and sanctitude by porting him into a game just like CD Projekt Red, but inside this game, Todd Howard promised him godhood, and so that is what Rihanna Keeves is striving for today. What a magical journey we're going to go on. I'm so excited. Right, ladies and gentlemen, if you are ready for this, make sure you are sat back, that you are relaxed, you have a nice warm cup of tea in front of you as we're about to begin the life of the greatest hero ever made. And you know what? Rihanna Keeves, he's a lovely guy. Look at him. He's so majestic. And you know what? He's willing to do a special offer just for you, the ladies and gentlemen at home. The first 5,000 majestic sausages to like this video will be visited in their sleep tonight by Rihanna Keeves. That's right. This magical, beautiful creature will just spontaneously, sometime around midnight, you'll open your eyes and there he is, standing at the end of your bed, giving you a wave, and then he'll disappear forever, never to be seen again. Who wouldn't want that beautiful service? God, I don't know if that's going to have a positive or negative reaction on how well this video does. Anyway, Rihanna Keeves, you know, he's just arrived by boat. He needs some supplies, so where is he going to get the supplies from? Well, we're in Dawnstar, ladies and gentlemen, and as we know, Todd Howard left a little surprise for Rihanna Keeves in Dawnstar. Near this mine here, we go to these rocks, and these rocks are very special rocks. What's that? Search chest? But hang on a second, that's not a chest, that's a rock! Oh no, it isn't, ladies and gentlemen. This is in fact very much a chest, full of literally everything you could possibly need. So we're going to be grabbing all of the fun items which have actual magical enchantments on them, as these enchantments are going to become very useful later on. And even a wooden sword. Wow, this is like the second most powerful weapon in the game. So many valuable items are left in here. I wonder where they all came from. Why is there a chest here? Well, basically, Todd Howard decided that the magical roaming bands of traders known as the Khajiit, who go from town to town giving you magical supplies, needed to have a place to store their goods. And for some reason, Todd decided to not bury this beneath the ground, but he decided to place it slap bang right here. Thank you, Todd. But of course, we don't actually have enough items to create a god tier level fort. We're going to need some more items, and we're also going to need some enchantments that we actually want. So to get those enchantments, we're going to need to have the Khajiit restock their supplies. But how are they going to restock their supplies, you might ask? Well, it's quite simple. We need to just stand here and wait. So, this is where the Khajiit will arrive eventually when their trade caravan comes, and so we will simply stand and stare and wait for their arrival. I will see all of you in about 17 hours, as Todd Howard decided to make the time passing animation incredibly slow. My goodness, these cats really do take a long time. You know what? Maybe Rihanna Keeves can do something first. You know, just to test out some of his incredible powers. Well, you know, Rihanna Keeves, he likes money. He loves to make money. But where's the best place to get money? Well, best way to get money in this game is probably by trading. But trading's a little bit tricky because, you know, you need items to actually trade and traders who want to buy from you. So what if there was a way to bypass literally all of that? Well, we're going to head over here to this wonderful, oh, is this some kind of mortar and pestle? Nice. Some kind of alchemy shop. I'm going to wait until they open their doors. That'll be fun. Here we go. So now that they're open, we can now start to buy some of these fantastic items here. Actually, no, we don't want any of these, but Rihanna Keeves would like some money. So how are we meant to get money and not lose anything from our inventory? Because it's quite important that we keep everything in our inventory. Well, if that's the case, we talk to Frida here and see what she has on sale. Now, she has some quite impressive things on sale, including a potion of brief invisibility. I would love something like that, but we just don't really have the money. So what if there was some kind of way, ladies and gentlemen, to get money without actually selling anything? Well, luckily, this is where Rihanna Keeves' education comes into effect. Well, Rihanna Keeves, he's an intelligent guy. He actually has a full university diploma from realisticdiplomas.com in the art of Khajiit trading. This is an actual legitimate thing you can buy, by the way, if you'd like. Oh god, but now that I actually think about this, I probably should have mentioned that, else I'll have people demanding that I do the same thing. It's going to be just like that knighthood from Sealand. Look, guys, I sunk £80 into a knighthood from Sealand. How far do I have to take the memes, ladies and gentlemen? How far? Oh goodness, you know what? I'll buckle into it, okay? This is going to be a huge push for you, ladies and gentlemen. If you... If for some reason this video can hit 20,000 likes, I have no idea how, I will buy a fake diploma in Khajiit trading from the University of Australia via realisticdiplomas.com. Oh goodness, the things I do. Anyway, let us see how Rihanna Keeves can put his realistic diploma to good use. Well, so how do we do this wonderful thing? Well, you want to hit on Rihanna Keeves, go over to Frida here, and then hit E. And suddenly, things have gotten a little bit wacky because we are now in in our sell screen. So as you can see in the bottom left, we have the letter E, and that means we can sell items. Whatever we sell here, we gain money from. For example, this ale, we sell, and as you can see, Frida's gold goes down and our gold goes up. Yet the ale doesn't go away. Also, you might remember that we don't actually have any ale in our inventory. Now this can be advanced by looking even further down. This here is the Potion of Brief Invisibility, an item that I'd love to have but will never be able to afford. Yet for some reason it now says only 69 in value, and also I can sell it. Well, hang on a second, what has Riano Keeves done now? Well, what's happened here, ladies and gentlemen, is that Riano Keeves' art of Khajiit trading is so powerful, he's able to go over to this lovely little Frida here and convince her to buy her own items off of herself and give the money to Riano Keeves. And Frida's gold goes down, and ours goes up, and our speech level's up. Yep, that's how it works. And you know, we're so good, we're even going to sell it to her, even when she has no gold. So we're gaining no gold from this, but we're selling her this potion. And our speech just keeps on going up. As fast as I can hit enter, it's gonna go up, and that's a level up, ladies and gentlemen. Speech level 22. Come on, Frida, keep buying all of your own potions. Yeah, Todd Howard, this game, it just works, doesn't it? Just works. Perfect release quality. By the way, I'm playing on Skyrim Special Edition. This is meant to be the Mastered Edition they released well after the game, and the game is 10 years old at this point, so it's not like they haven't had time to patch it. Although, to be honest, I mean, they have been too busy implementing Fortnite into Fallout 76, so I can't blame them for not focusing on patching this. Anyway, there we go. What a success. We've had an absolutely brilliant sale time with Frida here. Alternatively, there's another way to do this even more and gain more money. What you're going to want to do is drop down a save. So we drop down a save here, get out our fists, punch Frida, and then immediately reload the game. And for some reason, Todd Howard has her be hostile for a second and then immediately resets her. But in resetting her, an issue arises. Her money has been reset. So has her entire inventory, meaning she now has 2 potions of brief invisibility. Thanks, Todd Howard. Working perfectly as intended. And also, she's forgotten about that branching timeline where Riano Keeves literally just punched her and is more than willing to do even more trading. So we go over and we do some more trading. Our speech is up to 41. This is going so well, Riano Keeves, so well. You know, whilst we're here, we could actually do buying some of these supplies because we're going to be needing them later on. So we're going to want some Cyrodiilic spade tails, and I'm pretty sure some Absian longfins also work. There we go, perfect. Anyway, I'll see you later, Frida. I've got some Khajiits to trade with. And finally then, we'll be able to test who has the greatest trading prowess. Riano Keeves with his perfectly realistic diploma from realisticdiplomas.com, 100% not sponsored, or the actual Khajiit, the greatest traders in the entirety of this universe. And so Riano Keeves begins his long wait. He must now sit here and wait for the Khajiit to arrive. And here they are. The Khajiit have arrived. Perfect. You only have to wait a few days for them to actually turn up. However, you might notice that Skyrim has kind of Skyrimed. Now these 3 Khajiit aren't actually all the Khajiit. There's a 4th one of them, and it's the 4th one that you can do the trading with. The rest are kind of useless. So where is the 4th one? Well, thanks to Todd Howard's ingenuity, for some reason you have quite a high chance of them just leaving the 4th one behind. And you can find the 4th one by just running along this road, and there she is standing on a rock over there. Thanks, Todd Howard. Very cool. Now these Khajiit will have the same inventory as the one we literally just stole from not that long ago. So if we check what they have for sale, we can see that basically, as we've waited a few days, that chest over there is reset and is now filled with all of the goodies that we see in her inventory. Now this is absolutely fantastic because there are some great things in here. For example, an enchantment that we need massively. The Necklace of Minor Alchemy. This means created potions are 12% more powerful. That is incredibly overpowered. But how do we get it? We can't afford it. It's 1,417. Oh, actually, we can afford it. Okay, let's just buy it. And now we are down, and the Khajiit now has 2,000 gold. But don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. We've said hello to our Khajiit friend over here, and now we're going to run this way. So we've just bought that fantastic alchemy thing. That is brilliant. That means all of our potions are so much stronger. And trust me, that's going to be necessary. But now that we know that the Khajiit inventory has been reset, what you want to do is run down this hill, and we're going to run all the way over to the mine. Come on, Riano Keeves, it's not even that cold. So there we go. We just jump our way over here, and over here, wabam, we have our friend, the chest. Here we go, chest. And as we can see, her entire inventory has been reset, and these are all of the items included. So we'll just grab all of the soul gems as always. Also, all of the gold that we gave her ourselves has also been deposited in here, so that's 2,160 67 gold we've just gained back, and there we go, success. We've managed to get all of the items we like. So what do? Well, we just have to run back to our Khajiit friend. So you just run all the way back up the hill over to our lovely friend Khajiit Trader. Now of course her inventory hasn't reset because we've literally just gone back and forth, so we need to find a way to reset our lovely Khajiit friend's inventory, and the best way to do that is by dropping down a save and then punching her, and then immediately loading the save. And now for some reason she became hostile, resets her hostility, and her gold has been reset, but not only that, so have all of her weapons. I'm going to repeat this process a few times. I'll see you once I've gathered all of the supplies that I like the look of. Now you might be wondering, why is Rihanna Keeves so destined on accumulating so much money and power? And why on earth does he have a diploma from realisticdiplomas.com, not an actual reputable college like, I don't know, the College of Winterhold? Well, it's because the College of Winterhold didn't want Rihanna Keeves. Apparently they took one look at him and decided, no. So Rihanna Keeves is on a mission to become the most powerful man alive and force the College of Winterhold to accept him for what he is, the Lord and Saviour of all humanity. And whilst we're here, just nab literally everything. Minor boots of sneaking? More like my boots of sneaking now. Right, and now back to Khajiit Lady to do it all again. So at the moment I'm just power leveling the speech skill by convincing Todd Howard that at the moment I'm trading 1,629 every 3 times I press the enter key. And as you can guess, I have for some reason inherited the abilities of almost any Korean StarCraft 2 player, and my enter tapping abilities have almost exceeded normal British capabilities. Oh, I'm gonna need a new keyboard after this, but it's worth it for the video. Go for it, keyboard, go! Oh yes, speech skill 49, come on, let's get it to 50. There we go, speech skill 50. Whoa, what a challenge that was. My finger has literally melted. Oh, but that was worth it. Alright, let's drop down a save. So we drop down another save, a punch, and then we load it again. Oh, this is how to profit. This is good profit. Alright, you know what, I think I've found everything I'm ever going to find off of the Khajiit. I've got quite a few enchantments that I like the look of, so now we just need to move on to the next phase of our plan. Quite simple in fact. Rihanna Keeves needs to run back, loot all of the soul gems out of that chest, and then we have to go on a bit of an adventure. Alright, there we go, we've nabbed everything I could find in the chest that I like the look of, and now it's time for us to leave. And I'm afraid we need to leave for good and go somewhere much more profitable. Now whilst I might make a lot of jokes at Skyrim's expense, one thing you can't pass up on is the fact that this game is actually beautiful, and it was made 10 years ago, and yet to this day it's still a game that so many of us are still playing. Can we say that about Call of Duty games that were made in, say, the last 4 years? Not really, but we can certainly say it about this. Anyway, now we need to actually continue on our journey of making the most powerful character in the universe using only a wooden fork. Now, wooden forks in Skyrim come in 2 variants. You have the plain boring wooden fork, and then you have the wooden fork weapon version. Now normally you can't find the wooden fork weapon version. Now the wooden fork by itself does 1 damage and is completely useless. However, with enough skill, it is the most powerful weapon in the game. Now you want to go to this lovely lady here in Whiterun as she can teach you how to do alchemy. So you just want to plow a ton of gold into her and then bam, we've learned how to do alchemy. Now the issue is this game says you need to level up to actually train more. So yep, sadly we do have to level up our character. But then bam, we can just do it all again. Now it's important we reach an alchemy level of, I'm gonna say about 40 I think it is you need to hit. We certainly want to make this more powerful. So I'm going to buy Alchemist up to level 2. That means all of our potions are 40% stronger. But we're also probably going to want to grab Physician so that we can then grab Benefactor, as this means potions you mix with beneficial effects have an additional 25% magnitude, which is very impressive. And if you ever want to, say, borrow something in this game, say this very expensive Void Salts here, or maybe this even more expensive Potion of Haggling, then what you do is you just grab it and run this direction, and then when you're here, you just crouch down, drop it on the floor, and lo and behold, she doesn't suspect anything. I just came in here with one of her potions, and it's disappeared, but there's no way I did that. Anyway, so we're going to head out into Whiterun, and we're going to go visit the Jarl's Palace, for the sole reason that the Jarl's Palace has not only an alchemy table, but also an enchanting table. Oh, it is
Let's try it.
Batman! March! Batman! Here! Get moving! Archers! Move out! Horse archers! Forward! Infantry! Charge! Arrows! Move out! Warriors! Leave not a one breathing!
Yeah. What? Yeah.